Hey, what is going on, gamers? I got freaked out for a second that my mic wasn't working. How y'all doing? So yeah, we're doing another HedgeEdit stream tonight. HedgeEdit, I guess. It's a little different, but basically the same thing. Yeah, so I realized, first of all, that there's been a lot of these streams lately, and I know that I haven't been doing game streams for a little while, so I'd like to apologize for that. I know there are a lot of people who want to see the games as well. I will get back to those soon, I swear. I know I keep saying that. But right now, there's sort of a timely thing going on. I'm trying to help a friend get something done in time for the SHC Expo, right? The Expo deadline, if I'm not mistaken, is October 5th. Ideally, we need that done a little bit before then. So I'm aiming for next week, the October 2nd. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, I really need to get this done in time. Because it'll be interesting if we can't get this, because basically the issue, right, is, from what I understand, at least, there's these files in Forces, right, which are known as SV collision, basically. It's sector view collision, I think, something like that. And basically what it does is, it's kind of like terrain groups in Unleash and Generations, a little bit, but it's a little different. What it does is it just basically tells the game which terrain sectors, as they're called, so like groups of terrain, should be visible and which ones should be invisible, and like at which points in the stage. And the game does that so that it doesn't have to draw the whole stage at all times, and it's for performance and stuff, right? Yeah, so there's no proper tool to edit those yet, to my knowledge anyway. I think Scythe made one that could turn it into turn an SV collision file into a JSON file a while ago. But I don't believe it was ever completed, and I don't believe it could do it the other way around. If I'm mistaken and someone knows, then please let me know. But yeah, he also never publicly released it to my knowledge because it wasn't done, right? So yeah, but there's nothing visual, right? There's no like visual editor for it yet. So what I'm figuring here is I'm working on new HedgeEdit anyway. Might as well basically turn it into a makeshift SV collision tool, right? And I believe I can get that done in time. So that's what we're going for here. So anyway, that's why I'm doing so many HedgeEdit streams right now. I'm trying to get this done within a timely manner because there's a deadline, right? And I thought I'd have more time this week, so I wouldn't need to do this. I could just spend today and tomorrow doing games, right? But it turns out I didn't have the time I thought I did. And yeah, if I'm gonna get it done by October 2nd at least, I definitely need to be streaming HedgeEdit tonight, or not streaming at all, right? so I can work on it. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. So once more, I apologize for anyone who wants game streams. They will come back soon, I swear. I'm just trying to get this done in time for a deadline. Once that deadline is passed, you know, we'll go back to games for a while. Anyway, with that said, how you all doing? I'm gonna read the chat real fast, and then I'm gonna jump into this and show you what we have so far and what we're gonna work on tonight. How do I do audio visualizations and stream out of curiosity? It's a good question. What I'm doing is kind of maybe a bit cheap. I don't know if this is the best way to do it or not, but I've got this program called Foobar, right, which lets me, you know, play music, and it has these different audio visualizers you can open up, and one of them is called Spectrum, and it just has the bars go up and down, right? So I just have one of those windows open, right, and then I have a window capture in OBS, and I just have like a filter on it that gets rid of the black background, and it looks pretty decent. So that's how I do that. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's not the best way to do it, but it does work. So, let me read the YouTube tab real fast. You're gonna test HedgeEdit putting a first stage in? Yeah. So we're gonna get so HedgeEdit is like a level editor that I've been working on for a while now, right? That lets you load up stages from different Sonic games that HedgeEdit supports. And it lets you like edit objects and stuff in them, and then you can like save it back. So I've been rewriting, you know, I've rewritten HedgeLib, and I'm working on like a new version of it now. So I'm working on a new HedgeEdit as well, right? It's very, very early in development right now. It doesn't do a lot yet, and I'll show you the current state of it in just a moment. I just want to catch up on the chat real fast here. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get that to the point where it can basically load up and draw a forces stage tonight. And hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to then work on SV collision editing. So that's sort of the plan right now. Can't believe you're still developing Hedgehog engine. 4 years. After he gets hired, he will proceed to suplex Asuka over 500 feet building and die with them. I'm like, there can only be one. Oh my goodness. I love Yellow Desert Zone from Sonic Blast. Easily the best song in Sonic history. Oh yeah, obviously. Thankfully peace came back to the island. 3D Flicky's island was restored. Brooks, I'll give you that. Thank you. Hey Max, how you doing? Red Dead. Yeah, you're a god. I love you for doing this. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope I can get this done in time for you all. Oh no, the metal is scratching. Hey Taz. The metal is scratching. That would be painful in real life, wouldn't it? If you like scratch your nails against metal, ow. Hey SDR, how you doing? Are you doing mediocre-ish? I'm sorry to hear. You know, things aren't going super well, but I hope they get better for you soon. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You're just gonna be AFK because you're working on online schoolwork, aka please help me. All right, chat. Let's help him cheat with it. I'm just kidding. Don't do that, please. Sector editing also edits graphic stuff. Yes, that's why I figured it should be a visual editor. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Does someone say Spectrum? I did in a different context, but your ears on pain when people scratch their nails against paper and cardboard. If it was metal, you'd be dead. Same here. All right, so let me jump into this. Okay, so what we're doing here is, and I kind of went over this a little bit last stream, but I want to explain a little bit better. So here's the current like kind of structure for the project. So HedgeLib here is here, of course, and this is the library that has all the code for reading and writing files from different Sonic games, right? Then we also have this thing called HedgeRender, and basically it's not the best name, all right? it really isn't. Also, you know what? That chat color, you know what? It's freaking bothering me. I know. I hope I don't break it. Let's see what happens. If I probably will break it, knowing me. But it should fix itself soon. Alright, so HedgeRender is over here, and I've talked about my Sugar, like it's sort of game engine, game framework sort of thing I've been working on for a while. This is basically a stripped down version of that. I don't know if that chat color is much better, but hey, you know what? I think the thing contrasts nicely with the green. So that's pretty good. I prefer that to the dark blue. Wish there was a way I could actually set the color instead of having it just randomly pick one for me. I guess I can do CSS, but I have to figure out where that is. Anyway, I'm lazy as heck. Anyway, this is Hedge Render, and this is, it's kind of like, it's basically, yeah, a stripped-down version of the Sugar game engine that I'm working on, right? And it relies on HedgeLib to do a few things. But yeah, basically, it does what it sounds like. It renders, it's code for rendering stuff, alright? So currently that means we have like support for like models, we got draw items, you know. I'm gonna try to get basic textures working soon. I sort of had something going here for that. We have like shaders stuff, right, and different resources and a render and windowing, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's that's coming along, but it has a little ways to go. And then there's well, this is irrelevant, but there's Hedge Test. That's just what I use to test stuff. And then Hedge Tools, and this is where HedgeEdit's gonna be, right? And so far it's just this one file, but that'll hopefully change soon. Anyway, oh, I didn't know it generated this. Okay, so that kind of spoiled it. So since last time I got MGUI working, but there's something a little wrong I have to fix. I'm sure it's something very stupid that should be easy to fix. It's just something stupid I did. But basically, okay, so don't mind the horrible looking stuff in the background. So I got basic cameras working. I figured out why Blaze wasn't loaded, and so now I have Sonic and Blaze loaded at the same time, and that's why that looks horrible. We're gonna get textures soon so that, you know, you can actually tell what's what. But yeah, there's cameras working, and I just have it testing right now by just, you know, zooming out. The weird bug is, oh yeah, there's also MGUI support working now, right? So we have MGUI up here, and we can actually like do stuff with it. There's an about page, and you have build information and stuff, and it all works as intended, at least to my knowledge. Everything seems to be working fine. UTF-8 text doesn't work yet because I don't have a Unicode font. I'm just using the default one for now, but I can fix it just by doing what they say to do here. And yeah, it's MGUI. It's beautiful, and it's honestly very good. I was gonna use Qt, right? So the plan was to use Qt for GUI stuff. But I remember Skype was telling me, like, why don't you just do your own GUI stuff? Like, why rely on a framework like that? It's not that hard. And I was like, I don't know, I'm sure you're right, but I'm just, you know, I'm lazy, and I want it to look nice and feel nice, and I don't want to have to, like, code all that myself when someone else has done it for me, right? And Qt was really nice, but here's the thing. It's a C++, and it's very, I don't know how to put this. There's a lot of, like, hackish stuff going on, right? Like, you have to auto-generate these files, basically, from your, like, UI stuff, and then you have to, like, compile them in with the rest of your code in a very specific way, and if you don't, then you get all these infinite amounts of confusing errors, and then, you know, it won't compile correctly. And it was really a nightmare, especially to set that up, especially considering one of the sort of things I want to go for with this and with most of my libraries, really, and code, is I want it to be easy to build, right? I hate C and C++ projects where you download them and you're like, I'll just build this, and then it's a freaking nightmare, and you end up wasting like 3-4 hours, you know, like just trying to get it to build, because like there's a million dependencies and they have to be in a certain way and a certain version, and you know the make file isn't right and you gotta tweak stuff, and gosh, that is the worst. Like, I despise that. I think when most people think about like C++ being a nightmare, they're thinking about that. They're not even thinking about the actual language that much. It's just that stuff, right? Because like with C# or something, you know, you don't have that at all. You just like you clone the repository, you open up the solution, and you just build, and it works. You know, especially with NuGet and stuff, it just works. So I much appreciate code that just works like that. Anyway, and I'm trying to get my C code here to be as close to that as I possibly can. And so Qt was kind of in the opposite direction of that, because you had to download this giant multi-gigabyte thing, and it required very specific build rules and all this complicated stuff, and it just wasn't ideal, but I was like, well, what else am I gonna do, right? Anyway, I had the, when I saw that glitter particle editor, who's doing that? Hang on, let me pull that up, because I want to give them credit for it. I don't know if everyone's seen this yet. It is freaking amazing, so hang on, let me show you this really fast. Hang on, I gotta find it. Here it is. Crash 5B is working on this. Look at this! Look at this freaking... Oh. What? Oh, no. I don't know why Twitter thinks that my resolution is like the resolution of like a Nokia phone from the early 2000s when I go full screen. But anyway, if you can see this, yeah, that's, they have a freaking particle editor for generations that they're developing. They made all of this from scratch, And look at this, it's rendering the boost particles correctly, and it's like, it looks amazing! I'm super hyped for this. I can't believe how much, like, this needs more likes. Seriously, I'm shocked that hardly anyone's freaking out about this. This is absolutely amazing. So anyway, shout out to Crash 5B for this. This is really impressive stuff. Anyway, reason I bring it up. So this GUI, right? I was looking at this GUI and I'm like, this looks pretty good. I mean, this looks really nice. I wonder what they made this in, right? And they happen to be in Skype server, and actually I was like looking at what, I was just looking at some posts that they made explaining what they did. Apparently they used freaking MGUI. Yeah. It looks this nice, and they just used MGUI. I'm like, oh, maybe I should use MGUI. Because I knew it was good, but I didn't know you can make it look this nice. Like, I thought it always pretty much had to look like this, where it's alright, you know, but like, it could look better. But like, no, this is like, I didn't even know this was MGUI. Like, it looked like it was like, you know, something else. I'm very impressed by that. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna try that out. I think that just makes a lot more sense. It's a lot easier to build this, and it's a lot easier to write code for this, a lot faster, and it's just, you know, it looks nice. It's just really good overall. So yeah, that's what we're going with now. But anyway, that's what we have so far. Now there is a weird bug with it though that is on my end. I have to fix it. We're gonna fix this tonight, hopefully. I'll show you the bug. So you can see the models here, right? But if I move the window... Oh. Do you see what's happening? It's like only drawing... I think it's just filling the screen with black. Everything that isn't the MGUI window, I think it's being filled with black. I assume that's what's happening? I am drawing the stuff in the background first, and then I'm drawing this on top of it. And I'm not clearing the screen beforehand. At least to my knowledge, I'm not. So I'm not really sure why that's happening. But we're gonna figure it out and fix that. And then we're gonna try to get like a custom GUI, not just the default demo window here. But yeah, we've got some progress. Death buffer. Oh yeah, maybe did I forget to turn off the death buffer? That might be what I did. You're right, that's probably what I did. We'll go for that. The API is not the best right now. Okay, so one problem here is that I'm writing these tools in C, and because I'm insane, and MQE is C++. So it's, you know, it's like how do you do that, right? What I have right now is not the best way to do this, and there might be a better way in the future. I mean, obviously you could just switch to C++. But what I'm doing now, this honestly works fine. There's apparently this auto-generated, oh, pull this on us. Okay, sorry. There's apparently this auto-generated header called CMGUI that they officially maintain, or at least pretty close to that, which is meant for making like bindings and stuff, right? But you can also use it to write C code that interacts with the C++ MGUI library, right? So I have the actual, you know, MGUI code in C++, and this actually compiles as such. But then I just include the CMGUI header, right? And then I just link it with that, and it works fine. It's really, I don't feel the need to change it. But yeah, that's how we're doing that. The one thing that's kind of bad about the API right now is, I don't know, maybe it's not bad, it's just, I'm not sure how to name, you know, I'm picky about things, I'm not sure how to name stuff and all that. I have this backend function that's just called render MGUI render draw data, and you just give it the MGUI draw data and then it draws it, right? So if you were to delete these lines here, it would draw everything but the MGUI stuff, right? So basically, it's in its own function rather than being built into like the render frame stuff. And the reason is so that you have control over whether or not you want it to draw that, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's the best way I should do this. I could also just maybe like embed it and then like have it be like a flag you turn on and off or something. Anyway, who cares? It works. So we're gonna try to get some stuff loaded up tonight. Gene, you make... Yeah. It sure does. Look, I'm cosplaying as Rad's... Wait. My goodness. Clearly it should be called Hedge 3D. Maybe. I don't know, honestly. That wouldn't be a bad name. Hedge Render is not the best, but you can abbreviate it to HR, and that's fine. You thought it was Blender for a bit? It looks like Blender, doesn't it? It looks really cool. That tool it's like really impressive. Let's see. Sonic and Blaze did the fusion dance. Sane's wait. Yeah, I wanted to make that joke, but What are you working on? I'm trying to get a basic editor for. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's these files and forces. They're called SV collision. They basically control what parts of terrain are loaded and unloaded. And I'm trying to get it done within a timely manner for something for SHC. Nice full screen Twitter. Yeah, Twitter moment. No, I don't understand why that's happening, but if you want a node editor back in the name view, you recommend checking out imnodes. You made a C port of it if you want to try it. Thank you, I appreciate it. That sounds really cool. I don't know if I actually need to node it out at the moment, but if I do, I'll definitely check that out. That sounds really cool. You're a pretty good developer. You have a pretty good developer console in your engine. If you wanted to work with it, you also ported MSC. Yeah, console stuff definitely would be cool to have. I'm not sure how much I want to go in depth with that, but I saw like just the built-in MGUI window. Oh, I don't even know where it's at. Well, it's under here. It is. Yeah, they have like this sample console you can bring up, and there's all these options for it and everything, and you can like add text to it, right? And clear it, or you know, copy it. And you can like, I think this is yeah, this is the filter. So you can be like, whatever. I want to see just the some text. You can type some text. Yeah, like filters. And I think this is where you would type in. It's not gonna parse it, I know, but. But yeah, but you can write. You could actually, if this is a real console and not just a demo, you could program it to actually parse the commands and do stuff with them, right? And yeah, this could be really neat. Because I remember in C# HedgeEdit I had like a console window. So this could be like the new HedgeEdit version of that, right? Something like this, right? Anyway, but yeah, it doesn't actually do anything yet, but I'm sure yours does. That's really neat. I might try something like that. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. So let me try to fix that bug first, and then I think we're gonna get to getting a stage to load. It's probably the death buffer, right? Let's see. So I copy pasted a lot of code here from the MGUI examples. I'm gonna of course include the MGUI license, so it's fine. But yeah, if some of it looks a little bad, that's why. It's because it was quickly slapped together from that. Somewhere here, no, before it does anything else, right? No, when this. Yeah, there's a function that sets all the state, and, hi neighbors. I don't see anything that's turning off the depth buffer, so I think that's, oh wait, no, here's the depth stencil state. I forget, freaking D3D. How does it go? It's like, let me look that up real fast. I forget everything, like every stream I do. Yeah, so the depth stencil, goodness, the state, that's supposed to turn on or off the depth buffer, and I am setting this here. And when I create that earlier, I'm using the same setting that they use in their example. Yeah, where I have this disabled. So that shouldn't be the issue because I am going out of my way to set a different state that turns off the depth buffer before I render. So I'm not really sure why that's happening. It must be an oversight on my part. But we'll figure it out. I guess let me put a breakpoint just to make sure it's hitting that. It should be. I mean, I don't see any way it couldn't be, but let's just really make sure. Yeah, it's hitting that. And do I get any warnings or anything? Well, I got that, but that one's actually safe to ignore. It even says in the morning. It's like, it says, this warning is issued just in case reinterpretation was not intended by the author, and it was. So. Hi Rad, hey Sonic Prower, how you doing? So I really don't know why that's happening then. It's kind of weird. Let me see. If I just comment out just this part and nothing else, it should still do the MGUI stuff, but it shouldn't actually draw it to the screen. So we should see the that issue not happening anymore. Yeah, so it's definitely something within that function, I assume. Well, it might not be, but that function is what makes the bug happen. How big is the viewport that it's binding, I wonder? Here it is. It might be something related to the viewport, I don't know. Yeah? Hang on, let's move this over here somewhere and then put a breakpoint. Well, it's not the right size, which is interesting, but I don't know if that's, I don't think it's actually the issue because it seems to be like constant still. It's basically just anything here is being trumped, anything here is not. And you can see this kind of lines when I move it fast. Like for a split second, it's kind of still there. So I really don't know why. It happens both ways too, always. So it seems like it's just something about like it's drawing black around. It's really strange, I don't know. Let me look at the samples some more. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Well, no, I'm not doing any of this stuff. I'm just showing the demo window. Okay, I'm not calling this, but I'm calling that in the... Like, I didn't go out of my way to call that in the MGUI thing, but that's because I'm, you know, doing that in begin frame. I'm setting my render targets here. I'm not clearing it either, but that's because, again, I'm clearing it here. So really, this shouldn't be the issue. The constant buffer should be fine. They're doing a different clear color than I am, but... yeah, that's not the issue. Do you have to call this before? No, it doesn't matter, because this data isn't even being fed to D3011. The MGUI stuff is entirely independent from the API. Well, from the rendering stuff. You have to, like, link them up separately. Yeah, this is all... That's not an issue. Does it clear anywhere? Yeah, I clear, up here. Yeah, are you saying maybe does it clear again? I don't believe it does. No, this is the only call to clear that I do. So it shouldn't be a problem because it should just be clearing and then rendering the frame. This just draws all the models. That's all that does. And then this just actually I don't know what that does. Well, I do, but it's... I forget. I did all this like late last night and I was tired. And all of it's getting copy pasted from GUI. Yeah, I haven't finished that yet. But this, all that this does is this just updates game controller input and it sets the mouse cursor to something custom if you do that. I don't think we're gonna be using either. Well, I might use the gamepad. That'd be pretty cool. Controlling HedgeEdit with your Xbox controller because you feel like it. I don't know. That's almost as fun as you know, doing this. You know, controlling your freaking calculator with your Xbox controller, because why not? Thank you, Microsoft. Based Microsoft, we appreciate it. That's so odd. Yeah, I don't... Are your scissors failing? In your experience, it's the viewport / scissors usually not being reset. I don't know, actually. Let me see. I am setting the viewport. The viewport is set here. I'm not sure about the scissors. You know, I forget where that is in the D3011 API. It's actually, the D3011 API is really clean, but... Oh, it's part of the rasterizer, right. I'm not setting that anywhere at all, I don't believe. Oh, I am! Oh. That's part of the issue then. Yeah, I just copy-pasted this. Okay, that's probably, yeah, that's part of the issue. Thank you, let me check that. Because I know the viewport's correct, I verified that. Oh. Okay. It's being set to this, apparently. Which isn't the resolution of the window. Right, but the viewport was also that? I don't know why it's not quite the resolution of the window, but it seems to be correct. But let me move it around a bit. I'm gonna put a breadpoint in there again and see if it still is the same value. It is. Ah. So that should be big enough to where it should still be drawing the models. I feel like depth. Oh, like depth. Oh dear. Don't want to feel like that. Super ambitious with prototyping games with basic cube and platforming through the level with the gamepad would be pretty neat. That's way too ambitious, so that won't happen. I don't know. I mean, it may not be. I definitely want to have HedgeEdit at some point allow you to place like cubes and stuff, and then be able to stretch them around and get them and rotate them, and you know, just build a level with built-in shapes. I want to have like cubes and spheres and maybe some basic slopes or loops or something, and I want to be able to have it so you can like put those all in, and also of course import FBX or object files. So that part's not, I mean, it's ambitious for sure, but that part's not, like, I do actually plan on doing that. The gamepad, I don't know. But we'll see. That might not be that hard. Oh, you mean play through it in the, yeah, for that you'd have to get, like, a physics engine, and you'd have to get, like, you know, collision with Sonic and everything, and yeah, you'd have to actually basically program a game. In the most basic prototyping way. You can comment it out temporarily. MGUI looks funny, but it will narrow down the issue. The viewport sessions are being reset to drawing MGUI, right? Oh. You're right. That's it. That's it, yeah. I'm being an idiot. I have a major to-do comment at the beginning of this nightmare code. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I forgot about this. Yeah, I'm not setting them every frame. So the intent was to redo this every time the window resizes. But to quickly test, I just threw it in here. So yeah. Thank you. You know what? Oh, you know what? This is, Okay, let me just make sure that this is the issue first. I'm just gonna do another quick, stupid test. I also want to move this stuff somewhere else. There's a memory leak there, but I'm just prototyping. Oops, spelled it wrong, but hey. Professional programmer over here. Does it matter if you set the viewport before or after this? I don't think it does, but I think I'll do it before just to be safe. Well, actually, this might not be that bad because you're not like creating a new object every time, and you do have to reset it after the MGUI stuff. So this might actually not be that big of a deal. Obviously, we don't want to hard code this. Obviously, we want to have this actually be the window size, not just a hard coded number. But for now, I just want to make sure that it works. And for me, it's more important right now that we just get, you know, stages loading because we have a deadline. Obviously, that will come later, though. Okay, let's see what we do. That fix it? Surprisingly, that didn't fix it. But I think the scissors also are not being reset. So let's say let's actually comment this out. just to see. That's it. Well, now we have nothing. Interesting. Let's turn... Oh, I didn't reset the rasterizer state either. We can temporarily turn that off. Professional programmer. Okay, yeah, that was it. It was that the scissors state was not being reset, nor was the rasterizer state. And this was saying we need to scissor, and then the scissor wasn't right. Okay, so... Do I have... I already forgot. In here somewhere, yeah, I have a raster ID. So we would ideally want to have, like, this be set by the user anyway, because I have a thing for that already. Okay, so really for the time being, I think I'm just gonna comment this out. I don't think we need that for MUI to look decent, but I might be wrong. I think the default one will still, yeah. The default one still looks correct to me. Okay, but that was the issue, so that's good. I love how low the like CPU usage is. Like, look at this over here. If you, well, I don't know how well you can see that because of the chat. But if you can make out that graph at all, oh no, it's really covered, isn't it? I know I can just pop it out, but again, I'm lazy. See that over there, CPU usage? Look at that. That's not that bad considering this is a debug build, and I'm doing a lot of things inefficiently right now. I really am. So I'm kind of surprised. I thought it would be a lot worse. I know it's not drawing much, but even so. So we can get that a lot better later. Rad, huh? All Universal Windows platforms are controllable via X input, no idea why. I know, it's funny, isn't it? It doesn't even work like it does on Xbox, I know. Read the 2 messages. Ate a bunch of ice cream. Who did? Me? You mean because I had a brain freeze? Is nothing an improvement? Yes. What is optimization anyway, exactly? I can't remember why I was shouting at you, it's fine. Oof, that's funny. Memory leaks are a thing of the past with C#, that's true. As is performance. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. I love... Seriously, C# is really nice. I still use it a lot for things I want to get done fast. This is one of them, but I also... The idea is that what I do with this quick tool that I'm making here is also going to go towards actual proper HedgeEdit. So that's the only reason I'm doing it here instead of a separate tool. Glad I could help. I'm going to get dinner. Best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, seriously, thank you. I really appreciate it. It helped a lot. I was ate a bunch of ice cream, that's why I felt bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Wasif. Okay, so yeah, so we can set with the state groups we can set a blend state, a raster state, a depth stencil, all that stuff. But right now, I don't actually have that code in place yet. So you can set it, but it's not going to do anything yet. So that's what's going on here. But in the future, we won't need to have that code there at the beginning of it because this will just handle that for us. But anyway, yeah, we can also get a different font here if we want, but we got some stuff working, so that's cool. So we're gonna firstly, I'm just gonna try to get the Forces stages to load, and they're just gonna look like white blobs. It's gonna be an absolute mess. And then we're gonna try to get basic diffuse textures, which actually should be really easy. We're not doing D3012 yet. I do have support for that in Sugar, but it's not done. And this is a little different than Sugar now because I've tweaked it a bit. But it should be hard to port over if we need it in the future. But anyway, for now I'm just doing 3011 because it's easier. D3012 is really nice, actually, but textures, for example, in D3012, absolute nightmare. They really are just a curse, because you have to handle the, transferring of the actual data from the CPU to the GPU, and you also want to do it generally in a non-blocking fashion, so you don't really usually want to just have like a create texture function that you call, and then it just copies it over to the GPU and blocks until that's done. Because if you do that, right, then if you want to create like 200 textures, you're gonna have to wait for each texture copy to finish before it can start working on copying the next one. And that doesn't have to happen. You can have the like data copying while you're doing something else, and then when you go to render, the data is done copying and everything works out. And you can have it working asynchronously like that, and it can be beautiful. And that's ideally what you want to go for. And that's kind of one of the main points of DDD12 is that you could do stuff like that. So if you're not doing it, then you should be. That's the point of, it's kind of one of the big points of the API, right? So in DDD12 it's a freaking nightmare, because while that is nice that you can do that, do you know how hard it is to program that? I mean, just stop and think about that for a second. How do you even do that? From what I understand, most engines have like a create texture function, and then like when you call that, they like queue up the texture copying and they tell DDD12, okay, start doing that now. But then they don't. It's not actually done yet, right? And so then when you go to I think when you go to render, they just first check to see if it's done copying, basically. So they have like these handles, these fences that tell them when it's all done, right? And they just check all that, and then only if it's done do they then begin rendering. Well, basically they have to block until then, right? Because you can't render the textures if they're not even on the GPU yet, right? So there has to be a block there. That's how I think they do it. I honestly don't know entirely. There might be a better way, but it's such a nightmare. Anyway, D311's way easier in that regard, because you just say create texture and it just does it, and you're done. All the complicated nightmare stuff is handled by the driver in the background, so you don't have to think about it. Which is less performant, which is the point of DD12 rather, to fix that. But yeah, we're using this for now because it's easier. Anyway, I've got some basic texture stuff here. I don't have anything for DVS textures yet. We're gonna need that soon. For that, I'm gonna just use DirectX Text. I'm gonna base it off of that because it's really nice and it's open source. It's under the MIT license, so of course I'm gonna use it. It's great. But yeah, for the time being, we just have very basic, like the option to create one from our G8B8 A8 pointer and stuff, because in GUI I needed to create a font texture somehow, so I did. So that's what we have going right now. There's also like a whole bunch of like leaks right now because I'm just trying to get this done as fast as possible. I'm gonna fix that stuff soon. It's the way that it's gonna free the stuff is in place. It's just it doesn't do all of it yet. Yeah, I know, very bad, I know, but it really is gonna be easy to fix that. It's just gonna take a little bit of time, and I don't have time right now, so that's why we're hurrying. Hey Deck Dude, how you doing? Low Sunset Heights? I can't do it yet. Here's the current state of it. Hang on. There's a camera and it's drawing Sonic and Blaze with no in the same position with no textures or anything yet, so it looks awful. But yeah, they're there, and you can see it's just zooming out just because I was testing it. And I've got MGUI, which means I have a bunch of stuff that I can do. I have like tree views and buttons, and obviously windows and stuff I can scroll around. I've got sliders. I've got a whole bunch of stuff. There's even freaking MGUI is so nice. There's even freaking color pickers and stuff in this. I mean, it's so good looking. I can already see the this being like the parameter editor for like forces objects and stuff. Yeah, but it's not. I don't have that working yet. This is just the MGUI demo window. But really soon I'll be able to have. Oh, what was that? Oh, that's why they have the stencil. Ah. Okay. Well, I'll put that back soon. That'll be fixed literally by me just adding one line of code. But for now, anyway, that's the state of it right now. So we're gonna try to get it to load up for this stage. So okay, let me shut up and do it. So it's been a long time. So if I recall correctly, let me move this back over to my second mod. Nah, I'll leave it here. If I recall correctly, Forces has xStageVision.lua, right? And that defines all of the like stage data as well as the sector information. So it explains like, well, there's Japanese up there, but BS doesn't understand that. There's static sectors and dynamic sectors, and they're all listed here, and they're just numbers, right? And so you can just go into the stage folder and just load all of the sectors one at a time. Ideally, of course, you want to actually read this file and be like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, static is this, and then dynamic is everything else, right? Sorry. Yeah, ideally you want to like read this file and then use that to figure out which ones to load as what. But for the time being, I think we'll just start off just by loading from 0 to 99, because doing this means we're going to have to get a Lua parser and stuff. I can just use the actual Lua. Like, I can just grab Lua. It's open source, obviously, and free and everything, and under, I think MIT or something very similar to it. And it's redundancy, so it's all good stuff. We can just use that. But that's going to take some time to program that, so we're going to keep it simple now and just load all these. What I need to get him, I'm explaining all this because I'm trying to think out loud here, right? I'm trying to like understand what I need to do and then do it. It just kind of helps me to think like that. I guess the first step is we need some code in place to where we can have parsers, because we're going to have several different games. We're not just supporting forces. This first build is just going to do forces, but later it needs to do more games. So we want to have a system in place for that. It shouldn't be hard to do that, but I need to have a good design for it. I suppose you can just have... I mean, I could literally just have, like... Let's see, I obviously have, like, a load forces stage function, right? And it would take, like, the, the three things that you pass into the open box. So you'd have, like, the forces, folder, right? Which is, like, War 0, I guess, whatever. Your mod folder, basically. And then you would have the stage ID, and then, you'd have the game type, and that's forces, right? And I guess, yeah, the function just takes the first two. And then from there, I guess you would just load up, you go into the directory that has the stage ID, and you would append the stage ID to stage ID underscore terrain underscore S, and then 00, and you'd put that in a buffer, and then you would loop from 0 to 99, and you would just increment it each time, and change those two numbers in the buffer, and try to load each one of those, right? And, so then when you load the packs, you then have to load the data inside of the packs. We're not, C# HedgeEdit would just extract the pack files to a catch folder somewhere, and then it would load up all the data inside the catch folders. This one's not going to do that, it's just going to direct load it like the game does. The idea is, so this is kind of neat in a way because we can make it a little simpler. I guess I can have like a parse function, like I think I was doing this in the C++ version, where I just give it a pointer to, I just give it the HL archive, and it would just go through all the data there, and then based on the type it would do something, right? The one issue with that is that the type isn't actually stored in the HL archives. You have the file name and you have the extension, but the type isn't there. A lot of sort of forces actually have this unique property to them where the type and the extension are separate values. So you could technically have a file that's like .model, but it's actually like a texture, right? And the game would actually support that. That would be fine, because you could store it as a res texture and the game would just treat it like that. It just ignores the extension, right? So ideally we would want HedgeEdit to be able to do that too, but we need to store the type info separately in the HL archive if we do that. And truth be told, I'm not sure where we would... I'm not really sure how to do that. I don't know if that's the best idea. I think for now, I guess we could just go based on the extension. It's probably the easiest thing to do. But can it run Doom? That's the real test. Why, if you remember when you can make the operating system become the garbage collector. Exactly. So, oh boy. We could also just direct load them without going through the HL archive thing. and then just parse the type based on that. But if we do that, then we're gonna, it's a little bad because we're gonna be copy pasting a lot of code from HedgeLib. You know, and it's like if we're doing that already, then we should just have it embedded into HedgeLib somewhere, you know. But I guess we could do that. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that would be better. Well, let me see. This is the one thing I worry about. Wait. So here's... No, not V4, sorry. I thought I typed 3. My finger slipped. So if you just load a single pack, it's super easy. This is the entire code. But if you load the splits, it's all of this. Which actually, you know, is less than I thought it was. But yeah. Because what you have to do is you have to figure out... You have to like load, you have to like get the split table and then load all the splits that are in the split table based on their names. I suppose, oh wait. Oh. Oh. Wait, this is freaking easy, isn't it? Wait, this is freaking easy. Okay, just make another function. I made this really flexible, that's cool. Okay, just make another function that does all of this except for the very last step right here. Okay, rather just like cut this out, right? And make another function that just calls this one and then also does this step, right? And use that one instead for this. And yeah, then what you can do is you can just have it so you can just call this one directly and just have it do everything but this last 2 lines. And so then you end up with not an HL archive, but instead an array of just blobs. And you can just direct load it. So then we can do that in HedgeEdit, and that way we have the type info. Cool! We could do that. Okay. Whew. Brain hurts. So let's get started. What do we call it? I have no idea. We're gonna figure it out. Cause you're my hero. You came to rescue me. And now you set me free. There's so much that I wanna make you see. It's really a good song, actually. It's a little tough, but it shouldn't be that bad. So we're gonna get hang on. So I gotta turn on my branding gun. It's turned off right now. Okay, file path major version archive. So instead of this, we're gonna have what do we call this? How about load split blobs, and then we'll have load splits. So instead of this, we're going to actually have go away. I always wish that you would stay. It's so weird that it's from a Sonic game, but hey, it is a jam. So we're kind of copy pasting the same stuff from that function. It is a jam, I agree. I'm glad I'm not alone. So look at this nightmare. We're gonna have a pointer to a pointer to a pointer, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Rather, it's a pointer to an array of pointers. But hey. Okay, so these are both output parameters. So we don't need to do this or this. We also don't need, we can store this still here. Okay, we'll have to free it elsewhere. Okay, we'll do this. Where do I get this at? Oh, that's just purely an output thing. Okay. I'm just gonna give these a different name. So instead of pack count, and we won't have that last part in there either. Sorry. I know I'm, some nights I'm out of it. I'm trying to wake myself up here a bit. Well, I'm not actually tired, really. I'm just kind of being slow. And I need to not be slow, you know? Because we have a time limit. I need to just be productive, but I'm not in productive mode yet. I'm trying to get there. Sorry. Listen to some tunes? I'm trying. I'm listening to some tunes. Pointers. Okay. So we're gonna... Okay. So the reason I'm doing this instead of just passing in that directly is because we only want to set it if it succeeds. Okay, yeah, good. So if it succeeded, then we want to set point and return success. With this. We're not gonna do that anymore. We'll just break. Ah! I hit page up so often by accident, I swear. Because it's right next to home and I hit home a lot. We're gonna get rid of these, we're not gonna have these functions do that. Well, rather, we're gonna have load split lobs. We'll call them that. Oh, this is obviously like... Yeah, we'll just, what to do there for real fast. Okay, unsupported. So, okay, so if we air it out, we're gonna, free the splits. I don't need to put this in its own scope anymore. And then free the root pack, and then free the path buffer, and return. Oh, I guess we can actually make this go down here. No, we don't have to even use the go-to. You oftentimes don't, right? But I find that they're actually a lot more helpful than... People always say that they're evil, but you know what? They're not that evil. Just don't use them in an evil way. They can be really nice. I don't know what to call that, so I'm just calling it that. Alright, and I think that's fine. I think that's all good. Well, I gotta fix this. Wait. We're not going to the end anymore. We're, what are we doing? Oh, that's why I had a label. Right. Wait, so that seriously just skips all the way to... That's just if the root pack failed to load? Oh. Yeah, you know, that was actually kind of a bug. I wasn't really supposed to be doing that. So good that we're fixing this. Instead of, we don't want to free... Hold up. Root pack. We don't want to free that, because we didn't even load it yet. It failed to load. That's the thing, right? Do we want to load? Do we want to free the other packs though? No, because we didn't even set those yet either. Yeah. So we don't want to. All we want to free is the path buffer, I believe. Yeah. I'm just double checking again. So actually we will use an end label there. That's correct now though. And this one. What about this one? Here we want to free the root pack first. So you know what, let's just do that. Why not? Okay, that's fine. Good. How to set up a transparent taskbar? What? Everyone does? No. It's a setting in Windows. Hold up. The Windows 10 settings are. It's so hard to find things. Yeah, if you go to, okay, I think it's home and then personalization and then colors. Yeah. There's a transparency effects slider. If that's on, then it should be transparent. He was looking for the most part. Streams on mute and he keeps you click over to it. Ah, nice. Well, it's done by. I know you can't hear me, but you're looking at the comments in the Versus Chaos boss theme turret made, and people are claiming you're making the Cosmic Improvement mod and that you took over from Showin. That's funny. YouTube comments are funny sometimes. They really can be. Okay, so I think this is correct. Obviously, we got some stuff to change still, though. So, okay, so instead of load split blobs, it's load splits. Okay, so here we're going to yeet this. And that's the one thing though. Is the pack count generally increased by... Oh, this isn't... Wait. Yeah, okay, so we do want to set it to 1. Okay, so we're gonna, I guess, whatever. Pack count 1. Packs equals frick. Here I'm increasing it by... Weird that I'm increasing it, by the way, instead of just setting it. Because you might think, oh, that's nice because it means you can add new stuff, but it doesn't because everything else is not built around that. So it would make more sense just to set it. Okay, set to the split count. Here we do it +1. So the issue is we need to allocate something so that we can free it later, like was intended. Okay. How about we do this? If there is a split file tree, we're gonna do all this up here. So we get all that stuff, we set the splits count, all of that. Okay. Otherwise, I guess we just set pack count to 1, and what else? I think that's fine. So, okay, we'll just change this to say get pack count. Oh, we're gonna add 1 to this. Okay, so we're using pack count as the split count right now, and then later we're gonna use it as the pack count. I see, I remember now. And then, yeah, later we use it as pack count. What a weird... I'm strange sometimes. Well, that's not true, I'm strange all the time. Okay. Imagine if Rad did a Serb2 coding. That would be interesting, actually. Okay, so here we're gonna check again if the split file tree doesn't exist, and if that is in fact the case, then we're not gonna do any of that. We're just going to return. Oh, we already set that. So literally all we have to do is just return. Return early if there are no splits. Okay. Otherwise we load the splits and then return success. Actually, we don't even need to say that. It's obvious. Alright. Okay, oh jeez. Brain melting. Sometimes I'm just off. I'm sorry, guys. Like, genuinely. I'll get faster as I continue. Oh! Yeah, that's about how I feel right now. This song. So, I can take this out of my playlist, but to be honest, I like having this in the playlist just because. Sometimes this is good to just have this play sometimes. There's a lot of potential. It's the same reason I keep like game over jingles. But yeah, the Wisp songs I want to get rid of. Those are just anyway. The self-aware song. Yeah. If there is no split count, we just return. Okay, otherwise we're gonna do all this. So we're gonna do the same thing we did before. Wow. Look at how much easier they made packx v3. Okay, so hang on. So like, because we just have the split count, we can just set this. We don't have to do any check really. And we can just, I mean, we're not even gonna use this until later. So we can just grab all this, cut that, right? We can just put it like down here. And we can just move this. There are no splits. Return early, I guess. Something like that. Yeah, otherwise we do this. And that's it. I mean, that is significantly smaller than... I don't know, it just seems a lot simpler than how the PackXV2 did it. That's pretty cool. So I actually like that part of it a lot. So yeah, so regardless, we're going to get the split count, and then we're going to allocate the array, and then we're going to set the pointer, and then we're going to, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, that's weird though. Why did they do that? We can just do this. Problem? Oh, there's a problem. Okay. Yeah, it's fixed now. Good. Alright. We'll also return success here. Alright, so the PackXV4 one, is the last one we have to do. And it doesn't, yeah, there's not even a load splits function for that because there doesn't need to be at all. So anyway, load split blobs, good. We got all this here, it's all, should all be good now? Except for this is the one thing. Okay, so we're gonna set the pack pointer count to, you know, actually I don't... Oh yeah, just to 1. Yeah. The, we're gonna allocate a buffer for the, whatever. Hold up. You know what I'm trying to say. Hang on. I know it's the same as just allocating an object, but it's okay. We're gonna set that to root pack. And you might be saying, Rad, why are you doing this? It's because what we're returning in this function is a pointer to a heap allocated array of pointers. Alright, so for actual splits, you want that because that way you have it's a heap allocated array of pointers and each pointer is to a split, right? And so you're gonna need several of them, so you can't just have one pointer, right? Obviously. For just one, though, you know, you don't need that. You can just have one pointer. Obviously, you don't need a whole array. So this is unnecessary. But in this case, that's what we're returning. So we want to make sure that what we return here is exactly the same as what we return from the others, right? So you can just free it no matter what. You don't have to do any weird checks or anything. So that's what we're doing. If this is not, yeah, if this is null, if that failed, then we ran out of memory. In that case, we want to just. I guess we want to break early. Yeah. Otherwise, we're gonna do this. Pack count. And then we're gonna set that in it. Oh, well, this we want to change. What's wrong with this? Oh, that's what's wrong with that. Okay, fixed. So, okay, so, we're almost done. Jeez. Load split blobs. So, that doesn't, no one's using that yet, obviously, because we just made that function. Let's see, load splits, that's file path major version and archive. Okay, so, that's, oh, wow, I do that for both? I didn't realize. Okay. So we can make that a function. Yeah, we can do that too. Do I forward declare that anywhere? I must. Apparently I forward declare that. Okay. Weird. Alright. So this is just gonna be load split blobs. But with packs pointer and a pack count. And then we're just gonna do that stuff. So we're gonna say and we're gonna copy paste the end of this. Oh no, we can actually do all of that. We don't need to do this though. Okay, so hang on. So we're gonna get the like result, and if we fail, well, no, actually, I mean, regardless. Now, if we fail, then there's at this point there's nothing to free. So we just return the result. But if we fail at this point, there is, right? So now what we need to do is we're actually gonna copy paste this part again. We're gonna copy paste the whole thing again, actually. So yeah, we'll do that twice, I guess, but it's really not a big deal. Okay, so oh, we don't know what the root pack is, but yes, we do. Okay, if we failed, we're gonna have to free everything. Yeah, but okay, so here we go. So now we're gonna load the splits. So really all that has to be done differently, if I'm not mistaken, is we just have to say pack x v2 read. Yeah, just pass in all this stuff. Done. And we'll just do that again for each one of these. Sorry that's taking so long. Jeez. Okay, packs. We are loading the splits. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now, actually, regardless of whether we failed or not, we want to free all of the packs that we loaded. Oh, this is easier now because we can just do that. Okay. And we actually want to do that regardless of whether we failed or not. So we'll just say the end, do this. All right, and that should be correct, yeah. Cool. So load split blobs and then get the version and then parse backs in single HR archive paste on the version, and then finally well, I guess if we succeeded we want to set the pointers. No, we don't. This is already gonna do that for us, isn't it? Yeah, this is already take care of everything, absolutely everything. So I guess we literally just have to just do this. Free blobs and return result. Okay. All right, I definitely messed something up because I changed so much, right? But let's see. Yeah. Warning: this one differs from I know you can just dereference it too, but I think that makes it more clear in this case what it is. It did succeed, though. It just wasn't, that wasn't correct. That can't be the only mistake that I made. No. I refuse to accept that. I made mistake, doggone it. Okay, well, let's find out. So obviously I haven't exposed another function yet publicly, but hey, let's build this. Wait, I may have. No, it worked. And I love how fast C code builds. Like, that was a rebuild basically. Well, not an entire rebuild, but it rebuilt the whole main.c, right? And it linked everything. It's so fast. No, Windows still doesn't always size the windows right, and it drives me nuts. Okay, it just built this now, right? Whoa. Yeah, this was literally just built. Great. So if you run that, cool. Let's give it a versus pack and make sure that it still works. I'm gonna paste it here just in case it goes nuclear. Yo, all right. For a really first try? All right. Well, there's most certainly something that I did wrong, because that was too easy. But it seems like that worked. This folder is roughly the same size. Yeah, so it did actually extract everything. Good. All right. And you should be able to just give it any pack, and it should just arbitrarily be able to. Ooh, let's give it a big boy. Did it not? Oh, it did. Hey, took a second, but it's a debug build. And it's a lot of data. It's 328 megabytes, and it was uncached, and that's off of a, it's a non-SSD as well. If you do that on SSD, let me put that on my SSD real fast somewhere. Let's just put it here, why not? Let me copy paste this too. It still wasn't that much faster, but again, it's a debug build, so I assume that's why. But it's fine. Who cares? It's plenty fast. By the way, I'm not saying it's bad if it isn't super fast. I just like to see how fast my code runs. I think it's kind of fun. Anyway, it works. Good. So let me make sure that it still works with Lost World and Tokyo 2020 data, and then we're gonna get into actually getting HedgeEdit to load this. So. Lost World, we're gonna give it a big boy. We're gonna give it a needle shader. Oh, isn't that in patch? Wait, is it just called shader.pack? Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just called shader.pack in Lost World. Okay. Yeah, it takes a long time with shader.pack, even though it's only 8 megabytes of data, because there's like a billion files. I'm exaggerating. There's 8,000 files in this pack, and Windows file system stuff is not the. It's fine. It really is, but it's not the greatest. One limitation of it, really I think most file systems, but especially I noticed it on TFS. If you try to create one 8 megabyte file, it can do that like basically instantaneously. But if you try to create 8,000 files that add up to 8 megabytes, that will take freaking forever. Just the process of creating a new file with a new name and everything is very slow. And I think that's the case on most file systems, but on NTFS it's especially noticeable how slow that is. On Linux it's genuinely a lot faster. But anyway, it works. So let me give it one that has a split though. Actually, let me give it one that has. Let me do the one that I always use to stress test it. XC02 terrain common. I'm a madman. This crap. There's 14 splits in this. That seemed a little too fast. Did it work? Oh no, it actually worked. It was just fast. Cool. All right, hey, there it is. It's all the data. So cool. It's still working correctly. Let me delete my copies of this. All right, and one more test. We're gonna do. I'm not gonna do Soccer Wars because that's the same format. I'm just gonna do Tokyo 2020. Because I know that this is already on my hard drive, it's easier to find, and let's do Needle Shader from Tokyo 2020. Alright, Yeah, we got ticket 2020 extracting as well. Okay, cool. So just wanted to make sure that it was all still working after this changes I did, because I just changed a lot of code. So that should be good. Just to double check, I actually am calling the function I think I'm calling it, right? Oh. I don't know if I was. Good that I checked. Oh, I was. Yeah, I was. It worked correctly. Good. Packx64 was the same as before I made the change, but everything else is using the change. So, good. Alright. Fantastic. And yeah, it still loads quickly, so I think that was pretty good. Alright. Fantastic. So, we're just going to expose that function now. This doesn't have to be an internal function, does it? Wait, this doesn't have to be either. Why did I make this? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Let's just do this. Load blobs. Let's go with that. No. I guess we can call it packs, and yeah, that's fine. Freaking forever, nice. Sorry I'm not reading the chat much, by the way, everyone. I'm just trying to focus, but I am, do see y'all. Alright, load split blobs. Oh. Yeah, 0 means auto-detected. I forgot. Okay. Okay, so the one difference here is when we load the single one, yeah, we probably want this. We probably want this to be its own thing as well. So this is actually kind of impeccably stupid, I just realized. The fact that we have a load splits parameter for that at all. We don't need that, do we? Because the file path that it loads is still just gonna be... It doesn't like find the root, it just trusts you that what you say is the root pack is actually the root pack. I think, anyway. Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, I guess it does. Well, you could just load it yourself unless... Okay, let's say, let's say load blobs, and let's just not even have that be a parameter. And we're just gonna straight up do this. Well, except that's kind of... No, that's fine. Yeah. Whatever, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so now it's exposed. So we can actually just call that now. And all you need to free... Actually, no, you need to free the packs and the pointers, so that's a little bit different than how I usually do this. So maybe I would like to change that later because I don't want people to get confused and have a memory leak. I could just document it, you know, but it takes effort. Anyway, so we're going to we're just gonna call that, and then we can load this in. We should be able to get it to actually load up. C scares you. Yeah, C's I see why it scares a lot of people, but it's honestly not that bad when you like get into it. The main thing that scares people about it is like pointers and like manual memory management, that kind of stuff. And I totally get why, but it really just basically comes down to like a pointer is just like a reference to something, right? It's just like a number that points to something, right? That's all that it is. And memory management is just when you have to manually say make a thing, and you also have to manually say delete a thing, and that's it. And it's really not. It just, I don't know. It really isn't that bad. I actually quite enjoy it, but a lot of people don't, and I understand why. Yeah. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? We need a. I'm just trying to think how to lay this out and everything. That's always the stuff I have trouble with in any language. Just where do I put the code and what do I call it and that kind of stuff, right? So I want to have Alright, let me just have a file called loaders, maybe? And also loaders.c? Maybe? I don't know. And then you can also, I'm going to try to kind of do what I did with the C++ one that I never finished. We'll have parsers.h and parsers.c as well. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just go with that. I don't know, we'll see. Let me rerun pre-make real fast. I can pull that over here so you can see what I'm doing, but I just ran it. Alright, so loaders.c. So normally I would have put a prefix at the beginning of this, like hedgelib or hedgerender or HedgeEdit or something, but for tools I'm not really doing that. For tools I'm just doing this because the thing with a tool is like, if you think about it, a tool or just any program in general, right? Like a program, that is, not just a library, right? A program is really just like a big blob of code. That's really all it is. You can almost think of a program like a ROM. You know what I mean? It's almost like almost kind of like a ROM in a way. It's just like one big collection of code and data and stuff. So it's not really, I don't think it's as important to actually have proper namespaces and stuff in programs as it is in libraries. In libraries, you definitely want to do like this because you don't want somebody to include your hedgelib loaders header, whatever, right? And also happen to have their own thing called loaders, and then you have a name conflict, right? That's a problem. But in tools, it's like, this is my thing called loaders. As long as I don't have another thing called loaders, which I won't, this is fine, and it's easier to type and stuff, so that's why I don't do that for tools. I know some people might say it's a really bad practice, but I don't care. So anyway, we're also not going to do the, C++ extern C thing, because this is just C. We're not ever going to compile this from C++, so there's no reason to do that. If we do, then we'll change it. For a library, the requirements are different than for a program. Hey, Senor Donna, how you doing? Am I doing SV collision night? I'm going to try to, yeah. You got one important value in SV col from what you're missing out on Unity. HedgeEdit. Oh, awesome. That tells us the ABB bounds are absolute to the level or relative to the SV col if you need them. Yeah, thanks. I saw your screenshots from a little while ago when you were doing SV col stuff. It looks like you got some stuff figured out. I think that's awesome. If you have anything interesting about it that you'd like to share, please let me know. That would help me a lot. So actually, let me pull this up real fast here. So I have like the whole format, like, I mean, it's been cracked for a while now. I didn't crack it. I think it was Skype who did. But I have a spec for the whole thing that I wrote somewhere. Just because it helps me to understand it better when I write my own little spec for it. Actually, did I write a spec? Well, either I did or I just, CNVARS, tax, SV. Apparently I didn't. But anyway, sure I did. I'm kind of confused. Is it Notepad++? I have a lot of specs, but apparently not that one. Okay, well anyway, well I have it in, I have this. So I have it, it's basically a spec. It's the wrong window. Hang on. So I have most of it figured out, right? There's one, well, I mean, we all have for a while now. There's just one part of it that does honestly confuse me that I don't know what the deal is with it yet, and I really hope that it doesn't matter, like the game doesn't care if this is here or not, but I think it does, and it scares me. I actually have it highlighted right here. So anyone who's watching this, I guess, let me show you something. So here's how it works, right? This is an SV collision file, so it's really simple actually, for the most part. So you have a pointer at the beginning. Well, first off, you have your I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong. Here we go. First off, you have the signature, which is this. After the bin header and everything, right? You have the signature, which is just SVCO. It's short for, I think, sector view collision or sector view collection, something like that. And then you have the version number, which is 1. You have the shape count, which is 64-bit because Sonic Team wrote a struct that had a size t in it. And a size t is just, it's a type in C and C++ that you're supposed to use for sizes and counts and that kind of stuff, right? So they use the size t because, yeah, you're supposed to do it for that. That makes sense. Size t doesn't have any set size. The name's kind of funny, but anyway, it doesn't have any set like size that it is. It's the size of a size t is different depending on what platform you're compiling it for. So if you're compiling this for a 32-bit system, size t is usually 32 bits, and if you compile it for 64-bit, it's usually 64-bit. So since Forces is the first 64-bit Sonic game, to my knowledge anyway, the size t's magically became 64-bit. because if you just do this, hang on, let me show you why. If you write code that's like foo, and you put like my count, how about this? Bar count, and then you have like bars. Write code like this, right? In C++, it would look more like this. Anyway, say you write this code here, right? So you have a struct called food and it has an array of bars, whatever. You usually do it like this. So size t, right? If you, I don't know why it's not, I don't know why VS is doing this. I kind of needed it to work so I could show you this. Let me try to see if I can get it to work again. VS, please work. Thank you. Okay, whatever. So sorry. So if you write okay. So if you get this, so if you can see here, the size of size t here is 8 bytes, and if I change it to this, it becomes. Come on. If I compile for 32-bit, it becomes just 4. So it actually like changes based on what you're compiling for. Anyway. Sorry, that was kind of unnecessary. I got on a tangent. The point is. They just have a shapes array, and they just have a size t and then a pointer. But anyway, when they save it to the file, it ends up being 8 bytes for each. So that's why that is. Anyway, so there's the shape count, and in this case it's f, which is 15. Yeah, 15. And then there's the offset, and that just points to this. So then the shapes array is this. Sorry, it's an array of these things. So each one has a name offset. It has an unknown value. I don't know what it is, but I think it's like the shape type or something. It generally seems to be this. I don't know what that is yet. There's the size, which is a vector 3. There's the position, which is also a vector 3. No padding at the end of these, by the way. It's weird. There's the rotation, which is a quaternion or a vector 4. There's the axis. Okay, and then there's the boundaries, and that's an axis-aligned bounding box. If you don't know what that is. That's just 2 vector 3s, one which is the minimum position of the box and which is the maximum. So when you put them together, you get a box, essentially, right? So 1 for min and 1 for max, right? And then padding, it seems, and then the sector count, and then finally these sectors offsets. So, and then they just, yeah, each one's like that. So if you then go to their pointer for the sectors offsets, here it is. What was the count? It was 6. So each one of these is really simple. It's just this. It's literally just 2 bytes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. that's that data. And these are just indices to each sector, and then a boolean that says whether or not that sector is visible. So sector B, which is 11, is visible. Sector 12 is visible. Sector 13 is visible, and so on. I don't know if they ever set the is visible value to 0. I don't know if they ever actually do that or not, because it seems like it's just implied that the other sectors are not visible, so it's kind of like, why manually set? I don't know, but they can do that if they want to. So that's anyway. So I got all that. That part I understand. There's one part I don't get, and let me show you this. So if I actually go to the last sector in the file, so the last shape. Each shape is hex 60 bytes in size, right? So, and then there's in this file, there's 15 of them. So if I say hex 60 times 15, that's how big this is, right? Okay, so 5 AO. Let's go down to that. All right, and so that's the end of the shapes, right? And then here's all the sector indices. Good. So if we were to actually go to the last offset to the sectors, we should get to the end. But instead, in this file, we see something very weird happen. We have the sector data, as expected. And then we have some padding, followed by this monstrosity, which I've highlighted here. I have no clue what this is. To my knowledge, nothing in the file references this. So this part really confuses the crap out of me. Because this is a bin.a file, and bin.a files have very specific rules that they all follow, right? And this one seems to mostly follow the rules, as you would expect. But then there's this one part here that seems to not follow the rules. And I don't really understand what's going on. I have no idea what this data is, what it means, why it's here, if the game even uses it. I don't know. You might say, well, test it, right? Why don't you just delete this data, tweak the file size and that stuff, so that doesn't crash, and then load up the game, see if the collision still works correctly, or if it crashes or what. But I that would be a good idea. I probably should try that. But the thing is, right? It's kind of hard for me to even tell, to be honest, if it's working or not. I guess you could just go really high into the sky with FreeCam and then see if it's if the sectors are all visible or not. But yeah, I honestly have no clue. I don't know if the game uses this or not. I can do that. In fact, I probably should do that sometime tonight. But yeah, we're gonna need to figure out this part. Like, it's so... I'm gonna highlight that so I don't lose it. It's so weird because it honestly looks like freaking random data to me. Like, it really does. But it also doesn't, because if you go to these, they look like floats. Yeah, these are floats. In fact, isn't this a matrix? Well, it's not quite. It might be a 4x3 matrix. And then whatever this number is. No, but that seems like it's part of it. And this is not. That's an int. But then there's all these random freaking... And there's more of these matrices, I guess. No, this is a different size. What the frick is this? I genuinely don't understand this part. If there was a pointer to it, it would be one thing. It'd be oh, okay. But there isn't. That's what weirds me out about it. At least if there is, I haven't found it. Maybe there is somewhere. Oh, you know what? Maybe there is. I don't know if I even really verified that there wasn't. That would be a good thing to do. Oh. Oh. I know what that issue is. And that's actually not a bug with my tool. That's a bug with, basically with Windows. I fixed it later, but okay. Well, whatever. If but I guess I didn't read compilators, and I'm lazy. Okay, let's just. I know how to fix it. It's a Unicode thing. Anyway, it works here. So here's all the offsets. So, what would it have to be? 65C? Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe there are. 652? Okay, but that's expected. Is there a 6? There is! Oh! I'm just an idiot. Never mind. Oh. Is that unknown thing? Wait, what is this? Sorry, ignore me. This actually seems to work. Well, it seems to make sense, rather. Frick. No, stop. Ever just have keyboard shortcuts not do what you expect it to do, and you're like, frick. 4D8. Okay. And then 530, that's the next one. So this is the name, right? 7FC. Yeah, that's the name again. And then here's the next name. So this is exactly that big. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so... wait. Weird? That's just a sector's offset, but... No, that's correct. Wait, did I misunderstand something? That's it. No, that's 652. Yeah. Sorry, what I'm looking for was the other one. Where was it at? 65C? I saw it somewhere. No, I didn't. Wait. I'm really confused. I don't know what I did. Okay, sorry. 658 though. I see that. But that's sadly that's also correct. Okay, wait, frick. So I take it back. Apart from the 83C values, there's nothing referencing that. I'm sorry. Sorry for confusing everyone. Okay, sorry. Yeah, there is no reference to this. So I don't know what it is. I don't know how they could even get to this data. Right? I guess they could grab the last shape in the shapes array and then grab the sector data offset from that value and then go to the last sector value, right? And then add 1 and then they would get here. So you could do that, but doesn't that seem like a lot of, like, that doesn't feel like Sonic Team to me. Like, they do a lot of weird things, but even for Sonic Team, they would have just put a freaking pointer somewhere. Right? Like, why would they... It doesn't make any sense, really. So I don't totally understand. And also, the data here doesn't really make sense to me either, because it doesn't seem to be any pattern. I mean, it kind of looks like it's in a pattern, but then you look more at it and you're like, not really. Oh, wait, are these counts, though? Actually, hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because it looks like... Because it kind of looks like it's like 3, 7, and you're like, oh, okay, 7, that looks like a count. But you count, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 6. Okay, there's not 3, there's not 7, maybe it's 7 minus 1, okay, so then here we go, 3 and A, alright, so maybe that's what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, there's just 6 again. Okay, so that should have been 9, but instead there were 6. So, okay, it's a 6 every time. It's a 6 every time. Oh, those are AABBs. Okay, those are min and max. Okay. How many of these are there? I guess that's the first one. EO. Okay, so each one of these is hex 20. There's 7 of these. How many shapes are in the? 15. There's 15 shapes in the file, and there's 7 of these. I don't know what this is. It's not even like there can be one of these for each shape, right? It's like, the frick is this? It's just so weird. And then this stuff up here, I don't know what this is either. There's like F's and then zeros and then F's and then zeros and it repeats. Maybe there's like one of these for each shape or something, and then like, if it's not set to F and instead it's, because these is like -1, I guess. So if instead of being -1, if it's like this, then that's a count of something. I don't know. It's this part's bad. So I'm gonna have to test this, because if this part is not if this game requires this part to be there to work, then we might be in trouble. Because I don't know if we can crack this in time. I'll see what we'll do. When you were doing Unity, Hedge of your way was to cross-reference if your SV collision were correct. It was moving with FreeCam, getting your position from Cheat Engine, pasting in Unity and see if you get matches. No, I mean that makes sense though. That's not like there's nothing wrong with that. It's tedious, but like how else are you gonna test it? Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. We're gonna try to figure that out later. SV collision's canceled. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not one for cancel culture, but if we're gonna cancel anything, let's cancel a Zook. I'm just kidding. Let's cancel SV collision. Okay, so you know what? I know I literally just named these loaders and everything, but let's scratch that immediately. Games. Let me rerun that. Alright. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're gonna say, game info. The name of the game. That's the name of the game. Okay, we're gonna have a result. Let's call this do I normally I don't remember what I did for the other hedge tools. Like I genuinely don't remember. Oh, I did lowercase it. You know, it probably would be better to uppercase this, because I usually uppercase the type names. So we'll say like game loader function, and then the parameters will be, what does it need? It needs a file path, and it's gonna need a hashtag SV collision party is over. It's almost right. So wait, so that's saying that we're canceling the SV collision cancel party. Like we're telling the people who are canceling SV collision, stop. You're canceled. That would be Azuka's counterattack. Okay, we have the file path, and we also have the no, sorry. The directory and the stage ID. All right. Okay. of a macro that's like maybe game declare. Another one that's like game define. Okay, so game declare is going to be like extern constant game info. I know you can put the macros up there and it's fine, but I kind of want to put it after just because, you know what, probably was better like that. It was better like that. Alright. And then it's going to be like, oh no, we don't have to do this. What am I thinking? Let's put this up right at the top so that people, anyone who sees this, who isn't very familiar with the code yet, for example, will like immediately be able to see how this works. Forces. All right. So we're gonna put several games there. Obviously, for now we're just gonna have forces. And so if you want to add a game, you just add it there, right? And then later we're gonna have a thing that's like extern constant game info. Count games. Game infos maybe. Whatever, something like that. All right, man. I like C a lot sometimes. It can be so pretty. Well, I don't know if most people would call this pretty. I feel like I'm kind of weird for thinking that, but I genuinely think this looks really cool. Like, I really dig it. Once you like understand the syntax and understand what it all means, it's just like so clean. I don't know. Alright. So here we're gonna actually define it. So you know what? I'm gonna make a little thing. Okay, we're gonna rename this one more time. Game in we're gonna do this. And there's a reason for it. We're gonna make another header and we're gonna call that games. And this header is gonna be special. We're gonna do that autogen thing I did before. So people say macros are evil, and they are, but they're also amazing. One thing that's really cool you can do with macros is there's a lot of little tricks you can do with them, right? So let me show you. So here's a really neat trick. You do what I'm calling an auto generator. So here's how it works. Alright, so this file is just literally going to be a list of different games. So you can say Lost World, you can say game, colors, whatever, right? Put all the games you want to support here. And let me actually have it take several. Let's have a short name, and let's also have a long name. Let's have Sonic Forces, right? So if you want to have multiple ones, you can be like, you know, Lost World, you can be like, or, you know, whatever, right? Okay, for now we're just going to have this. So what's beautiful about this is, and I'll put a little note at the top, this file is intended to be included for auto generation purposes. Please do not, please ensure you use this header correctly. Something like that. We can change that later if we need to. Alright, so the game type. Here's what you can do, ready? So you might be saying, Rad, what's the point of this? How does this work? Okay, so here's the thing. This macro isn't going to do anything by itself because we haven't defined game anywhere, right? But if we define it, things get interesting. So if we say define game, we're going to do this, right? And we're going to just say short name and long name, right? We can put whatever code we want here. So let's say game type, and then we're going to say put short name there, right? Okay. Now we can just hashtag include games.h. And what happens is, people, you might think of including as being like importing, like in Python or whatever, but you have to not think of it like that in C and in C++, because in C and C++, it's not anything magic or complicated. Literally all that hashtag including file is, in C and C++, is copy-pasting. Dead serious. It's literally just copy-pasting, alright? So when you say here, include internal.h, literally the compiler is just going to grab everything here and copy-paste it. And that includes these. It's going to also copy-paste the stuff from there, and that's all that it's doing. Alright, that's literally all that's happening. So, when we say include games.h, what's going to happen is the compiler is going to go, okay, and it's going to do this. Right? And so now, we're going to have this macro, and then this is going to happen, and basically we're going to end up with this. See? So it's really cool. So we can put a comma at the end, and then we can say count, and we can, you know, put this back to how I had it. And now if you look at this, you can see, well, it should be. I don't know if VS is being dumb or what's going on here. Yeah, VS is just being dumb, but you can see it got it. Game type forces. But we can actually make another one if we want. Whatever. Best Sonic game. And if we try to type now, there it is, game type whatever. See that? And the game type count should be increased too. Well, VS is being a bit dumb right now, but it should be increased. Yeah, it's set to 2 now, because there's 2 games now, right? There's these, and this comes at the end. So it just works. You can just add something to this file, and then you just have a new game. It's great. It's freaking magic. And it's something that you can do this kind of thing in other programming languages too, but I don't know. I don't know if it's quite as powerful as this. This stuff is really impressive. To me, like, I really like the kind of magic stuff you can do here with auto generators. Now, you know what? Now you can't just leave it like this. I've been following a certain pattern though with my other auto generators. What I've been doing for the other auto generators is I'm just I usually just do this. Let's actually say like type ID. This is called like type ID in the name instead of short name, long name. We'll call it like type ID in name. That's fine. And yeah, and then so the reason you do this is because that way no one can even misuse it, really. Because even if you forget to somehow you forget the entire point of it and you don't actually define the macro first and you include this, what's going to happen then is it's just going to go, did you not define game, you dummy? Oh, well, I'll define it for you, right? And then it'll do this. And afterwards I usually also undefine. Oh, yeah, and that one's not just because, this one's actually very important to do. This one's very important to do because this way, you can do this code again somewhere else and it'll work fine. If you don't do that, then you have to remember to manually save this at the end. Otherwise, you're gonna get errors and stuff and it's gonna break. So this just makes that easier. But yeah, games. So yeah. So anyway, so the other so that's one reason I do this. It's just so that it'll work always and it's just easier to use. The other thing that's really nice about it is if you want to actually use it, you can just literally copy paste this thing here and then just put whatever you need at the end, right? So you don't actually have to type this whole thing every time. You can just be a copy paste. And there's always a quick and easy reminder as to what these values actually are. That's type ID, that's name, right? And so it all just, you know, it's freaking good. I like it. So anyway, that's what I tend to do. So yeah, so here we're gonna auto generate the game type enum. Okay. And then here we're going to auto generate the game info. So this is gonna be harder because for this we're gonna need to have the parser function. Well, sorry, the loader function. We're gonna need to have that. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a... I'm gonna be really cheap with this. Here's how I'm gonna do this. Forces loader. I'm actually gonna copy paste the argument types here. There's probably a way we could do this better. Well, there's definitely a way we could do this better. But okay, let me actually say loader and then forces. No, okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll do it the proper way. Okay, one more time. I'll say game ID. We're canceling the cancel people. Who cancels the cancelman? Exactly. How far can we go with this? How far can we recurse? Can we have people who cancel the people who cancel the people who cancel the people who cancel? How deep can we go? You kind of want to do a tweet that cancels SV collision with the Yuji Naka stand gif, but add too much effort? That'd be really funny. Give information data about game metadata. Yeah, exactly. I'm so bad with names. Sega TM presents Sonic the Hedgehog in Sonic Forces for the PS4. Long name. Yeah, it's like Sonic's full name. He's got his middle name and everything. I hate Mario. Oh. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Am I the Magic Man? Am I the one who wins? I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It wasn't even a good joke. Let's also restrict. We really don't have to do that. But, might as well. Freaking love runners. Alright, and then we're gonna just... Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, right? So a game info struct is just gonna have the name and then the loader. So we can, I know the auto generators might be confusing. Just imagine that we're doing this, all right? So pretend that there's no auto generators here for now. Just get rid of them. So we're just gonna make this array like you would normally. So normally you're gonna have like an array of these structs, and then each struct you want to like construct them somehow, right? So instead you can do that just by having curly brackets, and then in the curly brackets you just put all the things you need. So first we need the name. Okay, so the name of the first game would be Sonic Forces, right? And then the loader function would be, in this case, loader forces, right? Okay, great. So we can just do that. Oh, VS is being stupid. Yeah, okay, there. Fixed now. Anyway, and then you have a comment at the end, and you're just gonna do that for each one, right? Actually, the comment might be a bit problematic. We'll deal with that in a moment. Anyway, so we want to auto-generate this, right? We want to have this for each game. So here's what we can do. Have auto-generator, and then up here, right, we say, we're going to do the same thing. But instead of typing Sonic Forces in quotes, we're going to grab the name, right? And instead of typing load, having to type load underscore forces, we're going to say loader underscore game ID. These hashes just say connect the left side with the right side, basically. If you just do this, I think it would actually, I don't know, it might actually work in this case, but basically you run the risk of C thinking that you meant to type loader game ID rather than loader and then replace this with whatever the game ID is, so forces, right? We want it to replace, so we're gonna do this just to really make sure. Anyway, so this, so it's gonna grab whatever the name is, put it there. It's gonna grab whatever the game ID is, and it's gonna put it there. See? So you're gonna end up with the name is Sonic Forces. So it's gonna be, you know, and the game ID is Forces. So, see? That's how it works. That's all that you're doing. And so just with this code here, you can put any amount of games here and it'll auto-generate it all. It's really cool stuff. So we need to have a comma at the end, and that is one. That's definitely a design oversight with C. That is actually a design issue. In C, right? If you say whatever, you know, whatever, right? And then at the very end you put a comma. If you have a comma at the end of the last value in the array, in C89 at least, that's actually not valid. You're not allowed to have the last value has to not have a comma. Most compilers will accept it anyway, and I think they changed that in C99. I'm not sure, but they definitely changed it in like C++ and all that. So these, you know, you can pretty much just have this now in newer versions of C and it'll be fine. But yeah, it's actually not valid C89 to do this. The last one needs to not have a comma. So that's a design flaw with C, straight up. Like, that should not have been, they should have fixed that. Because of something like this, right? Now we have an issue where we want to have that comma there except for the last one, and how do we know which one's the last, right? We don't really. So there's several ways you can fix this. What I tend to do is just the cheap way. I am actually just going to say +1. And then at the end I'm going to put a dummy. Append a dummy struct to avoid trailing comma issues. Something like that. We're just going to say name is dummy. And the ID, it's just going to be null. To avoid comma issues in we do and append a dummy game info. Alright. I don't think you would call that trailing comma issues, but I don't really know what else to call it. Okay, alright, so with all that code done, you can literally just write loaders now. So we're gonna say, oh, I didn't finish this, did I? Whoops. Okay, so now we can just write loader def horses, and there we've got our loader. So if we add another game, right, we can just say we add, like, you know, we will do this later, but let's just say we do that, right? So now we can actually just add this, and we just put the code here, and yeah, we can just we can just start actually, like, I don't know, it just works. Is the point. Now, you know what, you can do this and this does work, and it is less typing. However, I don't really like something about this. I don't like how it kind of hides the arguments. I know that's really weird, but I don't know if I like that. I think I'm gonna say, I think I'm gonna do this instead. And I can actually reuse this down here. Yeah, I know. That's not great, but it works. How did you miss anything? Lots of me setting up loaders and explaining how something works. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't remember when exactly you left. But this part here in the SV collision files, I have no earthly idea what this is, because nothing seems to reference it, and it seems to not have a very good pattern or anything, and I really don't know what that is. So we have to figure out what that is if the game requires that data, and that might be a problem. I'm hoping the game doesn't. I'm gonna do a test later where I just basically delete this and load it up and see if it still works. And if it does, then okay. Cool, we're just gonna not even bother with it for now. And we'll just get a file that generated that doesn't actually have that data at the end. And hopefully it'll continue to work. But if we do require this data, if the game does need that to be there to work, then we're gonna have to figure it out. And that will be a nightmare. Because, yeah, no one's cracked this yet. Skype looked at this, and apparently he didn't write anything about it in his spec either. And nothing references it. That's what's so perplexing to me. There's, like, basically, it's breaking the rules of bin A, whereas the rest of this file is following the rules. So it's really confusing to me. But, okay. So we'll hopefully we won't have to figure that out, but if we do, we'll see what happens. You don't see yourself as too new about programming, but this whole game with your magic includes that generates enums. Wow, what a what a wild ride. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely is magic, right? It's like, it's stuff that you don't see really in most programming languages because it's just like, you know, you don't usually have auto generation stuff quite like that. But honestly, yeah, it blows my mind, and I've done it a bunch already. Like every time I do it, I'm still like, man, that's just so nice. You really, it looks kind of messy and it can be tough to wrap your head around sometimes. Once you like kind of get how it works, it's so freaking powerful because you can like do so much stuff with that. I'm using that, for example, for a lot of things. Like I'm using it for well, I don't know really how. There's a lot of autogens here that I can use as an example, but I don't really know how to explain. They might be confusing, is the thing. Okay, here's one example. In FBX, which I'm actually working on support for, but I put that on pause so I can work on this tool, but I was working on it anyway. FBX has a bunch of different, the way it works is you just have a bunch of nodes, basically. And each node has like properties, and the properties have like a data type, and then they have data, right? So you have like, properties can be like booleans, they can be like shorts, they can be like floats, they can be strings, whatever, right? They can be different things. So that's like that for both the like text FBX files and for the binary ones. Just obviously what the code for reading and writing those would be different. And there's many cases where you might need to like iterate, like you might need to check all the different types and do something based on that, right? So I found that I had like a lot of code that I was copy pasting. That was basically just doing something as simple as like, you know, if it's this property, do that. If it's this property, do that, and so on. And so anyway, with an autogenerator, you can get rid of that. So here I have a file that just has two different macros in it, and they just list out things. So this is the FBX property type, this is the data type that corresponds to it, this is the prefix for like the function names and stuff, and this is a suffix that you can use. I might rename this later because it's a bit confusing, but anyway. And so then I can just include this with different things, and I can generate any code I need to with that, and it's freaking beautiful. One more thing that's really cool about them, right? You can include more data here than you need. So like if I want to put like, I don't know, whatever, let's say also like release year, right? Then I can do that. And I can include that information here. And then if I'm using this auto generator, so if I'm like, now I'm using this to generate this data here, and now I don't actually, say for example, I'm using the auto generator, but I don't need that year right now. I might need it somewhere else in the code, but in this instance, I don't need it, right? I just need the name. That's all, and the game ID, that's all I care about, right? I don't have to use it. I can put it here and then include this. And what'll happen is it's gonna, when it replaces the macro text, right, it's gonna just see that I don't use the release here, and it's gonna go, okay. And it just won't use it. So like this data isn't gonna end up getting copy pasted into this file anywhere. It's just gonna be ignored. And there won't be any warnings or anything. It'll just work fine. So you can just use whatever you need and just discard what you don't. And it's really cool. Like, there's so much power to this stuff. So yeah, so macros are quote-unquote evil, because you can do evil things with them. For example, let me show you a cool example of how to be evil with macros really fast. There's a function, there's a million ways you can be evil with macros, but let's say one good example, I guess, is you could do I don't know, you could change the type of something. There's actually a whole page on this. Let me pull it up real fast. Hang on. Yeah, there's this great article on why they can be evil. I'm trying to pull it up. I don't know if I'm gonna find it now. Ah, well. I don't know if I can find it. But anyway, the point is you can like redefine stuff, and you can do some really evil things with it, if you want to. I don't know. This is a dumb example, but you could, for example, like say you have like, you know, good old Malik, and you want to like allocate like 8 bytes of memory, whatever, right? But say someone has instead replaced. They've done this, and they've made it so Malik is actually, I don't know, anything else, right? How about abort? Whatever, right? So now you write this code and you're like, yeah, it's Malik. It's gonna Malik 8 bytes. But what's actually gonna happen is this. You're doing this, right? And it's like, uh-oh. And yeah, you're gonna actually, the program will crash. And I don't know, you could, for example, like have like, instead of CAlloc, you could have normal Malik, and then people are like, the difference is that CAlloc allocates memory and then it clears it, so it sets it to 0, whereas Malik does not. So if you do this, this is evil, because now this is gonna work just fine, but it isn't gonna clear the bytes to 0. It's just gonna allocate them, so you're gonna have garbage memory, but you think that you don't, and you're gonna run your code, and it's gonna, you know, if you rely on that not being garbage data, then when you run this code, you're gonna be very confused as to why you're getting these insane, crazy, complicated bugs. You're like, what's happening? And it's actually because some, you know, evil programmer put that in your code somewhere and snuck it in, right? So yeah, you can do evil things with them, but just don't. Just don't do that. They can be really cool if you use them well. Can you please not have it load from a Lua because it totally screws up loading unless you fixed it? How does it screw up loading? Yeah, well, this first build won't load from a Lua, it's just going to load all the sectors. But in future builds, I want to have it load from the Lua because that's how the game actually does it, right? So, it shouldn't screw up loading. How does it do that? Because I want to fix that. But yeah, but this build will not, because getting Lua to work is going to take time, and I don't want to... We don't have time now. Yeah, speaking of which, let me get back to work, actually. It completely ignores it? Wait. It doesn't load the turn at all? Oh. Would you mind sending me, like, an example of, just, like, the xstage.mission.lua, and then, like, a screenshot of, like, the folder for your stage, so I can see, like, what sectors are there and what the Lua is telling it to load and everything? That would help a ton if that's not too much trouble. Because I really don't know what would be causing that. Yeah, that happened to you once? I guess it's a common bug with HedgeEdit then. I'll have to fix that. Because that's not supposed to happen. Okay, so here we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to... gonna have a path buffer. So we're going to have a path buffer, which is just an array that's on the stack of 255 characters. And then we're also going to have a path buffer pointer, which points to that. And the reason we do that is we can switch between memory that's on the stack and memory that's on the heap if we need to, dynamically, and it's really cool. I love this trick. Basically, right, if we ever need more than 255 characters, we can just switch over to using Malik's memory instead. It's pretty cool. Okay, so what are we going to need to load here? We need to take the directory, and then we need to append the stage ID to the end. I should probably actually rename this to, like... Let's rename it to stage ID, because I think just ID isn't very descriptive. Not a big deal, but that looks nicer to me. Okay, stage ID. So, we're going to say if the stay. No. What am I doing? Let's grab this and then path combine. Okay. I don't know the length, but I don't think I need to know, right? Oh no, I do need to know for this one. Ooh. Big oof moment. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get the length of the directory, then we're gonna determine whether or not we need a path separator. And if we do, we're gonna need to append that, and then we're gonna do the combine. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, the only reason I'm determining that at all is because when I go to combine the paths, I need to know if the buffer is big enough. I'm gonna put 0 for that and it'll auto compute that when I run this. And then the result's gonna be path buff pointer. If we need the separator, we're gonna need to increase directory length by 1, I guess? Is that right? And then of course we wanna put the separator there. Except we need to make sure that the size is enough first and everything. So, okay, so we'll say, no. I don't know. This is also not right. We want to, frick. Okay, so let's actually have this be constant as well, and we'll just have to, yeah, and then if this is the case, we also want to increase that by 1. Okay, let me see. You couldn't fix it, so you downloaded it again and it worked? Oh! Did you get a different version when you re-downloaded it, you think, that fixed it? Or do you think it was, because I remember there was a bug like that a while ago, but I thought I fixed it, but I might not have, right? It's been like 2 years since I worked on C# HedgeEdit, so I don't remember. But yeah, it might have been that. It might have also been that the catch folder was cleared. Maybe it was it was a bug related to that. You asked Showen to send that your way because you're not in the mood to mess with any more for stuff today? No worries, totally understand. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna compute the required path buffer length, and then, if necessary, allocate path buffer on heap. So if the path buffer length is greater than 255, what's it greater than or equal to? Because we also have to have the null terminator. Yeah. And then we're gonna say path buff pointer. I'm sure. I feel like I'm definitely doing something wrong here because I'm typing all the code fast and my mind still is not really totally turned on today. But hey. Okay. And then we want to combine the paths, and this should automatically do it all and put an alternator at the end too. Yeah. Yes, it should. All right, so that should be correct. Combine paths, and it returns 0 if it failed, doesn't it? Well, actually, it should just never fail, is the thing. I like functions that don't fail. There shouldn't be anything that even could error, so that's cool. Okay, allocate path buff, or let's just say, get stage path buff, something like that. Okay. We probably also want to have we'll do this. And later we're gonna need to reallocate if necessary, but okay, okay. Oh jeez. Hey, Mario Tanaka, how you doing? You pretty much managed to make fully custom AWBs with custom boost and underwater parameters? That's awesome! Holy frick. You honestly think Sonic Team was on crack because the way they did this was backwards? Yeah. I'm not surprised. I know they've done a lot of very weird stuff with, especially with audio from what I understand, but I don't know hardly anything about Crowbar stuff. That's it's really cool. Cool stuff. Okay, so when I go to load the stage up, for example, right? So say you pass in W1A1. So what we've just done is we've combined this with that, right? Let's make sure. Let's get a way we can test this, right? Let's get a way we can test all this. Let's get some MGUI stuff going here. So I'm very new to MGUI. So we're gonna learn how to we're gonna learn to do this. It'll be interesting. So I know they have a demo window and they say to start with that. They say start with by reading this code and understanding how this works. So that's what we're gonna do. Or try. Okay. So here we go. They said it's a very big function. No, it's not that big. But it spirals onto a million other functions, so yeah, it's big. Okay, so first thing I want to learn. How they do that. Pop-ups. This is the thing, right? These are normal pop-ups, context menus, models. This is it. Okay. Delete. Okay. Begin pop-up model delete. Okay. And then you pass in flags and everything you need. And that's the whole thing, I guess? Okay. Cool. all those beautiful files will be deleted. This operation cannot be undone. That's funny. Alright, let's freaking copy paste this. And I guess we're just gonna try this. We should definitely move this into its own function, though. So let's have a, We got to make it real. Gotta make it real. We gotta make it real. We gotta make it real. I guess we'll just do this, right? UI. What's up bad with like organization? Okay. This is definitely something that could have a name collision, but again, we're just building one program here. We're not. If this is a library, you would absolutely want to prefix this. Okay, let's have a function. Put all this in it. Make sure I copy paste my GUI stuff here. And I don't know what we're gonna call this. I guess, I don't know if these functions can even, I don't think they can even fail. I might be wrong, but I don't think they can. So I think we can really just kind of call this and it'll just work, which is kind of awesome. This one can fail though. So let's move all the GUI stuff into this function if we can help it, right? So let's have one that's like, I don't know, render UI. We can figure out the rest from here, I guess. Work it out, work it out, work it out, work it out, work it out. You gotta make it real. Okay, we also, okay, so we're gonna move all of this in here. So we do need the window. I'm gonna forward declare that. Alright. We're gonna start a new frame, and then we're gonna do all this, and then we're gonna call render. So, okay. We probably want to branch this out into its own function as well. Well, definitely, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have our own functions for everything. So we're gonna say like render pop. I don't know. Render open file. Now about open stage dialog. Let's go with that. And maybe render UI is, maybe we should say draw UI. I don't know if that's great. And maybe render is more consistent. I don't know. We can forward declare these as well if we want to. No, let's actually say draw because render is like the whole thing. I don't know. Draw is like one operation, I think. Oh, I meant to put this after this, didn't I? Fairly certain I did. Yeah, I definitely did. Okay. So we need the render as well. This doesn't matter, but I do it anyway. It really doesn't. Well, you can pretty much take the game apart and put it back together now. Oh, frick. But they worked backwards and they give a lot of freedom to the audio engine so you can make it do anything. That's cool. Skype is master of GUI. Oh, I'm sure he is. I don't know exactly what he's done with it, but I've seen some things he's done, and holy frick, it's really impressive stuff. I might have to ask him for help on some things. Can you make it laugh at you for dying in the stage besides Iron Fortress? He probably, I mean, probably. I don't know. I don't know what the limits are to this power. Okay. And we're gonna move all of this to here. Okay. We're gonna put our draw code here in a moment. Okay. So, here we go. Let's just, for now, we're just gonna say draw. We're just gonna do this for now. This is a quick test. Alright, so I'm using the C bindings for it, so we're gonna have to say IG. Not a big deal, though. It's pretty, I mean, doesn't freaking matter at all, does it? Yeah, so this is one thing that's kind of not fun about calling it from C. You don't have any of the default parameters, which is kind of annoying. So you have to actually, like, make your own, you have to pass in everything. So we have to be like, we don't really care what the size is, so we're just gonna say, you know, I'm gonna do this. What was the type again? Imvec2, okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm sure there's a better way to do this than what I'm doing. But anyway, does it never define it? It has to somewhere. There it is. Well, does that... What's the context of this? Oh, it defined it right there. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so that's vec20, that's fine. There's probably already built-in type for that or something, but anyway. Pop-up flags, so I want to see what the default flags are just going to be 0, right? Yes, but what are the flags? Oh dear. There's been a large amount of Roblox games about slime transformation finishes and you don't know why? It just appeared? That is really cursed. That's Roblox. Alright. So what are these? Yeah, I don't think we need any of them at all for what we're doing here. Let's get this default one to work first, and then let's branch out into other things. Still different API, but works basically the same. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, that's a major thing about this. It's going to be a pain. I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can actually, like... I don't think that's valid. No, it's not. Which is a shame. Now, you can do most... Later versions of C, I believe, lets you do this. Yeah, and that works just fine. But sadly, I don't believe C89 does that, so we're gonna need to do this stuff manually. So we'll just bring this out. And I know this isn't at the top of this either. This one's so small, I'm just gonna do that. Okay. Great. So we'll put this inside of its own little scope. Okay. That's all good. It's weird, right? Like, their API is honestly surprisingly C-like. Which makes me wonder why they didn't just make it C. There's hardly anything about it that's, like, C++-like. Like, seriously. So making it C++-like is just honestly just... I don't really understand why they did it. Like, this is the only thing, really. It's like constructors, right? And they could have easily made this not an issue by just making it so instead of passing in, you know, a vector 2, you just do like this. Pass in the two floats. Oh, well, for this one we can just say this. Default for count, they're just gonna pass... Oh, they pass 1, okay. 1. I don't really know what it's doing yet. I'm not actually reading the code yet, I'm just fixing it. Then I'm gonna read it and try to understand it. And obviously we're gonna turn this into an actual open stage pop-up in a moment. Right now we're just gonna get something working. That's the size of the button? Okay, they actually set the size this time. Okay, I see. MGUI is so nice, honestly. It really is. What's this? Same line. Okay, what's the default for that? 0 and -1. Okay. Great, very good. Do this just because. Whatever. Now we need to pass this in 2. What about this? Don't ask me next time. What does that even, what does that do? Like, I mean, I get what it does, but... where do they use that in the... How does that work? What? Wait, I'm kind of confused, actually. How does that work? They have a checkbox that says, don't ask me next time, but... That can't actually be functional, can it? Because it doesn't, there's no code anywhere that checks to see if this is set, and then if it does, it doesn't ask you, right? All that this code does, to my knowledge, is it just turns on and off that value when you check the box. So I'm kind of pretty confused. Did you hear what happened to Beats? No, I didn't. What happened to Beats? RIP SSH for Project 06. When your GPU died, your SSD got corrupted too. Oh no. A lot of things broke, like .NET 4, Visual Studio, multiple Uni versions, etc. I gave him reinstalled .NET and Visual Studio software and Windows completely. Oh no! That's awful. Sorry about that. Frig. I hope he didn't lose any, like, projects or anything. I mean, that's, you know, still obviously a complete nightmare to have to reinstall everything. But as long as he didn't, like, lose any actual files, you know, then he just has to reinstall it. It'll take a while, but I just hope he didn't lose any files. I hope he didn't lose, like, projects or something that weren't backed up, because if that happened, oh. Hope he can get it back up and running soon. I'm starting to hear that. I'm gonna get rid of this checkbox. I'm gonna add these buttons, but let me just we'll just do this really quickly. Alright, and then we're just gonna pass it in. Why the frick not? Okay. So, this will be a quick and simple test. I need to include that. Can we do and include all this? So we're gonna have, here we're gonna say UI.h. Okay. This stuff is temporary. I want to remove that later. So I'm gonna actually put a clear divide between those. Okay. Okay, and yeah. That should work. It's working, it's just being silly. Okay. This is spoopy. There's an issue. Oh, you have to specify what type you want. I guess it's a, I guess it's a template function? Or something? No, I'm sorry, it just has a lot of overloads. Oh, okay. Alright, we're on that. Oh, I did lose projects. He lost Seaside Hill. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, SSH was Seaside Hill. Oh. Oh, that's what he meant by SS... Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I thought it was like a typo of SSD or... I'm sorry, I don't know what I thought. That's what he meant. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he, this stings. Am I running... Oh, I'm running HedgeArcPack or something. Whoops. Okay, so we have this going now. If I hit delete... Yeah! And it doesn't actually delete files, obviously, it's just a test. All those beautiful files will be deleted. This operation cannot be undone. Heck yeah! And then we end up with, you know, some frick, I don't know, Almo or something on the screen. Terrifying. Is it lagging a bit? I don't think so, actually, but it kind of feels a little slow. I think it's alright. Alright, so we're gonna transform this into our, you know, open button. So so this is the button, and if the button is there, we're gonna open the pop-up, and then so the next one in position to this, and then begin the model. So we don't actually want this code to be in this function. We want this code to be somewhere else. And then this is the model. Oh, so they actually just use a string. Do they hash it? How the heck do they do that? Yeah, they have their own hash function for this crap. Wow. Man, there really is a lot of code in this, huh? In GUI. Okay, so that's fantastic. Oh man, this is so good. Okay, you can do a lot with this. So let's not call it this, obviously. Let's call it open stage. Why not? And anyway, when we open up the stage, we're going to not say this. I'm gonna say something else. Let me pull up old HedgeEdit so I can remember what I made it look like. Here's C++ HedgeEdit. Okay, so here's how it looked. Great. Alright, so we can put text here if we want. I don't know if we need it. But we can have separators as well, apparently. Okay, so let's say, and then there's padding, and then you put all the buttons. Okay, so perfect. That's beautiful. Okay, so let's up here. Let's have text boxes, I guess. So let's say some text that's like, yeah. Let's just do this. Data directory. Oh, this is so nice. Text box. So actually, I don't know how this works. How do we do text box? Text boxes. Is it render text? I don't think it is. Let's find out. Here's multi-line text. I just want one line, but input text. Okay. Input text. All right, we got a label. Oh, we got a label. So we don't even need that. They don't even put new lines. They just... Okay. Well, I guess we can do that if we want. Well, let's see how this works. So I guess this is where the text is going to get stored? Oh, we do actually need the buffer to be... Yeah, it's not going to allocate a buffer for us. There has to be a limit to how much text we can put in there. Okay, so... In a way that makes it easier, though. Okay, we're going to say... dir, and then we're going to say, like... 255, I guess. Can we do, hang on. No. Is that the Ori song? No, frick, I must have turned on... Okay, sorry. Ah, jeez. Here we go. Okay, so what I wanted to see was if there was a way to get it as UTF-16. I don't think there is. That's okay, though. We can just convert it. So, we'll just do that, and then we'll say, Oh, I just lost it, didn't I? No, I didn't. We don't... Yeah, we don't need any, anything special here, I don't think. Shows no blank. Uppercase. Hexadecimal, decimal. It's the Ori song, nice. 77 days until you turn 13, Paw Gang. That's epic. Callback. Nothing, right? We don't need one. User data. I don't think we need one anyway. No, we don't need one. And user data, we don't need any either. What is it? What does that return? Return something. It accounts for the 0 terminator, so above side of 6 can hold hello, but not hello. Okay. This is so we can easily call text input on select arrays using array size on a match. Okay. Note that an STD string world capacity would emit 1 byte used by the 0 terminator. When active, hold on a privately held copy of the text and apply back to buff, so changing buff while the input text is active has no effect. Oh, okay. I guess. If you want to use it with strings, see that. Rather confusing and messy function among the worst part of our code base. Ooh, expecting to rewrite a v2 at some point, partially because we're doing UTF-8 to U16 UTF-8 conversions on the go to easily interface with STB text edit. They should say UTF-8 all the way. Okay. That's a nice emote in the Twitch chat, Wasif. That's funny. Okay, so sorry. So the Boolean it returns isn't what does it do? What does it mean? We don't need it, right? Does that mean whether it like failed or not? Or is it just whether or not someone like typed a character? Wow, frick. It's a big function. Enter pressed or value changed. So it returns whether or not that anything was changed. Gotcha. So if you need that information, you can use that, I guess. Okay. Let me search for something. Huh. Ooh, okay, we got something here. Oh, yeah, it's if you hit enter. Right. No, enter returns true. Oh. I don't know what it is. Anyway, we don't need it for this. So, great. So then, so we have that. And I guess we want to have a button and then the separator, right? I don't know if the size... I don't know how much this is gonna matter. But let's actually do like whatever. Let's make it smaller, right? So I guess like I don't know, let's say like 32 or something. That might be way too small. Find out. And if you click that button, we want to do something. File dialog. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna put that in later, of course. We'll get stage ID and then we'll get the game. Oh, we don't need a button for this. So, let's do that. I want to make sure it's pretty much exactly the same. The stage ID shouldn't even need to be that long, right? How long do you think the stage ID is going to be in most games? Not that long. I don't know. We could load it to like 64 characters or something, right? But I don't know. I mean, how many is that? Like, very long stage ID a 1. 64 is more than, yeah, is absolutely enough. Okay. We don't need a button. Just need this. I think I'm doing this right. We'll find out. And then game, and then we're gonna do that later. For now, we're gonna do this. So let's where are we gonna store this at? I mean, I don't know, we can just dump it somewhere, right? Okay, let's do something kind of neat. We don't need to even name it, we can just say, like, struct, we can put in here, like, a char, pointer, yeah, we can be, like, dir. It's not gonna be that, it's actually gonna be this. Stage ID 64, yeah. And then we can say like We'll call it open stage dialog data, right? Just have this be on the stack. Why not? Why the frick not? That'll be that. It's not even. Sorry, it's not even on the stack. It's static. Okay, sure. And we're gonna stump it there. And then if you want to access it, I guess when you click the OK button, we want to do something here before we close it, I assume. Or maybe after we close it. I don't know. I guess after we close it. It's not that it matters much. Somebody should read more like you said. IDW comics. You just thought of that, and you've seen and heard they're fantastic. Yeah, they seem amazing from what I've seen and heard as well. Let me check something real fast. Sorry. Alright, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so that should be fine. We'll just pull it from there when we need it in this function. Alright, so so we don't want to say delete, obviously, but we can change that later. Okay. Let's just run it and see. It took a while to compile that, Tim. Alright. Yeah, it looks wrong. Okay, so we want to probably fix this. So the label is to the right. I don't know if there's a way to make it to the left or above, but I guess you can just... I guess you can change... I know there's a lot of customization you can do with the style and stuff, right? And also, this is not on the same line, and I'd like that to be there if I could help it. I don't know how to position it how I want. But, hey, this does work. And when we hit OK, we can have it do something. And obviously this button doesn't work yet either, so there's a ways to go, but it's doing a thing. You can probably copy paste too, right? Yeah, you can. All right, good. So we got something. Okay, so what I'd like to have is. Like I'd like to change a few things with this. So let's see if we can figure out how to do it. Again, I'm very new to MGUI. I don't know what I'm doing yet, so we're gonna figure this out. Is there a way, right, to like tell it to not start a new line yet? There probably is. I don't know how to do this. Everything's a story, even if it's phony. I can start up a demo again and look at that. Because I'm sure there's probably something in the demo that does it. Dun, 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 dun. You know, let's do that, yeah. Alright. So let's see what we can figure out. Basic. Okay, trees. Collapsing headers. That's cool. Bullets. Oh, we can't have that. Combo. This song is so freaking good. Look at how amazing this is. Like, this is so good. Goodness gracious. Multi-component. There we go. Okay. Now this is interesting. I guess you could do that with text, right? Querying what? Oh, you can just get the status of the... Oh, wow. Drag and drop? Goodness gracious. And then they have color pickers, and you can, like, put in all the freaking... It's just so amazing. Like, how long did this project... Like, I can see why this is used basically universally in the game development industry. When you're making, like, editors and stuff. It's just so good. I mean, there's so much you can do with this. And it's really easy to do. Like, do you know how hard it is to make UIs like this normally? Like in Qt, or like in WinForms, or WPF, or pretty much anything but in GUI? It can be a nightmare sometimes, man. You have to make like these giant like UI files that are usually like, they can be like XML or like JSON, or they can be like in a custom format. Sometimes they have a designer that comes with it, sometimes they don't really, just kind of have to guess. And it's like a pain, and you gotta like anchor stuff, and it's like, I don't know, all this stuff you gotta think about and do. Here you're like, I want a button. You type button. You're like, great, I got a button. And like, it just kind of works. That's really awesome. My goodness. Alright, so this is what I want to see. So in multi-component widgets. So what's so cool, what's so great about this demo too is you can just be like, oh, I want that. How do I get that? And you can search for it. Here it is. Okay, so how do they do this? They get an input float, and then they get a drag float. Oh, okay. No, this isn't like custom. These are like... Oh, what's this? Components 2. Scalar N. Okay. There's something like that, though. Okay, let me see if I can fit... Let me delve into this a bit. Begin group, push ID, push multi-items widths. Okay, well this is obviously internal code that I'm looking at here, so it's not going to be as clean. But okay. Oh, there's the input scalar. Oh. So you can basically just do this for any component that you want to, can't you? Okay, well, we'll have to figure that out later. For the time being... we're gonna just... Oh, frick, I don't know. No, just leave it in, who cares? Just leave it in for now. Jason, Rad's my name. Rad Jason for Hound. Yeah. It's honestly Jason's pretty cool too. It really does sound like the name of a person though, huh? Okay, so you can just be like stage ID. And then you can make this null, I guess. I assume you can. You know, I don't know if you can. They do that though, don't they? Maybe you just have to make it empty. Oh, I got rid of the... Oops. Let me see though, because I'm pretty sure they do that. Yeah, they absolutely do that. Text input. Oh, maybe they don't actually, come to think of it. Sorry, it's under basic. Maybe you have to have a label. If you do, then you could just make it. Just do this though, you know, just make it an empty string. But I'll figure that out soon. Hey, Wheel, how you doing? Yeah, it can't be null. Alright. Okay. Oh, so I see. You don't need those separators. I see what they are. Okay, sorry. I'm learning how this works. Wait, I know this song going? What is this? Oh. Weird, I feel like I recognize it. It reminds me of this song from Yoshi's Woolly World, I think? No space! Haha. Funny. It is a good joke, though, I'll admit. Okay, hey, it's looking better. So we have to figure out how to get the, you know, how to get this up there. And also, you know what? The fact that there's no label there is not right. Oh. Wait, what's going on? Something isn't working, right? Hmm. A little confused. What's going on? Hmm. Do they ever? Yeah, I guess they never. They just never have anything that like lets you not have. You always have to have the label. Okay. Well, why is mine not working? That's so weird. Hang on. Oh, it's same line? Same line. That might be something. Yeah, I really don't get why the text isn't working all of a sudden. It seemed like it was airing out because they were both like within the same... Gosh, I don't know why. Maybe the label has to be unique for each one or something. Yeah, maybe you actually do need to have a label. Okay, let's just go for that. It probably won't look how I want it to look, but maybe that's the reason the text wasn't working. Yeah, for some reason that was the reason it wasn't working. Interesting. Okay. And you know what? It doesn't look that. The button looks bad, but if you get rid of it, I don't know if it would look that bad. Actually, I don't know if the button even looks that bad. It's just a matter of like, oh, given this, Chad, how do you think I could make that look better? Because if I don't know if I can do it totally like how I used to have it. I don't think I can have this be like on, I mean, I can't have it be on top, but it seems like I have to have some sort of label next to the text box for it to work for some reason. So, what would I guess I could have this button say something else, right? But what should I have it say? Like, I don't know, like open, like pick stage directory or something. Yeah, let me just see how that would look real fast. No. Guess I can have it be all caps too. Oh, it's too small. Whoops, I made it too small, I forgot. We can just set the 0. We can actually just get rid of this whole thing then, if we do that. I don't know, how does that look? I can't decide. I think it looks a little wrong. But I don't know. I'll make that look much better. So you could either type it in here, you know, whatever, Sonic, you know, you could do that whole thing, or you could hit this and then it would bring up a dialogue and then you would pick it, you know. So it's the same as before with the ... button, right? You click that, it's the same thing. I don't know, it doesn't, I don't know if it looks great, but it doesn't look bad either, I don't think, really, once you start using it. I can work on how it looks later, I'm just wondering. So... Oh, UI! Yeah, we got UI working. Very basic UI, but there is something. Let me see, how do I get the, how do I do the, combo like this, I guess? I don't know if this is actually the thing that I want, but we will find out. Oh, it's not combo, it's combo something. I guess combo string... Wait, combo string array? What's the difference? Current item, items... Items separated by zeros. Oh, you can do that? Oh. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Let's do that, maybe. Let's say, like, game type string? I don't know. So, another fun little trick about C. So let me show you a little trick. This is fun. There's some people, like, there's a good amount of people who don't know this, and I find this really interesting. So, say you want to have a string, right? Here's your string. But say you want to have, like, how do I put this? Say your string's going on for a really long time, right? Whatever. So let's say you've got, like, you've got a string that's like this, right? And it looks ugly because it's too long, right? You want to separate it into multiple lines. But you don't want to start a new string, and if you press enter, you know, you get errors. And you wouldn't want the new, even if you didn't get errors, you'd get like a new line in the text, I guess, and you don't want that, right? You just want the string. How do you do that? Well, you can actually do this. You can just do this, right? You can just have several different strings wrapped in quotation marks, one after another, and these will all get combined into one big string. So if you actually were to be like, whatever, 1, and then like, you know, 2, and so on, then if you hover over, you can see it's 1, 2, whatever. See, it's all one big string. So there's a lot of power you can do with this if you combine it with macros. So let me show you an example. So remember the auto generator from before, right? So let's use that here. So we can say, define this as, oh, I never got rid of the release here thing. I meant to do that. Whoops. I'm surprised I didn't get any warnings. Sorry. Alright. So let's define this as being, let's just say name, right? Because that's already wrapped in quotation marks for us. And then, let's say after the name, we have a space. And then we're going to have quotes, and we're going to say /0. And that's the null terminator. So what we're gonna end up with, right, is we're gonna end up with like this. Okay? But when this gets combined, it's gonna be one string that's the sonic forces and then null terminator, right? Actually. Yeah. Yeah. And it'll put an null terminator at the very end for you automatically, but it won't in between the individual. So like this and then like high, right? If you do this, it's gonna have sonic forces high and then null terminator. It's not gonna have sonic forces null terminator high null terminator. It's not gonna do that. So we can do this. Yeah. And then when we say equals, we can just say do that. And actually, I don't see... That should actually be fine. But I guess it isn't. I'm actually pretty confused as to why that isn't fine. Hang on. Like, to my knowledge, it should be. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Sonic. Yeah. I'm actually not sure why the semicolon part isn't fine at the end there. I guess it's just because it's actually including the whole thing, so it's gonna be like, yeah, frick. What do we do about it then? I was hoping I could do it all as one string. I probably can, there's probably a way to do this, but I'm gonna just do it the easier way. Let's not even do that. I'm gonna do it the easier way, which is to say like and at the end we're just gonna put like a null, right? It's the dummy null. This array and then put a dummy null at the end. Avoid trailing comma issues. Yeah, so it's gonna put sonic forces, and then it's gonna put the null. Okay, so, oh wait, is it though? Why does it say 2? No, that is right, sorry, being dumb. Okay, so let's say string array. Let's do it like that. Current items. So they store that in here, and then did it do anything with that? I guess you would need to, right? Yeah, you would need to know which one is being picked. So we'll do that in a second. Items is going to be this. Items count is going to be, I mean, we know it's just going to be, I'll actually put it here now. I'll stop being lazy for now. We're gonna limit to that. We don't want any more than that. And wait, what's the max height in items? Oh, well, we don't need, what's the default value for that? -1. Okay, so we're gonna do that too. -1. You should program in C more, to be honest. It's pretty neat. I like it. Why is Terraria so... wait. Why is the Terraria OST so fire? No idea, but it really is. It's a great OST. I freaking love it. This is gonna be game, alright? And we'll set this to like game ID, yeah. Okay, and if I guess if this is set to true, that it means that someone just clicked a different one. But we don't even really need to check that because we'll just use whatever the game ID is. So we're going to store that in here too. Actually, let's just say game ID. Alright. And then when we go to load, we can just check that. Okay, let's go. Compile for me. Thank you. Alright, let's check. Sonic Forces. Hey, alright, there we go. So now that list is going to be automatically updated based on whatever you do with the game's header. Which is pretty cool. Stage ID, data directory, all that cool stuff. Okay, so, I won't say this looks the best, but I think it looks pretty neat. And that'll be fine, who cares, it'll work. I'm taking longer than I meant to. I need to hurry up, because I wanted to have some stuff already loaded by now. We've got the framework in place for that, but there's still ways to go. I need to hurry, so let's speed up a bit here. So if you click that, we want to close the current power and we want to kick off the loader thread. Yeah, so threading. That'll be fun, won't it? Yeah, so to my knowledge, that is one major caveat with C. I don't believe... I know C11 has threading, at least I believe it does. But the prior versions to that I don't think have actual standardized threading support, which is kind of terrible. C++ also didn't get standardized threading until C++ 11. So yeah, it really freaking... 2011! Like, until that point, there was no, like, proper threading in C or C++. You had to do it manually. You had to, like, have API, like, platform-specific calls to do threads, which is not fun. It's actually not as bad as it sounds, at least, well, actually, I don't know how it is on other platforms. I know, like, POSIX, I would imagine, would be pretty easy, because POSIX is generally pretty easy, and I like it a lot. On Windows, Win32 stuff is also usually not that hard. Usually there's, like, some pretty simple Win32 functions that do a lot of stuff, so you just call those. So it shouldn't be hard to just write a very simple library that's just, like, or just a blob of code that's just, like, you know, handles the basics of threads. You just have a function for, like, starting one, stopping one, that kind of stuff, you know. That should be fairly easy. But I haven't done it. I'm sure a million people have done it. And you can probably just find a gist of it or whatever. But yeah, I don't have that on me right now. So I could do that tonight. I might have to do that tonight. I hope I don't have to. I think for now we're just going to single thread it. So we're just going to have everything freeze until it finishes loading. Terrible. Absolutely freaking terrible. But we can just do that. So, alright. Let's go. So let me think. We want to have a function that's like calls the loader, right? So maybe we should have like Game info maybe wasn't the best name for this, to be honest, either. I know we keep renaming these, but really, it probably wasn't, come to think of it. It's more so like game loaders. I mean, it also has game info stuff in it, but... Why don't we do this? Games autogen. And then we can rename this to just games. And this to just games. The one thing that was nice about the other name was that if you're new to the code base and you're looking around, you're gonna think like, oh, I wanna add a game. Oh, games. Right? And so it was kinda nice to have that name, but this just makes more sense. Yeah, I love you too, VS. It's really well programmed sometimes. Of course, we need to make sure that we rename these to like games autogen. Okay. That was a recursive include we were doing there, so that's good that we fixed that. Okay. What's your favorite outdoor game? Capture the flag, tag, hide and seek, infection, cops and robbers. I'm really weird apparently. I've never played infection, I don't think. I may have. If I do, I don't remember it. Out of the ones I know, honestly, I don't know, they're all fun. But it kind of depends where you're at, you know? If you're in like a really big area, like you've got a lot of room to run around, then tag's pretty fun, right? If you're in more of a confined space, like at a, I don't know, it really depends. Playgrounds is fun with tag as well, right? But yeah, but if you're in more of, I don't know, if you've got like some room, but not like a ton of room, hide and seek is kind of neat, you know. Obviously it's not if you're just in the middle of a field. Let's play hide and seek, go! And you're just, you know, it's just a field, a flat field. Oh, where's Jimmy? I can't find him. Oh no, where's Jimmy? I can't find him. Yeah, that would be a problem. But anyway, but if you're in like a more confined area, then hide and, you know, but one that has a lot of like stuff. I don't know, like buildings and or like just, I don't know, whatever, walls, whatever stuff you can like hide behind. Then hide and seek's really fun. I almost feel like that's more of an indoor game, but I guess not. I feel like Capture the Flag's more of like a video game than like a real life. I mean, you can do it in real life, of course, but I don't know. And you know what? I don't remember. I remember playing Cops and Robbers once, but I don't remember how you play it. Yeah, I know I'm a weird kid. Well, I'm not a kid anymore, I guess, but you know what I mean. I was a weird kid. Now I'm just a weird guy. What was I doing? Oh yeah, okay, I was gonna do this. Okay, so we're gonna have a function that's like, I don't know. We're gonna make it designed as though it's gonna be multi-threaded, and then we're gonna do the actual multi-threading later. We're just gonna have a single threaded for now. But we're gonna make the design such that you can multi-thread it easily later. So we're gonna say like, I don't know, like load stage. Okay, and then we're gonna say game loader function. No, we're gonna say game type. Yeah, game type. And we're gonna say, and we're gonna just do this. Why does it sound like a MIDI? How about this, like, start loading stage, and then, like... I guess we would want to function... I think, yeah, Booleans are just atomic, so we can just be like, if I'm not mistaken, we can just be like, is loading stage, right? And then we can just set that to true and false when when it's done. We can block until then if we need to or whatever. And I suppose we can also have a value that's like the percentage or something, if we want to. The fact that it's ImGUI is really fantastic because we can, like, I don't know. A pointer should also be atomic if I'm not mistaken. So we can just say, like, well, but we have to be careful, obviously. I don't know if these are going to be too much of a problem if we change one of these, like, mid like in the middle of something, all that'll happen is for one frame the information is going to be slightly wrong. But it's going to be very fast and it'll fix itself, and who cares? It shouldn't crash it or anything like that, to my knowledge. But we'll find out, I guess. Let's say loading string. And then let's say, will we do an int? We'll have like a progress bar thing too later. What is this? Is this sound effects? No, this is a song. Nice. And I guess we also want, let's also have loading result. Okay, so you would set this first, and then you would set this, right? And since these are should both be atomic values, there should and this one should never be accessed until this one is false. As long as you don't set this to false until after you've already set this, if I'm not mistaken, that should be okay. There shouldn't be any issue with that. I know threads are complicated and messy, but and maybe I'm thinking of it too simply, but I believe that that's actually safe to do that. So, and we'll find out, I guess. Start loading stage, okay. So, what we're gonna do is make this multi-threaded. For now, it's not gonna be multi-threaded. For now, we're just gonna say we're gonna say that. Is loading stage? Yes, we are. Stage load results. I don't know if we're gonna have to change this later. We might be able to just have it not return and instead have it, you know, I don't know, whatever, but anyway. We're gonna call it, and we're gonna say dir stage ID, like that. And then we're just gonna complete. Okay. So obviously we want to define all these as well. Whoops. Okay, and the current loading screen is going to just be done. And we'll change that as we need to. Okay, so in the loader, yeah, I mean that should be good enough, I think. So let's call it. Not that. Here we go. Start loading stage. Okay, and the game type is going to be this. Oh, I should have said game ID, because we were calling it before, wasn't it? You know what? Yeah, there is a slight difference in this. I'm going to actually rename it to game type. Alright. And we'll have to have some other code later that, like, you know, checks it and does stuff based on whether it's done or not. For the time being, firstly, I'm going to put just a breakpoint here just to make sure that the code gets called at all. Oh, we screwed something up. Oh, I see what we screwed up. Oh dear. Okay, we'll just, I'll just make, you know what, I'm gonna make a little wrapper for that. All we're gonna do is we're just gonna say, we're gonna do the obvious thing. I guess we can alloc it to, yeah, who cares? It'll be fine. Okay, let's do that. And then if we're on Windows, or rather, if that's defined, then we're going to set native dir to this, and we're going to set native stage ID to this. To cast it, obviously. And then if something goes wrong with this, well, we've got an error, don't we? I guess, let's not even check that. Like a true C programmer. Because it's not... So what are we going to do? Like, genuinely, right? If the memory... So this only is going to fail. Really, if the memory fails to... If we fail to allocate enough memory, right? And so if we literally don't have enough memory to just hold the stage ID or the directory as UTF-16, something is wrong. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna load the stage if we can't even get the stage ID? We don't even have enough memory for that, right? We should just crash. I mean, there's nothing else we can freaking do. So why even check it? That's kind of what I'm thinking with this. I usually do error check, but with this it's kind of like, I don't know what we could even do about that. And I especially do a lot of error checking in libraries, but in programs, again, it's a little different. Hey, Taz. Heck Lava, Heck Reef, Heck Zones, Heck Act 1. Hey, so don't mind me advertising, but you might stream a video game tomorrow in place of Rad, so get owned, stupid, dumb, nerd programmer. Wow. Well, cool, Taz. Yeah, if anyone wants to see that, feel free to watch that. That sounds cool. It's going to be on your normal channel, right? It's linked in the description, so check it out. Oh, Sonic 3, cool. You need to go, good luck. Oh, thanks, Seals. Later. As Tails, no. It's not linked? Oh, it won't be on your channel. Oh. It'll be on yours. What? Give me your pen. Oh, frick! Well, sure, Taz, it's, you know, sensor sound. So we're gonna just do that. If we're on Linux, then, or anything else, then we can literally just call it, you know. Call it a day, more like. Wait, I still... Oh, yeah, I forgot to change this. Okay, should be good now. Okay, so we're actually gonna try this. So let's give it a stage. Let's just say W1A01. I guess that's what we'll do. It does the whole thing, right? Yeah, it does. All right. And here's the directory. It got it. Oh, that's so cool. And it's in UTF-16 as well. Great stuff. And there's a stage ID. Good. So all right, great, perfect. So when we go to actually, so we're gonna combine the paths, and then we haven't actually loaded it yet, but let's just see what we got. Yeah, great, perfect. All right, so that worked beautifully. So let's go, as they say. Actually, really fast before we actually load it, let's just make sure that it does like close and everything. Let me copy that instead. It does, great. Alrighty. So, once we get the stage path, what do we have to load? What do we load first, right? You'd want to load the X-Stage mission Nalua first, but we're not going to do that now. So I guess the first thing to load is the sky. For our purposes, we're just gonna load. For now, we're just gonna do this. Okay, so we're gonna say load terrain common pack. Let's just say load terrain common. Okay, so Pokemon. I agree. I'm gonna put this in Notepad because I'm lazy. I want to be able to copy paste that a bunch. Okay. So, let's not just combine that, right? Let's also combine, let's also combine, what's the longest string we're ever gonna need, right? Like legit, what is it? We're not gonna load the splits, we're just gonna load the roots. And then the split loading will be handled by the functions that we're calling in HedgeEdit. So we have, let's open another one of these. We're gonna need to load all of these. And again, the splits will be automatically handled by HedgeEdit, so we don't need to worry about the splits. We're just talking about the roots here. So these are the roots we need to load. And then we're gonna need to load the sectors, and the sectors are always going to be this long because they go up to 99 and that's it. They don't go to 999 or anything like that. So this is what we're gonna need. So the longest one we're ever gonna need is actually, it looks like it's 18 characters. Is that right? 18 if you count that on Terminator. Which we're not going to be doing, actually. Hang on, is that right? Actually, I just realized we're not counting this either, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we're going to add 12 characters. So let's say, stage ID length, and let's say like, I don't know, file name length. Okay, so we're gonna add that as well. Yo, song slaps. Okay. But we also need to account for the slash at the end. Okay, so let's actually put a comment here to explain how we came to that conclusion. Okay. So made a diesel fan cam. You send DMs if we don't play on the stream because it's most got copyrighted. Oh, that's a shame. But thank you. That sounds hilarious. I'll check it out off camera. That sounds really funny. Okay, so the second path we don't totally even have allocated yet, actually. Okay, we're gonna do this. That calls these internal ones, yeah? If the first path needs to have a separator, then... Who are we kidding? Let's just, it shouldn't have a separator. If you do that, then you've done something wrong. So let's, let's go at the end of this. I think that's right. I hope that's right. Oh, well, we may not have accounted for that. Ah, frick. And you know what? We do need to know this information. Ah, frick. Okay, let's say, like, I don't know, file name index. Okay, and we'll set that to this, and then we'll add max file name length, and we're not going to do that up here. I think that should be right. And so then here, we can just say this. I think, actually, I don't know. We'll find out. You know, that may have maybe increased that. Put some breakpoints there and check that out. Ugh. Alright, so here's the path buffer. Extracted file. And the required length should be bigger now. It's 104. Which I think is right. Yeah, 104 plus the null terminator. That's perfectly correct. Fantastic. Okay. So clean out war 0 W1 A01. Okay. The current index is 86. I think that's... I don't actually know. Yeah, that looks correct. This song is cool beans. Okay, great, great. Fantastic. Wow. I'm shocked that worked that easily. Okay. So then. It's come to this. Alright, it's time to load. Load split, no, let's say load blobs. You know, it would be nice to be able to... I should definitely have a function, a v3 function for this, so let's put a thing. have pack x v3 load blob functions. Okay. So we're gonna get that in a second. Firstly, let's get this in. So let's say path buff pointer, and we need to copy some stuff into there. So let's say frick, and I said frick, what a wonderful kind of frick. Yeah. That's Rad, the comedian. Okay, append stage ID suffix, prefix. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna say, okay, I don't have a string copy. No, I should. Okay. The source is stage ID. The destination is that's it. And then okay, and then no, we also want to copy one more thing in. We want to put that in. Okay, yeah. So the destination is going to be this, whatever the frick this is. Okay, the source is gonna be, well, for this one it's gonna be train common. Yeah, this is nice. I like this. Oh, and I guess .pack as well, huh? We're gonna look for that. Alrighty. Oh, the count. How many characters are we copying here? Well, I guess 12, aren't we? Oh, sorry. Just copy the whole string. Okay. Oh, but it's a, yeah. That's so fun. Oops. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but full screen YouTube video on stream type awesome. I knew that there was an Easter egg with that a long time ago, but I didn't know it still worked. Does it still work? Can you do it with your streams as well? Hang on. Oh no, there's recursion. Let's find out. What the frick? Okay, it's definitely it's just something with Edge, I guess. Because all of the full screen is not working. Oh, yes! It makes the Bargo seizure mode. I forgot it did that. Yeah, it's actually really cool. I hope that nobody who has seizures tries that, though. Well, who has epilepsy, rather. But yeah, that's a neat, that's fun that they have that in. Okay, we're gonna load the blobs, and then once we've loaded those, what are we gonna do with them? Well, Ah, frick. We want to load it into a certain resource manager. So let's, okay. Let's do all this. And copy paste this and this. Okay. In this file, we're just gonna have resource manager be forward declared. So we're gonna be like that. But in this file, we're gonna need to actually we want to actually know how it works. So we can pass it in and stuff. Okay. And here we also need to pass it in. We don't have that yet, though. So I guess we can just have a global resource manager somewhere, right? Yeah, we should probably just have a global one somewhere, but where do we put it? That's the thing, right? I guess we could pass it in too. Okay, tell you what, we're gonna pass it in. I think we can do this. No. Confirmed. We cannot do this. I have one that lets you set it, but I don't have one that lets you get it yet. Let's change that. Didn't I have to do in this? Oh, I did, but I got rid of it because I decided I didn't need it, right? Fun song. All right. Build. Oh wait, you're not gonna build yet. Yeah, I screwed something up. Well, that, yeah. Oh dear. Okay. So there's measure should get funnel all the way into here. So now that we have it, they have all. I have all these different resources. I have Git archive as well. And I guess the only real difference here is like, yeah. Okay, so how am I gonna do this? Follow my rainbow, can't stick around, have to keep moving on. One way to find out, must keep on moving ahead. And not time for yes and follow my plan instead. Take my lead, I'll set you free, follow me. I'm just gonna treat it like user data. So here's my resource manager. The path is a native string, is that correct? I'm pretty sure it is. Wait, no, I think it's a chart pointer. Frick! Yeah, I forgot it was a chart. Okay, Oh yeah. Okay. Frick. Well, it doesn't matter much, I guess, does it? No, it doesn't matter. What in the heck are you doing? I'm gonna beat you guys with boxing gloves. Great video that was. Oh, what am I doing? Goodness, I really get out of it sometimes, don't I? Do we have a need for user data? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, good. Res data is just gonna be it's gonna be the pointer to the, yeah, it's gonna be these. How will we get the pack count? That's the thing. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Now what happens? No, but seriously though, I know we could also just load this into an HL archive and then store that away, but then the problem is we can't possibly get the types. Unless we yeah, we're just gonna do it like this. So here's what I'll do. We're gonna rely on the header split count. It's bad. This is bad. But hey, that's just a theory. A rad theory. Yeah, this really is bad, but whatever. This will work out actually. Okay. Yeah, fine. What's wrong with this now? The expected in expression. Oh. You know, if I don't want that, then I just don't want it. That's the thing, right? Yeah, this is not great. This probably should be something other than user data as well. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I mean, it'll work though. It really will. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. I mean, yeah, I guess just, when we go to destroy the resource manager, we also want to destroy this data, but the thing is, can we get all the data even? Oh, we can get the resource count of a certain type. Yeah, oh, we can do that. So we can just then get the, maybe like get user data, and then we can be like, yeah. Okay. It should just work then. I don't have this. There's actually a lot of memory leaks going on here. I don't have it freeing that yet. But we can have it free it. We can have it free it later. So here I'm actually freeing all the pointers. Yeah. And then here I'm going to free the actual list. Okay, so all I need to do is free the pack. Okay, yeah, that'll be fine. One thing, okay, but I do want to change this though. Oh, I did already! I didn't remember I did that. Okay. Wow, nice. What's the problem with this? Yes, it is. Oh, that was dumb. Anyway. Maybe just go to, yeah, just go to end for now. Great. Good stuff. Alright, so that should hopefully be enough to actually load all of the, load up the packs and then into blobs and then put it into the resource manager. And then later we can get that and we can do whatever we need to with it. So I think we're gonna go based on that. Alright, so, build, make sure it builds correctly. Now there are warnings. Differs in parameter list from game loader function. Does it now? Well, the issue isn't here. The issue is elsewhere. The issue, no, the issue's here. Actually, yeah. Okay, try to build it again. And now that one's confusing. What's going on here? This? Oh. Weird. Haha. Right. Work now? Oh no. Wait, what's the problem? What? Missing this before the... No. Oh. I didn't forward declare it. Okay, run it. Uh-oh. Wait, I thought I fixed this bug. Wait, what's going on? Hang on. Shader types mask and pixel. Wait, that's not a bug. That's supposed to... Why do I have a breakpoint here? I am confusion. No, like legit, what? Did I mean it to be here? This is correct now. I fixed that bug from the last stream. Okay, so it says delete, but that's not what it does. I changed all that, obviously. Okay, so W1A01, and we hit load. Okay. Path buff pointer is that. All right, we're going to append all this. So now it should be. Let's find out what it is. Sonic Forces extracted files clean out. War 0 W1A01. W1A01 terrain common pack. I think that's correct. You can't see the whole string in here easily because I don't know why. Nice. But anyway, so we're gonna try to load it and see what happens. We're loading the root pack apparently. Why is there a breakpoint here? What is this? Load split blobs. I don't remember putting this breakpoint here. I think that was somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, do that. Okay. Whoa, it did load something for sure. 13 splits. Well, 13 packs, so 12 splits. No, 13 in total, yeah. Yeah, 12 splits, it just starts at 0, it confused me, sorry. And then, yeah, okay, great, perfect, that's correct. And there's all the packs. Okay. We've got all the blobs. So now we should be able to just add that to the resource manager. We did, great. And now we're done. So, alright, epic. Why, thank you. Like they're just still slowly zooming out in the distance because I'm too lazy to change that. Alright, so there's the... So we got that loaded. Cool. It's not happening on another thread yet, so it is freezing right now, but we'll make it multi-threaded later. I have it set up so that it can be multi-threaded easily, I just haven't done it yet. Well, because I don't have threading code in C yet, I mean, it's a pain. I'll fix that later. So, load trade common, and then we want to load the sectors. So I guess let's do that, right? So now this is something where I'm not totally sure how to do this. So let me think about this for a bit, because we have this like draw list that we're going to populate each frame, but we need to have some other data somewhere that says what we need to draw. Well, rather like, yeah, just like what's terrain and what's other stuff, right? Because we don't just want to draw every model that's in the resource manager. We don't want to do that, obviously. We want to draw only the terrain, only the stuff that we need to in each frame, you know? So we need to have some data somewhere that says like, okay, here's terrain, right? And it would be nice to have it sectioned off into sectors. So we should be able to know, for example, that like, I don't know, any terrain in sector number 13 came from sector number 13, right? And so that way we can, you know, do some cool stuff. I don't know. It might be handy. So how are we gonna do that? We could have like a terrain group object that would, I don't know, just basically be like a list of, what, names? Yeah, just make it like a list of model names, basically. It would be best to have that be like a HL terrain group, because then we could also reuse that for gens and Unleashed, right? We could reuse that for Hedgehog Engine terrain groups. You know, I think I started work on this, and I just forgot. Hang on. Yeah, I did. Oh, I started the structs, but I don't actually have any code yet. Yeah, this file's empty. So, okay. So, Hedgehog Engine terrain group is just... Oh, the song stuff. It's just a list of terrain instances and model names. The instances are just, they have bounding spheres that say, like, where the groups start and stop. I assume those are used for loading, like for streaming. Like the engine uses that to determine if Sonic's in the sphere, then load it, right? But I might be wrong, I don't know how that works. And then it adds instance info names, and those are the instance info files. That's what it sounds like. Alright, well this is actually already great. This is already exactly what we need. It makes sense, right? When you start doing stuff like Sega does it, then like their stuff starts to make more sense. That's why I try to be really careful about doing it like that. Oh, let me just here's all the oh, there's a lot of lights. Holy frick! What? I forgot there were that many lights in this. Goodness gracious! There's no terrain instance info though, right? Oh, there is. No, they still do that. They just load all of it. Stupid question. For anyone who's... Like, I've modded Forces a bunch, but it's been a while since I've really done it. I can't remember off the top of my head. So you have, in Forces, you have, just like in the other Hedgehog games, you have instance info files. Terrain instance info, right? And then you also have terrain models, right? So if you have a terrain model without a corresponding terrain instance info, does the game still load that? Or not? Because I know in Lost World it does. In Lost World, if you just put terrain model in there without a terrain instance info, it just loads it. Anyway, but it just with a default, you know, instance position and such. But in Forces, I don't know if it does that. I assume it does, actually, but just wanted to ask. Actually, I'm pretty sure it does. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, this model doesn't even have it, so it definitely does. Okay. Never mind. So, that doesn't happen in gens, to my knowledge. You have to have instance infos for everything. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Alrighty, so, let me think about this for a bit. How are we gonna do this? Yeah, I guess just have no instance info names, right? Okay, so we definitely want to have this be a thing. This might take a while, but this would be worth it for sure. Okay, so what we want to have is like an HL terrain group, which is basically the exact same thing as this, and an HL terrain instance, which is pretty much the same as this as well. Can we generate that from an SV collision? Not entirely, definitely not. But we can generate it from a pack file, and I don't. The bounding sphere we can't, but the rest we could. They don't even use bounding spheres in SV calls at all. Like, they have AABBs, but those aren't bounding spheres. And they're for the shape, they're not for the, like, instance of terrain. They're for, like, entire sectors. So, I don't think there's any... Like, short of loading the instance info, which I don't think I have yet, I don't think there's any way to actually get the bounding sphere. And does the instance info even have that? I don't remember. Oh. Okay. That's the terrain block. That's the group info. Or back here again. That stuff is a mess. I don't know if this stuff was all ever actually properly figured out, but the frick, they have loaders. What is it? I have no clue what that is or how that works. It can't be the way that it's described in the spec because it makes no sense. Like, not even for Sonic Team. It just makes no sense at all. Okay, well, yeah, there's no bounding spheres in here at all, to my knowledge. So, there's a matrix, but, you know. So, we don't have any way of computing that for forces? Well, no, we have a way of computing it, but we don't have any way of, just knowing that. So, we need to, I don't know, I guess it doesn't really matter much, does it? But if we want to have, like, porting, we need to be able to compute that. But anyway, so let's have a... So, header here. Let's call it a terrain group. Okay, and we're basically going to copy paste all of this. I guess we do know the... No, sorry. That sounds pretty neat. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, we're gonna say include math, and all right, we're gonna need to have externals. We're gonna have that stuff. Okay. So we're gonna turn this into non-hedging into specific stuff. So we don't really care what the size is anymore, obviously. Okay, and then we're gonna say that's the bounding sphere. And you know what? I don't think I understand why that's a... That must be bounding spheres. They must have one for each instance. No? Let's put a to-do about that. Yeah, stuck on it. Is this actually bounding spheres? An array? We're just going to assume it isn't for now for simplicity. Bounding spheres. We're just going to embed that right inside the struct itself. See, I would think they would have done that too, though, unless it was an array. So that's why I think it might be an array. But anyway, oh jeez. Just have it be one pointer. Not size RT, just size T. Oh, dear. When did I do that? Apparently a little while ago. Okay. Terrain instance info entry, I guess. No, just instance makes more sense. It's easier to type too, so. Okay. Model count. Model names. Alright. Goody. So we're gonna have functions that generate these, but we're also actually, for what we're doing, we're just gonna straight up, we're not gonna do that yet. We're just going to auto-generate one ourselves manually. So the first thing to do is to load the sectors. Okay, so for this, it's gonna be interesting. Here we go. We're going to have a size T for pack counter. We're also gonna have one that's like I, and we're just gonna do this for now. I is less than 99 plus I. Parse xstage mission.lua. For now, we're just gonna do it manually. Okay, and for this, we're gonna want fn printf, I think, or rather f printf, something like that. Is that it? F printf. No. N printf? Oh, what is it? What's the function? I can't remember. We don't want to print to a stream, really. We want to print to, Oh, hang on. sprintf, is that it? It's sprintf. Yeah. So we need a native version of this, though. And I don't know what it's called, actually. I forget. Okay. Wide char sprintf. swprintf. Oh, I swear their wording is so bad sometimes. Like their naming schemes. Okay. So. Alright. We're going to use this. Right here. Okay. And the buffer, so the buffer is going to be path buff pointer file name index at this position. Okay. The buffer count is going to be wait, the buffer count. Wait, is that just how big the buffer is? That's how big the buffer is, right? Let me see. I forget. That's the maximum number of characters to store in the buffer. So the count's gonna be, I mean 255, but minus whatever this is. Okay, we'll say minus file name index. Okay, here we go. Here's the interesting thing. So we're gonna format this. Okay, so we need to replace that part with the sector, like ID or whatever, and then we need to, then these are the arguments. So, does anyone remember off the top of their head how to do that? I know it's very, very basic, but printf is something that kills me sometimes. I'm gonna look it up, but just wondering if anyone can get to it before me. Probably, most likely. Let's see, we got, we want to have an unsigned decimal integer. So u, %u, right? And we want it to be 2 digits. How do I specify that? I can never freaking remember. Is it like U2 or something? I'm trying to figure it out. Left pads the number with zeros instead of spaces when padding is specified. Okay, let me just look up, oh, I guess we don't need to, do we? It's always going to be the right... Yeah, it's fine. Okay. It's always going to be less than 99, so it's okay. That also doesn't need to be a size T, but... I guess that's safe. Just do that, whatever. Well, let's see. You say the type by being like, you give it like a specifier. So you say like, oh frick. I'm so bad with printf. I really am. It's so powerful, but I'm just terrible with it. Hang on. What's the, I guess unsigned char? I guess we don't really care what it is. No, we do care. Oh, well, wait, duh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, but I don't think we need to cast it or anything. Okay. Da, 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 da. Beautiful. So this is kind of problematic. You want to be able to load it up later, right? But like... in this life, there's no room for you and me. I think we can just, I don't know. Does it have to have a, like, do we really have to give it that? I don't remember. It appears so. Res ID is the last res ID is going to be that. Save the night, else beyond you as what you roll. You dare to fight evil's might. Okay. Frick, we're gonna put the res ID in. Well, no, we're gonna check if it's null or not, and if it is, we're not gonna do it. So that's what we'll do. All right. So we don't have to. So now the names are optional. So if we don't need to retrieve it with a name, we can just do that. Oh, well. All right. So I'm gonna do this. Okay, but one difference, one big difference here, of course. If this fails, we're not just gonna end. We're going to check to see if it fails, and the result. How about this? Also, we can. There can be instances where like sectors are skipped, right? Yeah, you go from 0 all the way to 11. So we need to account for that. So if it fails, we're gonna say if result equals HL error not found. Then we're gonna continue. Okay, so just skip this pack if. Skip this sector if the pack wasn't found. If we encountered another error, fail. Alright. Okay, and we'll put up the pointer here as well. So, let's go, gamers. Let's put a million breakpoints, build this. And probably watch my error that I made. Alright, let's run this. Let's frickin' go! Okay, W1A01. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna load that. We just did. Cool, we got all the packs in there. Good stuff. We're not gonna free it because it's gonna be in the resource manager now. And then that should free itself later. We have... Okay, what's the path buffer? I can't read the whole thing, so let's pull this up here. W1A1 terrain S0. Frick. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, right. So we do need to pad it by like 1. How do I do that? I can't remember. Left pads the number with zeros instead of spaces when padding is specified. See width sub-specifier. Number. Where do you put the... I'm such an idiot sometimes when it comes to this stuff, but I swear. Do you put it before or after this? I guess we'll find out. Is it 2U or U2? We'll find out. Okay, it just put a space, and then it put a 0. So that's not right. Oh, instead of spaces. Okay, left pads with 0 instead of spaces. See the width. Okay, so you're supposed to put this, like... That can't be right. Hang on, pad number by 2. Simply assign the decimal number. How do you do this? Hang on. Oh, you know, you're actually supposed to do this, I think. Is that correct? Ah, frig. I'm such a moron sometimes. Okay. Enter doesn't work with this either, so we should probably fix that sometime if that's possible, because that's kind of annoying. Song slaps. Terrain S00, that looks correct. Okay. Let's see what happens. We loaded it, there were 2 packs. That is correct. Okay. We're gonna load this whole freaking folder, and that's quite big. It would be ideal if we didn't have to do that. Oh boy. But that's not gonna kill anyone. It's just gonna come very close. Okay. And we actually do need all that data. I mean, the game does too. So I don't think it's wasteful in this case because we actually do need to load all that. Okay, so we are on the we're on number 1 now. Okay. The path buffer's now that. Okay. We're gonna load the blobs, and we failed, and the error was unknown, actually. Not found, it was just unknown. So that's a problem, because that will make this fail. So we need to figure out why it was unknown. Song's pretty good too, isn't it? Speedrunning through 2, but you died twice on the 4th boss, and you got a game over under carrying 1. Happened in about 18 minutes. Gonna go on to sub 30. Oh frick! Sorry, you were real close to getting that. This is the root pack. These. All right. So now we're gonna run this again, and we already failed here. Error unknown. The error is unknown, apparently. Okay, so that's fascinating because I would think the error would be very well known. Did we just not handle that yet? No, we don't freaking handle that yet. Oh. Okay. This music that plays when something breaks and I was trying to fix it. Yeah, it's just very intense. It's like breaking, breaking. Why is this OST so good? Like, legit? Can't believe how good it is. Okay, H result from Windows 2 is error file not found, which is what we want, great. But, the normal, like... What's the normal, like... Oh, it's an H result. Oh. Okay. So it's error file not found, but... That's not a thing, right? Yeah, we need to... Okay, so I guess it's, I guess it's this. Is that right? It is, but we're not allowed to do that. So we need to call that other one. Still need a macro, you can use this. I do. I hope that doesn't go away anytime soon. I mean, it shouldn't, knowing Microsoft. Okay. Let's run it. I should have a breakpoint there, actually. Yeah, I thought that's what happened. Alright, let's try it again. Let's go. Okay. Alright, we succeed the first time, fail the second time with error not found. Okay. Is it not found? It is. Fantastic. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the next one. Yay! Okay, so we're gonna try 2 now, and that will not work, and we're just gonna keep repeating this until we get all the way to... I'm gonna actually leave this here. Okay, so this time we're at Sector 11. That one succeeded. Great, so when I hit continue it should be 12. Great, when I hit continue it should be 13, and then 15? Yes. And it's just loading all the sectors. Okay, so 16 and then 20, 16, 20. Cool. It should just be 21, 22, 24, 31, and yeah, we should just be able to see it working as we go. The last one should be 70. 61, 62, 70. Whew, alright, it succeeded. That's a lot of memory that it's using, but again, it's all required, sadly, for when we actually display the models. Okay, so now that we have all the packs loaded, we need to display the models. So, for this, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have a parser thing. I already have this, yeah, parses.c and parses.h. I haven't actually programmed them yet, but I do have them. So we're gonna write this. And the idea is, right, that you have, well, actually, I guess you could do this for several different, let me think about this. How are we gonna do this? There's a few ways it can be done, right? I mean, what we really want to do is basically copy-paste some stuff from HedgeEdit for this. So, we could get like a function. Okay, let's have let's just have one that's like, I don't know. Can it fail even? No, definitely can. Okay. Parse pack xv3. Okay. And we'll just we're gonna take in a blob pointer. We're gonna have a we're gonna load it into the resource manager. The blob, yeah, we're just gonna do this for every pack. So we don't actually want to do that with how about this? Lobs? And we're not going to know the pack count. We're just going to determine that from this. So, okay, let's nah, let's include this. Okay. And then type def destruct and this one. Okay, and then we're gonna put that here. This is a PogChamp moment. You can get a PogChamp moment too at your local Pizza Hut. Alright. So this will be fun. Kind of dreading routing this. I don't think I don't think it'll be that bad. It's just for some reason it feels like it will be. Logically speaking, this actually shouldn't even be bad. Like, genuinely? It's just for some reason I'm scared. Alright, so this recurses, doesn't it? It sure does. Okay, so we're gonna grab this whole function. We're gonna copy paste it, and we're gonna mess with it. So let's go. I'm gonna say parse entries. Okay, so we're gonna have file nodes. We're gonna parse those. We're gonna have this makes it play when Rad wants to rewrite something. It's like, no, Rad, don't do it. We're not doing this. Also, the current data point, we're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. We're just saying resource management. Okay. So obviously, like, code's gonna break, so we're gonna change some things. So, okay, let's. We're not doing this at all. We're just gonna copy. Yeah, we're just gonna copy it into the. Oh wait, no, we're not even doing that, are we? Oh, yeah, we're not doing any of this. All we're gonna do is, at this point, we don't even need that. Yeah. Current data pointer, no, we don't need that. That isn't a thing. Here. Copy extension, no, we're not doing any of this. So I don't believe we are. No, we're not. Is this 3D or 2D? It's 3D. I may support 2D games at some point in the future, but my main focus is 3D games. Current entry meta, and data. Okay, so instead of setting that, oh, this is a string flag, right. We're not doing any of this either. Literally all we're gonna do is we're gonna say if the data is here. And also, we do want to skip the proxies, right? If not, skip proxies. So if we're not skipping the proxies, or it's equal to this. Yeah. We're not ever skipping. We're always skipping proxies, so we don't need to check for that anymore. We can get rid of this. Okay. Set the...
Whoa, want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and views on bigfollows.com?
Bro. I can become famous. How do you do this? Let's say you do that. This isn't from Sonic, it's from Tangled, SMH. Does it sound like Tangled music? The Tangled OST is actually really good. It's a good movie. Just honestly. Okay, so we're not doing any of this. What we're doing is, we have the path buffer now. So we just need to add the data. So we're gonna say like res... Oh, I didn't include it. Okay. Add resource.
Down below, Sonic is on the go.
It's really corny, but I love it, actually.
This time, not alone. We got some friends along. And as a team, we become even stronger.
It really is probably the corniest song in all of Sonic games, but I like it. It's fun. Tangled is your second favorite movie of all time? Wow, nice. Yeah, it's honestly very good. I don't know where I'd rank it, but it's a great movie. It's aged so well, too. Like, it's already a decade old, isn't it? Or at least near a decade old. And it feels like it pretty much just came out. Okay, we're gonna pass some path buffer, yep. Okay, res type.
Sonic's in the lead.
So this is the thing, we don't know what the type is yet. So we need to, you know, figure that out. Oh, no we don't, no we don't. It's never as hard as it seems. Something special, something we share in our dreams. Okay, res data. Together, not ever left me with my friends by my side. Alright, so actually what we want to do is not this. Yeah, we want to use a parser function. So we're gonna say type def HO result and say parser function. And it's just going to be a constant void, just the data, and is that all we need? Yeah, that should be all we need. So we don't even need this. No, we do. Alright, there we go, sorry. Alright. And... oh, I guess this should be uppercase. We're not doing this, we're saying parser func, and we're just gonna... We're going off as your all-time favorite? Oh, wow. Yeah, Reckon's really good. It's genuinely amazing. Wait, what did I do before? Oh, that's what I did apparently. Hmm. Alright, so we're gonna call this and use the data. So actually, this is not totally correct. Yo, it's Ori again. I love Ori, it's great. I need to play it, but what I meant was the OST. I love the OST. Okay, we're not doing this, we're not doing that. We're not doing any of this. We're just parsing. Okay. Great, so then we just recurse. This is actually dead simple, now that I look at it. For distance. No, I haven't watched it yet. Sorry, I've been meaning to. I didn't forget, I just had a lot going on. But yeah, I'd love to sometime. That sounds so good. Like, holy frick. Okay, so... we need, like, types, you know? The main thing is how do we get the right parser function, you know? I guess what we can do is just, like, you know, just basically string compare and then just figure it out from there, right? So be like, okay, parser, I don't know, type parse info or something like that? Say type info. Yeah, parse type info, why not? Here's what you need. A type and a parse function. And then you have all these different arrays, so you're gonna have like... While your dad was away, your mom insisted you watch it in about a week? That's cool. The whole thing? That's awesome. Well, yeah, I would imagine the whole thing because we watched one episode in an entire week. Yeah, you meant the whole thing. That's cool. Let's do this. Packages for the types. There we go. Actually, let's say types like x3 so I can capitalize it right. Okay, so we're just gonna do this, right? We're just gonna say res model. Let's say res terrain model. I don't remember the types. I just straight up don't remember them. I have a whole list somewhere. Mirage terrain instance info model texture. Is it actually wait, so the type's actually Mirage terrain model? Or is it just res model? I think it's Mirage terrain model, isn't it? I'm gonna pull up old HedgeEdit again. No archives. I think this is it. Yeah, this is a very helpful table that I've generated here. I'm gonna use this in new HedgeEdit soon. Okay. Type is 29. Res Mirage terrain model, that's it. Okay. And the parser function is going to be defined later. No, let's define it now, actually. Let's just, grab this, put it there. Okay, terrain model. Parse terrain model? No, sorry, I guess we can, yeah, we can name them like that. That's fine. Meow. Meow, meow. Oh no. I'm really sorry to hear that. I don't really know what to say. I'm sorry. I hope that's awful. I just hope things get better for you soon. Let's see. Is this not okay? It should be okay. I don't see why it's saying there's too many. Oh. It's because there was. That's one. Okay, good. All right, so here's the parser. So in the parser, we're just going to just parse it. I mean, what else do we say? HedgeLib. We're gonna create a. I'm sorry. We're gonna say models. I'm gonna say HedgeEdit model. Yeah. And we're also going to have HRGPU model. Okay. So, HH model, sorry, HH terrain model parse. Yeah? Yeah. And then we can just cast it. No, we can't. Can we? Wait. Yeah, we can't. Yeah. So the whole intent of this was well, wait, actually. Read takes a blob pointer, and it'll fix the data, and then it will. Yeah. So actually, we don't want this to be constant, do we? We want to be able to fix the data. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Why is this like actually kind of peaceful? Is that just me? Like, frick, I don't know. It's so chill. This is my thinking music. I love how Tesla really got Rad the Lego Movie game. I should get Rad Cars 2. That game is legit great. Yeah, I thought it was funny too that he got it. It was actually really fun. But yeah, Cars 2. I've never played that. I didn't even know they had a game on it. I mean, I guess I kind of assumed they did, but that's cool. That's good. You know the game was surprisingly good. There's like a Speed Racer game for the Wii. You know, actually, I need to be careful on how I phrase this. I don't know if it's actually good. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen video of it. Holy frig! I was kind of surprised. It looks a lot better than you would think. Like, when you hear Speed Racer game for the Wii, you think, okay. It's based on the movie, too, right? So you're thinking, okay, it's gonna be like one of those cheap, you know, movie games. But it looks like a legit good racer game. I don't know, I was kind of surprised. Anyway, sorry, it's kind of random, but... So, it's kind of fun to do. So actually we can know the data size. Maybe it would be better to... Let's actually pass it in. And if you... Like, we're not going to bother making it into a blob every time. But if we do need to do that, we can do that here. So we can just say blob equals this. And it's going to be a... it's data and size. Right? Just like that. And now we can just read it. And for the model, we can just just do this. There you go. Okay, so now we've just parsed the model data. Another great move. Sorry, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Rehydrated Stream Win. I don't have that, but I've seen a bunch of people play it. Actually, surprising, it looks very good. I'm so impressed that they even made that game in the first place, to be honest. But yeah, it looks amazing. Another great movie game is Madagascar PS2. Never played that either, but that's awesome. Oh, is that the one that was done by No, I think I'm mistaken. There was at least a prototype of a Madagascar game that was done by Traveler's Tales. That I remember, like, John Burnham showed off on Game Hut a little bit. He had this whole freaking particle editor and everything, and he was showing it, and it was, like, really impressively done. It's kind of a shame it didn't get used. But... was it Madagascar? I don't know, maybe they... I don't know if they developed the one that was released. Or not. I honestly just don't remember. Have you guys seen the Radfordhound movie? Legit great movie. I don't remember. I've seen several. You mean Out in the Chipmunks? Yeah. I've seen several of those. I don't remember which one the fourth one is. I'm sorry. It's weird, right? It's it's like I'm bad sometimes at remembering the order that things happen in. I don't know. But I probably have seen it. There were a lot of good ones, honestly. Do you really want to give Rod the Ratchet games because you know he's gonna freaking love any of them? But there's $100 worth of games. I am. You don't have to. Seriously, you're good. I plan on trying this out just on my own sometime. Anyway. But thanks, though. I appreciate the gesture. The one release was by Activision, so I guess not. Oh, rip. Hey, still, apparently it's a really good game. So good job, Activision. I should try it out sometime. That'd be a fun stream. Yo, speaking of fun, this song Alright, so once I've read the terrain model, all that has to be done is GPU model create. Oh, I need the instance though, frick. Okay, but we can pass that in, that's okay. Here's the model. Shader code. Wow. I forgot that this was required. That's stupid. I don't like that. Why is it so good? Like, I genuinely can't get over how good it is. This is stupid. Let me make it not stupid. I think I know a way I can solve this. So, not there. No. It's somewhere else, isn't it? There it is. Here's what we're gonna do. We're already passing in the resource managers, so just freaking. Get rid of this. And go up there, right? Get rid of this. Instead of doing that stupid thing that we were doing before, don't do that. And when we need the code, when we need it here, we're gonna get the code from. Okay, we'll get. We don't have access to this, do we? Well, we do, but we're. Oh, we do. Right, we do. Okay, let's say instance get default shader code. Alright, so we're gonna make this a function. "20 layers." I don't even entirely know what that's referred to, but you just mean like all the code we have to dig through? So yeah, there's quite a lot. Oh, was that defined in resource? It was defined in shader, which includes resource. So the answer is it's no. Ah, frick. But it's okay. We can do this. Now we have it, and also resource, so we're good. You know, we don't even need to do that though. Well, but we will. So, what's wrong? Yeah, it's just being dumb. Okay, GPU, here we go. So, this, is that fine? Yeah, you do want a pointer to it, yeah. So, include that as well. Got it now? Yes. Yes, it's working. It's working. Oh, you mean the song? Gotcha. That's funny. You really want to see Rad's reaction to half of the scenes in a crack in time. The game's 11 years old, so it looks gorgeous, and it's your second favorite game of all time. Oh wow, that's amazing. All the main series Ratchet games are between 80 to 95 Metacritic. That's awesome. They're making a new one, right? For the PS5, or am I misremembering something? I'm fairly certain they are. The trailer for it looked really cool. Yeah, I know very little about the Ratchet and Clank games, but For everything I've seen about them and heard about them is good. So yeah, definitely do want to try them someday. Okay, so when we make an instance, I also want to make... I also want to include some stuff in this. What does the renderer include? Okay, everything but this thing that I need. No, wait, we're good. Just for declared, and yeah, because we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a pointer. Oh. Nah. Default code. There's a reason for this. Okay, and then in the instance, we're going to, after we do everything else, create the device. Okay. Create default shader code. Did I... No? Rift Apart? Yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Hasn't been a mainstream game since 2013. Oh, frick. Okay. Cool. So it's like a return to form, I guess. Wow, that's been a while. The PS2 ones have PS3 ports. Oh, neat. They're all on the PS3 technically. Oh, freaking awesome. Okay. Well, I should play them sometime then. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna do this, but with what's on my clipboard? I feel like there's something on my clipboard. Oh, it didn't matter much. You know that feeling like I have to paste? I'm addicted to pasting. It's the only way. Okay, that doesn't exist yet, but we're gonna make it exist, doggone it. First. This is the name of... Ah. It's a bit loud. This was the, this is gonna be the name of the, like, default shader code, yeah. So all we need to do to create that is just be like... code length and then code. Yeah, I mean, it'd be probably more catch friendly to do this, I would think. It's not like this is gonna matter at all, but yeah, it would be a little more catch friendly to do it like that. Because we could dereference both of... Okay, anyway. It's a difference of like 8 bytes. It's not, it doesn't matter. It's good. Alright, so... But obviously we want to return a pointer to it. Yes. Alright, so this code will fail to compile, because we don't have that yet. We're gonna fix that. So, go back. Go back again. No. Alright, here we go. So... So I have the system set up where you can, put shaders here. And run the pre-make, and when you compile, VS is going to automatically generate this header, and then you can embed that in your source. And it's pretty cool, so that's what I want to go for with this. And we don't need to free that or anything, because it's just statically, it's just always in the... Oh, look at that. Look, there we go, look at that. I've had this issue a lot, and no, I don't have any extensions on for C++ code to my knowledge, so it shouldn't be caused by an extension, it's just does that. Okay. Okay, so all this should work now. We just need to run this code. We'll get this to work and then compile. So, resource manager, HR model. Yeah, let's actually rename this to HR model to avoid confusion. Okay. Yep, we'll go with that, and we need to pass in the instance, obviously, but we're not there yet. Before we do anything else, we want to free the HR model, regardless of whether we failed or succeeded. Okay, and then lastly, we're going to add a resource. The relative path is going to be, well, we should have passed that in, shouldn't we? Okay, so we're going to need that too. We're going to say rel path type GPU model. Data is HR model. Oh yeah, we need that to be up there then. Return whatever this is. Like whatever that results in, we're gonna return that. Okay. So let's fix up the parse function a bit. Instance. Okay, then there's the data and the data size. And then there's the, well actually let's first have the rel path. I think that's nicer, get that first. Okay, and there we go. That's the parse function. It's pretty big now. It's gotten a bit chunky. That's okay. Put it like that. And I think everything's good, except for this. Obviously when we call it. Okay, so we're gonna need the instance here as well, so we're gonna have to pass all that in, but we'll get that later. Rel path, we just need the path buffer. Yeah, we're just gonna pass the path buffer in. The data is this, and the data size is this. And there's the resource manager. Okay. So should be good. We're gonna need the instance though, so let's get that. Song kind of slaps, not gonna lie. Okay, so we also need to pass that in. Alright, so we need the instance. So we're gonna need that. So let's pass that in here too. Oh, it's the one that loops a million times. Gotcha. Every area is considered great, a small exception being 2011 and 2012, but you found the 2012 game pretty great. So you can play 3 of them in co-op multiplayer with Mule? Oh, cool. That's awesome. Holy frick. Most people find 2, 3, and 8 Crack in Time, which is Game 7, the best ones. The first one was kind of clunky. The main series 8 are all fun 200%. Just casually putting that out there. Well, cool. Maybe I'll have to do like a marathon someday. Honestly, I'd be up for it. It sounds pretty cool. I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon, but I want to get the stage loaded first. That's the goal of tonight, right? So so we're actually almost to that point. We're very, as long as something goes wrong, which probably will, but we're actually very close to that. So let me just build. I hope it compiles the shader first. It did. Okay, good. Good. Okay. All right, we got some warnings. No big deal. Oh, this is just because I changed that. We don't need that anymore. Just straight up, it's just not needed anymore. Yeah, we also don't need to do any of this at all, do we? I guess we don't really. So, delete that. It's just not necessary anymore. Cool. And for this, we're not gonna do that either. We're gonna pass in 0. Okay, sure. 0. They're all mainnet C warnings, so let's compile that again. Yay! Alright, so when we get the default like shader, obviously, right, we're gonna need to fix something. So let's say here we go. Game 6 is only like 3 hours long, game 8 is 5 hours long. Oh wow. It's just like Sonic. Sorry, I had to. This is valid now, because it did compile. It's just being stupid. There it goes. Okay. So, somewhere, I think in backend? No. Backend. Yeah. We have this. So default shader. So we're gonna do that. So the idea here is that the very first thing in each one of these resource arrays inside of the resource manager, the very first thing is always a default value, not like a loaded resource. It's like a default resource, right? And the reason for that is if you pass in 0 or like null, right, as a resource ID in any of the functions that gets linked from the resource manager, you'll just get a default. So it won't error out. You won't get some random data. You're just gonna get a default. And that's kind of the intent. So the default shader should just be default VS, default PS, that kind of thing. Default model should be like, I don't know, a cube or something. Like in HedgeEdit C#, with the checkerboard on it. I think that'll be the default model. Default texture will be like the checkerboard pattern or something like that along those lines. Default vertex format, it's gonna be just, default vertex format, I guess. Default model, I already went over that. No, I don't know about archives. I guess for that you're just gonna have there just is no default for that. So instead, 0 is just a null thing. And probably the same for user data, but yeah, I want to have defaults for most things. Here's the personal ratings for the games. Oh, this is what you rate out of 10. Cool. Oh, they're all pretty good. They're pretty good ratings. Except for the first one, I guess, but you said that one's a little janky, so that makes sense. Cool beans, as they say. Alright, I'm gonna include, that. I'm gonna make a shader program create. I'm gonna make one using the oh wait, we don't have an instance yet, do we? Frick. Yeah, that's a real problem, isn't it? Yeah, how can we have a default resource if we don't even have... Yeah, this wasn't well thought out, was it? So we need... We're gonna do this. Okay, so we're gonna get a default resource using the instance, whatever, right? Alright, so when we, the resource manager has a pointer to that, I hope. We'll find out. So, okay, now we just have the instance, and we're going to say VS Code. Okay. Let's say default VS Code. So we're also going to include the these. Oh, you know, yeah, yeah, you know, I meant to actually copy that in. I do have that system set up, but I kind of don't want other people to have to rely on it working for them. Because it should, but I have a feeling that's a thing that would make it not compile for someone, you know? And I don't want to risk that at all. I want it to be really easy to compile this stuff, always. So, just copy pasting it in here. And we're just gonna say default VS and default PS. We're gonna do that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't actually see the issue with that, to be honest. No, it didn't either. It just had to act like it did for a second. Alright. DXC default. No. What is it? What's it called? Well, you can do it. Come on. You can do it. I don't know why I say that. It's just fun. Okay, and it's saying that that's a problem, but it isn't. So, we don't have to make a copy of this every time if we don't want to, but in the instance, but for catch locality, I think we will. So, not that it's a big deal. It isn't. But it's not a big deal either way, so why not go for the way it's a little faster? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, I need to include the other thing. In the other file, I need to fix the name. We don't have any of this, any of that, any of that. We do have shader program. Wait, so this is a pointer to an array of voids, which is... That's really weird that I made it like that. I don't really know why I did that, to be honest. Why didn't I just allocate an object? That's so weird. Like, huh? Are you gonna have several defaults, or what's the... Or how does this work? I'm not sure I'm really clear on it, but okay. Yeah, why did I do it like that, actually? Well, first of all, let me change the name of this. Okay. And then second of all, in the resource... Is this never called? Oh, it's set to that, yeah, it's like... Oh. It threw me for a loop. Oh, you're allocating the whole dang list. That's why. Okay. Allocating the whole dang list. Okay, so we're just gonna set this to just put it in the first one. And yeah, it's gonna be a pointer to a pointer, so actually you can just straight up do this. Just shader program. Yes, okay. I guess we can't fail either. All right. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, if that fails, then free the defaults list and return null. But otherwise, break. Alright. Alright. That definitely could be better. Definitely, probably should be better as well. But whatever, okay. So, please tell me that this thing has an it doesn't. Really? Ah, frick. Okay. Well then, let me think. Bum 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 bum. Into the Nexus is kind of like Crack in Time Light 2.0, Deadlocked All for One, and Full Frontal Assault Co-op. The Crack in Time's prototype name was Clock Brothers, reason enough to play it. If you mind, Ryan, because you had support for all Sonic also Transform? No, I don't mind. I'd like to do that sometime, actually. Though, yeah, I know nothing about how that game's structured at all, so I'd have to learn a lot about that. I'm sure he does mind. That was maybe a different dev. Well, yeah, it's made by different developers than Sonic Team, so it definitely will be a little different from Sonic Team projects, but I don't think it'll be impossible to figure out. Though, yeah, I don't think anyone really has looked into it much yet, to my knowledge, so I feel like it'll be tough, right, to get support for that working. But yeah, to answer the question, I would like to do that sometime. Just know that that's not going to be like an easy thing. That'll take me a little while, but I do want to get that added as well. And TSR, TSR is something I've planned for a while now as well. They're just kind of, with all due respect, they're a little lower on my priority list at the moment because they're not games that seem to have much like modding demand around them right now, you know. But I definitely do want to support them someday. I'm just trying to, like, you know, I'm one person, so I'm trying to, like, prioritize a little bit. Did I miss some? Full Frontal Assault is a normal Ratchet game, but it's tower defense. That sounds interesting. You haven't played All for One in a long time due to blandness. Current time is super emotional, introduces amazing mechanics, and looks beautiful. It's awesome. Sounds good. Quest for Rudy is basically TOD DLC, Tools of Destruction DLC, but a separate game. And Tools of Destruction is buggy for space leading, but it's really fun. Okay, cool. Let's see. You would say that Crack in Time test on it is 9 out of 10. Whoa, holy frick, okay. That's amazing. All for One is 4.8. It's a spin-off, though. Okay. So I guess it wasn't as cool as I thought, but... Oh, no, sorry. I mixed it up with Full Frontal Assault for some reason, sorry. Full Frontal Assault, you said it's 8 out of 10. Oh, great, cool. And then 7.7 out of 10, and the bonus remake is 6.6 out of 10. Gameplay was fine, but the story stinked. 1 is jank, 2 is jank but refined and not jank, 3 is super refined and comedy gold, 4 is almost spin-off but not, and 4 is deadlocked. Okay. Wow, cool. Yeah, I gotta try them out sometime. It sounds like almost all of them are really good, which is really cool. I like it when a series can be like that, just like, you know, good all the time. What can I use? Sonic? I'm just kidding. So I think. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a bit of tweaking to the resource manager, but that's the one thing that I should have to do before this will work. The big thing here is, okay, so I can just pass in an instance into the resource manager create function and put the get default res thing in the instance instead of in the backend. Just move that out, and that would make a lot more sense. Honestly, that'd probably be for the better. However, so one issue with that, when I go to free, oh, actually no, I don't think it matters. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so instance, and we're not passing the backend at all. We're gonna pass in the instance. We're not doing this. Instead, we're gonna say, oh, but we don't know how the instance works, right? Oh dear, that's why I did that. Okay. So this is not linked up to the backend. That's the thing. So I can't like call a function that's implemented in the backend, because that's not valid. I have to call up, so that's why I used a function pointer. Okay, why don't I just take this the lazy way out? Apparently I had it be a constant backend. Okay, so constant hr backend, and then instance. Okay, so we'll just do that. That's fine. Series seems to have Sonic-inspired mechanics, grinding hour boots. It makes sense when you get to a clock of time. Yeah, I noticed it seemed very Sonic-inspired. It seemed like it was similar in a lot of ways, but I mean it in a good way, though. It seemed like it had a lot of the coolness of it. So it would honestly probably be a good fit for my channel and such. Okay, so well, this is a little hacky, but you know what? That'll work. That'll work just fine. So when we go to create it, though, create, we have to pass in the instance as well. Okay. Should work. Unless I messed something up, which I probably did. Wow, alright. Okay. I guess we're gonna run that now. I should play when the PS5 comes out. When is that? It's pretty soon, isn't it? I actually don't remember the launch date of it. Okay, so it's gonna create the... Oh, it created it? Wait a minute. Alrighty, beautiful. And we still have the shaders working, so that means that it did actually load. Good stuff. This song also slaps. Everything from a 6 slaps. Except for the game. No, really, it's pretty fun. Right, so I never called the parser function, but I do have this loading. So, okay. This will be interesting. Parsers, okay. When we go to load, we're gonna add that. And then, we're also going to parse. So we're gonna say parse pacx v3. Instance. Do we not have that? I never gave it an instance pointer. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. Packs and the resource manager. And that's the result. And if we fail, we gotta go to the end. We don't want to free that though. Actually, do we want to do this? Just ignore failed resources? I think we would just want to do that. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. So. We need to have a different... We need to do that here too, with the textures, but... Okay, so like, hang on. Parse textures / materials / what else do we need to parse from this? I mean, a lot, right? SV collision, obviously. I mean, animations and stuff. UV anims. I was gonna say but not models, but now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, why not? If there was a model in this... Oh yeah, if there was a model in that, just parse it, I guess. Parse models? Should we also parse models here if we find them? I don't know if the game does that or not. We'll have to test to figure that out. The console's in November, the game sometime in the launch window. Okay. Has been ever since Unleashed and Select Marathon and Evil Land? Yeah, holy frick, yeah. I believe it has. Time goes by so fast sometimes, doesn't it? It's crazy. Parse data in packs. Add resources. Sorry, how about add packs to resource manager. Load packs. Okay. Okay. So we need to have the instance pointer, but beyond that, this is the main thing. Once we're in here, we need to write this function. So, okay. I do have that. Header. Okay, so we're gonna get this. And we did already fix the packs. The load function already fixed the packs, but it didn't fix, I think it did. And it should have, so that means any swapping and everything as well. But, I don't know what I was gonna say, sorry. Okay, so anyway, root pack split count, there we go. So that's, we're gonna use that to figure out how many splits there are. Alright, so we're just gonna go in order. We're gonna parse each one. So first of all, in pacxv3 parse entries instance, we need to get the file nodes pointer and everything. Oh yeah, so let me just grab okay. Let's grab this. And where's the path buffer at? Here it is. So here's what I did to read that. Okay. So we're just gonna copy paste this into its own little function here. I'm just gonna call it, like, I don't know, in pack xv3 parse. We'll just go with that. Okay, so we need to have the instance. We're gonna need to have just the one pack. Packs data. Oh, look at that. Oh, you know, this isn't that far off from... Okay, hang on. We're actually just gonna do this. I think. Wait, why that though? Is it really a UN32? Wonder why. Interesting. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna use that instead of this. We're gonna put this up here and this over here. Okay, current entry count. No, we don't even need this. Sorry, we don't even need that anymore. Okay, so grab all this and put it in here. Okay, and yeah, we can just do this for. Actually, I'm a little confused about something. Hang on, what? No, that's every pack. That's every single one. Yeah, so you don't need... Sorry. It's not just the splits, it's every pack. So actually we do need to do this for... all of them. Okay. So... almost everything is done. We're so close, actually. The song is very good. It doesn't even slap. It transcends. It kind of sounds like elevator music, except if elevator music was heavenly. Asked them twice. What a weird description, I know, but. Okay, we need to get the type first. For now, I'll say parser, and we'll fill that in a second. Path buffer, resource manager. Okay. Okay, so for each, okay, so we're gonna say type nodes, type data indices 2.data, and that's how you get the file tree. Okay, but we don't. Well, we want to get more than just that. So. We don't just want to go to the data node. We need to copy the whole tree in. So what we're gonna do is we're not even gonna do this. We're just gonna say we're gonna have a function that's like something like okay, we're gonna have two file entries and also path entries, I guess. Type entries. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. Okay, so we start off with the child indices. If it has data, it's not a data entry. Actually, it's going to be a node tree. We're going to call it file tree because that's what it is. Okay. And we don't need that yet. file tree. We're gonna repeat it. It's the thing, right? So okay, so you missed 2006 to 2009 Sonic Team so much. Yeah, I feel that. Have you played Game Day Tycoon before? No, I haven't, but I've seen a billion streams of it, and it looks very fun. It's just one of those things, though, right? It's like, I don't know. It kind of seems like the real fun from it is just like naming the games and stuff, right? But yeah, so I don't know if I did a stream of it, how entertaining it would be, especially considering, you know, PGTM. But I'd be open to trying it sometime. It looks fun. Okay, so the file nodes would be almost up there. Okay. How does it know when did... Oh, it uses the child... Right, it uses the child nodes, I forgot. Okay. Parser, yeah, we need to get that here. And we're gonna use the same path, but we're just gonna reset it, basically. Okay, so there we go. That's where we're gonna stop that, I guess. Oh no, we can't use the same path buffer because we need to copy it back in. Okay, so so we're not gonna use that here. We're gonna use, okay, we're gonna like do this. When we, okay, so we got parser, we have path buffer, we have resource manager. Okay, it's worth $5 or $10. So you can figure out the price. It also has mods and making a 9 out of 10 plus game super satisfying. Sounds fun. I didn't know it had mods actually. That's cool. And so when it finishes, yeah, you want to just continue to iterate through the other. Yeah, okay, so good. There shouldn't be any other child nodes at that point. Shouldn't. I mean, I guess there could technically be. There could technically be. There shouldn't be. But I guess if there were, you would want to do this. You wouldn't want to return. So anyway, okay, so we're just gonna do that and then continue to go down here and recurse through the children, and then, yeah, there shouldn't be any in the first place. But anyway. So, okay, so we're gonna call this again instance type nodes, type node, type buffer, path buffer, and then the resource manager. Okay, so here's where we have to get the parser. All right. Okay, we're gonna have a function that's like Git parse. Let's actually just do this. Git parser, and we're just gonna say like type. And literally, it's gonna be as simple as you think it's gonna be. Oh, actually, no. Well, not quite. It's gonna be a little more. Types. It's gonna be dead simple. We just loop through all the types and, you know, just compare them. If that equals the type string, well, yeah, if that equals that, then we want to return that. Otherwise, if we can't find one, we return null. It's dead simple. Alright, so here we're going to just call that on the type string, which is going to be this. Alright, problem though. What, it can be null, so let's it is a pointer, right? Yeah, it is. Skip unknown or unsupported types. Alright, so only if the parser is valid do we do this. Alrighty, so we're gonna fix that in a second. So up here, there's some things that are wrong. Actually, that might be the only thing that was wrong. Buffer resource manager. Okay. Alright. Alright, I think that's all that has to be done with that. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but this should be fine. So, did I forward declare that? No, it's just VS is being done, I think. It's good at doing that. Instance, we want to say type nodes. We want to say type nodes again. We want to say type buffer, path buffer, and then resource manager. Okay, great. However, this is a little wrong. We don't actually need the type data indices. We don't need... Yeah, all we need is this stuff. And that's kind of funny how we're doing that, to be honest. That's really funny, but... Well, anyway. Okay, so anyway, so type nodes I2. We don't need this. No, I don't. All right. We can just do this. Okay. Oh, I think that's finally it. No, I think I forgot something. Yes. I sure did. I forgot to pass in the instance to this. That's not a big deal. Just pass it in, right? Okay, so there's an error still somewhere. No, it's just a breakpoint, sorry. I'm a big dummy dum-dum. Okay. Great. Now when we go to load, we still need some to have that. Okay. But everything else is more or less the same. Oh man. Ever format and you're just like, it doesn't look good? No matter what I do. That can't just be me. Alrighty. So, instance, game type, dir, native stage dir, all that stuff. Good. And then in this function, when we call the loader, we want to pass in the instance and then the rest. I don't know why it's an error type. That's concerning. Ah. That's why. Should be good now. It's good now, okay. Cool beans. Alright, let's compile that again. Oh, it failed. Okay, hang on. Function cannot convert game type to this. Oh. Do you have the instance? You don't have an instance. Oh, jeez. What do you have? Okay, we're gonna need, we need to pass the instance into this as well. Maybe it was a bad idea to not have these two be coupled up. I thought it provided more power, you know, but it maybe was at the expense of it, you know, of your sanity. And we don't want that. Instance, and then the resource manager, and then the order doesn't matter, I just want it to be right. Alright, I think the renderer actually contains a pointer to the instance. It does, which is infuriating then because we should be able to just get it. You know, why don't we just get it? Let's do the same thing we did with the resource manager. what's wrong? What's wrong with that? It's just being stupid again. Okay. Did that last time too in the same function. Weird. I guess that one takes longer for it to parse or something.
That's whack. Wow. Whack.
Yeah, so given that we have the renderer, we can get the rest from that. Ooh, yes. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Alright, let's run it. Let's freaking go! Please work this time, I swear. Okay. We're gonna add the restore. Okay, we're gonna parse. So this is the part I really want to see. No? That ain't right. Oh, what have I done? I did a stupid. Well, yeah, I was pretty stupid. Okay, try that again. I like that it doesn't crash, it just, you know... Oh, wait, there was a warning. Warning, console return differs in the direction from this. Oh, dear. How can I be so stupid? I like that that wasn't a compiler error. I just returned completely the wrong type and it was like, yeah, it's fine. Oh, but you might want to know that that's, you know, maybe I'll warn you about that. But I'll compile that, that's fine. One split. That isn't right either, is it? Wait, no, it is. Yeah, it is. It's the sector, so that's one split. Yay! So that plus one, it's gonna be two. So we're gonna go through both of them. So okay, so the first time, do this. Res Mirage Light. Okay. Let me pull it up because I want to see what it looks like. Yeah, okay, cool. So it's working. That's intended. Good stuff. Okay, so we're gonna get this, and then we're gonna see, and it's null, of course. So we're going to do this. Alright, so that succeeded. So now we're on the second pack. Okay, we're about to get the res model one. And actually, apparently I didn't add a thing for that yet. So that's fine though, but that was supposed to fail then. Okay, so try it again. So here we are with the next, another pack. Okay, the type is Res Mirage Lite. We don't have the parts for that yet. Okay, Res Mirage Training System. We don't have one for that yet either. It's only for this, yeah. We got it. Yay, gamers, we have it. Yow! Alright, so now we're gonna go through until we find one that we don't want to skip. Okay, haven't found that yet. So this time we should find one. Go, train model. Yeah, we found one, good. And here's the data. Goody goody. Alright, so we're going to put a... is that right? That would be about a megabyte. But that's a pretty freaking big model. Alright, what's the name of this model? Institution. Okay. Sort it by name. Oh my goodness, it's a really freaking big model. 1393468 by 8. Okay, that's actually freaking correct. It's just a giant model. No wonder this game runs a little slowly. Oh my goodness. How many freaking vertices are in that? They actually have some fairly good, like, some pretty, like, well compressed, like the way they're storing the vertice data and stuff in forces is actually pretty good. It's like really well packed. So for it to be that big means that they just must have like 1 billion vertices in that model. Good grief. You died, so you're now died for anybody else? Hope not. Well, it says it's working. I don't know what's going on. Alright. So we've got the model now. Or we're going too soon. We have the blob. And if you actually grab the data pointer. Yay! Alright. So we're going to jump down here. Look at that. And we fixed all the data, and we got the model, and it's been parsed. Ah, it's so beautiful. It's you know, it's kind of hot. Not gonna lie. All right, so we're gonna create the GPU model now, and you know this might fail. Oh, dear. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. What instance was it trying to... What ID was it trying to get? Oh. That's not what I expected. I'll be honest. Wait, why the frick did that? Weird. Wait, why did that error? Oh, something's wrong. That's not right. Okay, it might be related to Force's model data just in general. Let me show you what I mean. Let's do a test real fast. Instead of loading Sonic HD, we're gonna load just Sonic. That's from Forces, I think. And I have that here. I believe I have that in the same folder. We'll find out. What? Wait, you loaded Sonic? Is that just Blaze? Maybe it only loaded Blaze. Wait, there's no way that worked. That's not right. Hold up. Going to reach for the stars. Never heard this song before. No, really, I love it though. That's the Forces one, isn't it? That's 2 megabytes? Oh, actually, you know, that's not that big. Actually, I guess a lot of HedgeEdit models are big. It just feels really big to me. Jeez. This is definitely from... Yeah, that looks like it's from Forces. So, it loaded this. And it was drawing that? What? So I guess the issue must be something else, huh? Let me just double check real fast. I'm going to reach for the stars. Oh, it looks like the Forces model, doesn't it? Wait, since when did I frickin' get that to work? I don't remember getting that to work. Hang on, what? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it frickin'. Oh, it's so infuriating. It's right there, but it doesn't have enough intelligence to understand. No! Why did you go back? That's so infuriating. Alright. So for the one that's like, I don't know. What was the format for... Is it this? Oh boy. Yeah, I just don't even do it at all yet, right? No, I don't. Oh, I do support this. I do support it. I didn't remember supporting that. Oh, okay. I freaking forgot that I did that. Okay, so it's S-byte norm is the type. And apparently I already okay. That's why it worked. I added support and I forgot I did that. Hey, cool. Cool beans. I don't know where I heard that or why I say it. It's just funny to me. So, alright, so why did this fail then? What was the problem? It wasn't related to, it may have been related to pack loading, but I'm not sure. It seems like it must be because that was the only thing that made it fail, right? I don't know, if we load another stage, do you think that would also die immediately? Probably, right? Oh, I forgot to, yeah. Yeah, this is the issue. It's trying to add terrain common... Oh, there's a weird bug. Stress ID is 1. Oh, that's very strange. Why the frick is this happening? Is it because there's a null string in there? There shouldn't be a null string in there. But I guess there was one that was added at some point. If I rerun the same code, do you think it'll have the same result? Because now we have a real bug on our hands. Oh boy. Oh no. We have a real bug on our hands. It's gonna crash again at some point, but it's not crashing at the place it crashed at last time. Here's the part where we parse. Got that, we're gonna add it now. So we actually successfully added that just now. So sometimes you run this and it works. Oh dear. But sometimes this happens. Special slots was... I see that. Oh. Yeah, about that. Yeah, when we read the special slots, we don't even set it up at all, do we? This just gets all the vertex formats. And then this is the part that actually, sets up the slot. Okay, so we're not gonna do that yet. We're just gonna, do this for now. Okay. Anyway. But the bug is like a thing that happens randomly. YouTube gang, use code C99 to get 99% off of cool beans. Heck yeah. You can save more on new purchase, I don't know. Cool beans. Yeah, this is the problem. This just freaking happens sometimes. I like how it's like, you use this to avoid unaligned load problems. But it looks as though we've not done that, have we? Pointer... Oh. Okay, we ended up with an invalid pointer somehow. Data 8 was pointer. If you follow that pointer along, you get... No, it's the same thing. How did we end up? Oh, plus I times 8. I is 90. That's... Oh, frick. That's the... Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, the key length is huge. Okay. This doesn't look like any data. What is this? Yeah, this is some weird null data that ended up in here that shouldn't have been. I don't know how the frick this happened, but we have got like a real bug. I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's so close to getting something on. I swear. Like, if I can fix this dictionary bug, that's basically... I mean, there's not much else before it's actually going to show up on screen. Increase the size. So all of this happens just because we're trying to increase the size of the dictionary? Really now? Yo, that's pretty whack. And what were we trying to add? We're trying to add this thing. Yeah, so it's not an issue with what we were trying to add. It's an issue, I don't think anyway. It's an issue with some data that was already in there. That put the dictionary in an invalid state somehow. Info, key values. Is that supposed to happen ever? Let's run this again. Alright, key value, string. No, it's not supposed to happen. Oh, here's where it happens. Here's where we set it. Okay, let's get rid of these breakpoints. And just purely focus on when we actually go to add something. Yeah. What's the key? Okay, so this time... what? That's a hash? Oh. Please stop spamming. You need to get Brad cover, but it's still like 15 bucks on a sale. No worries, man. It's good. Like I said, I'd like to play it sometime, but yeah, I can get it myself. I appreciate it though. So here's the thing, right? Here's the first hash size, and that's pretty big. Is that really right? It's hex 38. Vertex element is here. Or rather, the vertex elements. Oh, okay. That's the whole song. That's funny. 2, 3, and then... Is that right? I mean... I guess it is. Yeah. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Right. Okay, so that's the right size. So then this should be valid then, yeah? Because the that should be the size. So somehow this seems like a problem. Maybe? Wait, there's the key. But then when we jump into here, it somehow magically becomes... Huh? If the key length is less than the buffer length, which is 28, so in this case it is, then the string is just the dictionary node's string buffer, which is this. Oh. Oh, I think I see the problem. No, that should be fine. Because you're gonna copy it in here. Yeah, I get it, sorry. Somehow that must not be happening sometimes. That doesn't, is that even possible? Like, legit, how the frick could that possibly happen? Wait, like, what? It should never be null. It should always be something else, anything else. Is it genuinely running out of memory? Doesn't make any sense. It should always work. Hey, Hyper, how you doing? And no worries. I mean, it's going through all of them correctly, so I have no freaking idea what the problem is. It has to be at some point, like, adding one and then somehow the key is null. Freaking somehow. It's gonna crash. 1 gigabyte. Oh, jeez. 2 gigs. Oh, okay. That's a lot of memory. But it's working now. That's, how much... What did it load entirely? It loaded all of this data, and then it created GPU models for all of them as well. So I guess that would be about right. Ugh. That's a lot of RAM, though. Not very comfortable with that. Okay, but this time it freaking worked for some reason. Oh dear, we gotta fix that bug. That's bad. I hate bugs like that. Okay, but... once we load the train sectors, what do we do? Let me think. We want to create terrain groups. Okay, so we'll we can just create terrain groups on our own, right? We can just do that inside here, I guess. Why it slapped though? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is frick. There's only gonna be one for every pack, right? So let's actually just do this. Let's say let's get the list up in here. It's probably already loaded in multiple places, but whatever. You should check on Imguismo. If you play this Imgui for HedgeEdit, it has native stuff for 3D gizmos, rotation, movement. Oh, that'd be fantastic. I figured there was something like that, but I didn't look into it myself yet. That's awesome. Thank you. I'll have to check that out. Let's see. We're gonna make a list that we want to use to store. What are we storing? Terrain groups. We're just gonna call it terrain group list. Right, easy. And okay, and then in the terrain. Okay, so then we're gonna have a terrain group list inside this function here. Sorry, this one. Alright, and we're just going to, we're going to pass that into each one of these. It's hacky as heck, but it'll work. This song played before tonight, multiple times I think, maybe, but you know what, I don't mind. Oh dear. Alright, that's one we have to remember now. To be careful to not accidentally click the search online button when hovering over functions, because that'll instantaneously freaking switch to your browser and then search for that. And who knows, it may show your address. Sometimes it's like to do that. For no reason at all. So you're having to write your own model format again? My own model format, what? Oh, I forgot I did that. Oh my goodness, that was really stupid. Yeah, there was no reason for that really, I think I just did that because I was bored. I wanted to write a model format. That's funny. I completely forgot I did that, holy frick. Okay, so we're gonna have this pointer everywhere, right? And that includes here. Okay, so the idea is when we encounter a terrain group, we can frick. Hold up. Oh, we can just do this. Here we go. If the parser function is this, so if we're parsing models, right? Then what we want to do is we want to, now that we're done parsing, alright, now, so if we succeeded with parsing the model, and we're parsing a model, right? We want to add to the list. So we want to create a terrain group. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We need to make one. So, a terrain group is gonna feature all of this crap. Oh boy. That's so good. Holy frick. The RAD certified model format, which totally isn't just object, but as a binary format. No. That's funny. Object already kind of has a binary format, to be honest. Some mod or something like that. It's very rarely used. I just find that kind of funny. And yeah, it was similar, I guess. It definitely wasn't very complicated at all. Holy frick. Okay, well, there's a few little issues with this. What is the best way to go about doing this? This is kind of bad. Yeah, frick. How am I gonna? Okay, let's think for a second. User brain power. So we need like a list of model names. I'm being an idiot. We don't need a terrain group list. Why did I think that? We don't need that. What we need is... what do we need? We need two lists. String list. And instance list. We need those. And then we need maybe we can actually just we're gonna have this struct, and instead of passing in this, we're gonna do this. Okay. I love this macro black magic that I did. Look at this. You might think that's terrible, but trust me, it's actually really good. I worked really hard on making this good code. It doesn't look like it's good code, but when you actually look at the macro, how it's written, it's... Like, IntelliSense makes it look like a mess, but when you actually look at it, it's not bad. It's literally a vector, or a list if you come from C#, but in C, and through macros. Because there's no vectors in C. Why is Radical Highways Credits remix better than the modern remix? I don't know. Honestly, the Gen's 3DS credits theme is really just fantastic overall. What is the best way to go about doing this? The hypothetical question every programmer asks before writing suboptimal code. Either that or before getting nothing done. That was my problem. I would never get anything done. I'm trying to not do that now. But yeah, you're definitely right. It's one or the other. Oh yeah! Oh, we're just gonna add the path buffer. So we've got a fun little issue we're about to have to deal with. Okay. Oh, no we don't. Wait.
I'm still believing.
That's so fun, I don't know why. Alright, weird song, but I like it. Okay, slight issue, right? So, that's really not an issue, though. I mean, okay, there is an issue, but it's kind of so hear me out, all right? So in like gens, you have train groups, and they have like a list of model names, and then they also have a list of like instances, and then the instances reference models. So all they really have to do is just kind of like, if you have a list of instance info files, just go through all those, right? And add all of those to this instances list, right? And then while you're doing that, you also build up like a list of model names that you gather from the instance info files, right? But you just make sure there's no duplicates. And then, yeah, at the end that's your model names. Alright, so that's it. It's not that hard. In our case, though, we've got a little problem. In Lost World and also in Forces, they changed it a little bit. There are no terrain groups anymore. We're gonna kind of do that anyway, but they don't have any terrain groups. Instead, you've got pack files, and they have models in them, and they also have instance infos in them. But here's the catch. It used to be that every model required an instance info file, at least to my knowledge. Now that is no longer the case. Instead, you can have an instance info file, or you cannot. And if you don't have the instance info file there, then the game will just use the default matrix and everything when it draws the model, and it's only going to draw it once. Honestly, freaking clever. Like, it's not a bad change. It's actually a really good move that they made, because most of their instance info files, from what I understand, were just basically like, just saying, draw the model in the scene, just in the default position, we don't care, right? And so it was like, why have a million instance info files that are just all saying the same thing? It makes more sense to just not have that data, and just use the default in that case, right? And so that's what they did. So I get why they did it. The problem is what the frick are we gonna do? So we're gonna have to, when we encounter a terrain model, here's the problem. We know for a fact that model has to go into the model names list here, so that part's easy. The hard part is the instances. We don't know yet if there is a corresponding instance, like with the same name. We don't know that yet. We know that there's a frick, sorry. I guess, do I have a function for this? Hang on. I'm gonna interrupt myself for a second to see if I already did this. Did I not? Well, I freaking should have. Why don't we just do that though? Okay, that shouldn't be too hard. Okay, so we'll just so it's actually not hard at all, is it? As always. Okay. So so the way that the game does it is the game just goes like, it just looks for ones with the same name. So like, I don't know, here's what the frick? Okay. So if you find a terrain model that's called this, the game just then searches for a terrain instance with the same name, and if it finds one, it uses that. If it doesn't, it just makes a default one. So that's it. So, okay, so we don't need to do anything. Okay, so but here's the thing that I'm concerned about. Can you have instance infos that don't have a model with the same name? That's the issue here. Because the instance infos reference model names. At least I think they do. If I remember correctly, that's how they work. So I believe every instance info file does that. Okay, so here's what we'll do. In the model, we'll check to see if there is an instance info with the same name. If there is, we're gonna do nothing. We're just gonna move on. If there isn't, then we're going to add one, and we're going to add a default instance, essentially, right, for the model. Okay, so then in the instance info parse function, we will just always add. That's how we'll do it. I think that's probably what the game does. Okay, so first of all, we have to get... hang on, give me a second to think here. So we have an instance list. Yeah, so like, here they are. Okay, so we don't know what the bounding sphere is going to be. We just will not know that. But we will know the names. We know it's only going to be one, actually. And I don't know why they even have that, to be honest. It's always just going to be one. But anyway, and then there's the count, and that should also always just be one. But anyway... Yo, hey Taz. Your friend kidnapped you and you watch him play Virtual Boy Waterland? Yo, nice. Not the kidnapping part, but you for so much Greater 35, so it was cool. I'm tired, I bet, dude. There was a mutual kidnapping that went on. That sounds like that would be tiring. But that sounds fun. Here's some, no, you don't have to do it, Taz. Oh no. You're gonna you need money to eat. No, but seriously, thank you, Taz. I really appreciate it. You always prefer to use list over arrays in C#, probably way too much for your own good. They're just much nicer and easier to manage, in your opinion. In C#, I don't know how they work under the hood, but I don't imagine that lists are that different from arrays, really, because in C# everything is like allocated by everything's like handled by the like .NET memory stuff, so like it's all sort of like the garbage collector and everything, at least to my knowledge, pretty much. So I would think that like when the list goes to allocate a certain amount of memory, it would be basically the exact same freaking thing as what the array does, right? They're both basically gonna boil it down to like calls to malloc, you know. So I wouldn't think it would be really any different. So I don't think it would hurt much in C#. Thank you, Taz. That's really nice. I appreciate it. B word. Haha. Funny B word. Thanks, Tess. I really appreciate it, man. Discord's in your mess. Oh, yeah. YouTube is Discord. No, I get it. How's it 2 in the morning already? So I know it's random, but I was gonna say, I get it, I'm tired as well, and then I realized why I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep soon. But anyway, thanks once again, Tess. I really appreciate it. Out of curiosity, how long are you in the programming field? It's like, how long have I been programming? It's hard to say exactly. I think I first started when I was about 8, but I had no idea what I was doing. For context, I'm now 20, so it's too late for me to... 12 years? Is that right? Oh my goodness. But I didn't take it seriously until I was about 15. Up until that point, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was trying to understand it, but it was mostly just I didn't really know. I had no clue what was going on. It wasn't really until about when I was 15 when I started to actually understand like what I was doing more, and I was like, oh, I can make programs. And then I started making some, and that just kind of went from there. So really, it's more like 5 years. It's more like 5 years. But yeah, technically speaking, it's been a while, I guess. Let's see. So when we go to make the instance, we're gonna need to actually make. See, that's really inconvenient, isn't it? Do you think Gens ever freaking does that? Like, do you think gens ever, I don't know, ever actually has, like, an instance info names thing like this? Like, sorry, do you think, I'm too tired. Do you think it ever actually has multiple instance info names per instance? I don't think it ever does. Because why? Why would they ever do... Let me try to explain what this is. So in the Hedgehog engine, right, you have terrain groups. And those are just like... they basically are just like bunches of... They're just like a big collection of instances, okay? That's all that they are. They're basically like a big array of instances, think of them like that, right? And then an instance is basically just like a sphere, which says when Sonic is inside this sphere, you know, load this instance, like load the terrain that you need for this. When he's outside of it, you know, unload it. That's basically what it says. And it's also like an instance info file, which then explains like what model to use and where to put it in the world. So what position, rotation, scale, that kind of stuff, right? So the instance info, so each instance within the terrain group should only have a single string that just points to, you know, it's just the name of the instance. It's just the name of the instance info file. You would think that that would be the case, right? But apparently it's not. Apparently each instance actually contains an array of instance info names. I know, my mind's melted too, but just try to wrap your head around that a little bit. The frick? So you have groups of instances, and then the instances have arrays of instance infos? That's weird, right? Like, okay. So what are we gonna do about that? Because I don't know, we're kind of in a weird spot. Boom, boom. I guess we're not. I guess we can just free that data later, right? You started sometime in early 2010s and you used VB.net up until 2018. Only started taking it seriously with C# when you were 16. Oh wow, nice. Yeah, it's not that different from what I did. That's cool. You've done some other things like Python, JavaScript, but those were hardly worth mentioning. Yeah, that's. I learned a few other languages as well, but they weren't. I wouldn't say I'm fluent in them. Really, the main ones there for me is C#, C, and C++. I'm also fairly fluent in Lua. I mean, there's not much to learn with Lua. This is Lua, everybody. That's Lua. You want to make a function? I think it's like this. It's like... That's Lua. Look at how simple it is. There's no variable types. You don't say like int whatever is 7. You just say like whatever equals 7. And if I remember correctly, there's also no semicolons. It just knows when the end of the line is. It's dead simple. But it's actually very powerful. Here's something that's really cool about it. Watch this. That's valid. Because there's no variable types, you can take an existing variable and turn it into another type. Holy frick. So so I guess if you're thinking in terms of C#, it's almost like every object is a type object. Right? Every variable is a type object. But yeah, it's kind of whack. And there's no memory management, it just does it for you, it has a garbage collector. Yeah, there's also no, you don't have classes or structs, if I remember correctly. No, you don't have them at all, because there's no types. Instead, you have tables. So, how does it work? I think it's like, and they just put stuff in it. Actually, I don't remember. I think it's like this. It's been a while since I've done it. But you can do stuff like this. And if you want to have a function, you do something like, you can literally embed the function. You can be like, and I don't actually remember how this works, but there's like a syntax where you can do like this. Oh dear. Whatever, you get the idea. Something like that. So, yeah, then you can call it, you can be like this. So you can have like, so instead of having method functions, you do this. You basically, the function is a variable. I'm sorry, you wouldn't do this though, you would say, I think it's like that. Yeah, sorry, that's it. The function is a variable inside of the table, basically. So there's a special magic syntax that's basically, it's just meant to be similar to like doing this in other languages, right? But that's what it does. And you can also call it like this. I think, if I remember correctly, it's the same thing. This is just syntactic sugar for that. It's honestly a very nice language. I like it quite a bit. It's like so... what's cool... So there's some cool things about it too, right? So you can be like... You know what? You're like, I don't want this function to be like that. I'd rather have... better function. Right? And then I'd rather have it just... be better if it returns 7 instead of whatever it was returning, right? Whatever. Now, how about this, just f.a instead of f.a plus f.b, right? I'd rather have it be this. So you can be like this. And you've just reassigned a function. Like you can just, at runtime, you just do that. And that just works. And now when you run it again, it's gonna run this now. It's so crazy, but it's honestly really nice. I like it quite a bit. Anyway, sorry, I don't know why I got on that tangent. I just wanted, my point was just that Lua's dead simple, but then I ended up talking about cool things Lua does. Sorry. You're 18 now? Gosh, we're old. Yeah, I know. That's how I feel too, right? It's like, I know I'm not old. I know 20 is quite young, but I feel old. Well, no, that's the thing. I don't feel like I'm 20. I feel like I'm like 17. It's so weird. I'm like, wait, I'm an adult? Wait, I'm legal? What? Oh. I guess I should be, like, doing well in life. Huh. Back to my Sonic. It's kind of bad. But I'm getting better. C# and Lua are the languages you know the most. Yeah, they're pretty cool languages. Should work for Nerd and make Wii emulators stapled together with Lua scripts. Oh my gosh, that's a good joke. Yeah, have a bunch of patches like what they do at the N64 one. Oh, 60 use tables a lot? Yeah, they're really powerful. I see why. Lua counts from 1, not 0. Unusable. Yeah, I know that's really weird. I don't know if I can get over that, but you actually get used to it pretty quickly when you're using it. It feels like it was a language that was designed for people who don't program. You know what I mean? It's like, I've never programmed before. It's like, try Lua. Like, it's not that, it's pretty simple. And it just makes more sense for someone who's never done it before. Because like, when you never programmed before, you would think like, numbers start at 1. Right? Because that's how you're taught how numbers work in real life. It's only when you program for a while that you're like, they start at 0. Wait, I should have a live right now? Yeah, that's a mood. Okay, so you know, actually. I just had a cursed idea. This is cursed. Holy frick. Something like that. I don't know. Can anyone think of better names for these two variables here? They need to be shorter than this. I guess, like, name or name array? Okay, so here's the idea, right? This is a union. If you've never programmed in C or C++ before, a union is literally the same thing as a struct, except with one major catch. A struct has, so you have to think in terms of memory, right? So in a struct, you have, like, hang on. Let's make it like this. All right. So in a struct, if the way it works is you're gonna have the int first in memory, and then you're gonna have the float, right? So let's say that int's 4 bytes and float's also 4 bytes, right? So int a is gonna be like, right, and then you're gonna have like float b, right? So like this is how that might look in memory, except obviously instead of a b b b b, it would be the actual numbers. But that's how that struct might look in memory, right? Okay. So with a union, instead of it being one value after the other, it's just one. They all occupy the same memory, and you're only allowed to use one of these at a time. So you just have this, and this can either be int a, or it can be float b. You can use this memory as either of those types. Which one gets used? Well, it just depends on your code. So if you write, you know, if you write this, then this is going to become, you know, it's going to become that. It's going to be used like an int. If you write this, then it's going to be used as whatever the float value is for 7, right? That's going to get stored in there. And yeah, you can also read it, obviously. You can be like, you know, you could do that. That's fine too. The only thing that's not legal, as you might have guessed, is to do this, where you say, I'm just going to set a to 7, and then I'm going to use b. That's not valid, because if you do that, you're taking this memory and you're putting an int in there, and then you're trying to grab that int and pretend that it's a float without casting it. You're just going to use the memory as though it's a float. Funny thing is, you can do this, and on literally almost every compiler ever made, it will work with no issues at all. As long as, of course, what you're doing makes sense. So you can use this to cast without actually casting, which is cursed, but sometimes is a lot faster and is valuable. One example of this is if you have a float, but you need to treat it like an int so that you can rearrange, you could endian swap it. Say you've got a function that endian swaps ints, right? You don't want to, like you could use a union for that, for, I don't know, whatever. You can do that, and it will compile on almost every compiler you can fathom. It's not valid C, like technically, it's not standard C, but it does work. It's so close to standard C that even some people who are like language purists will tell you that, yeah, it's not standard, but it's basically standard. So a lot of code does that. I try to avoid it if I can, because it technically isn't standard, and just because I think it's kind of, there's usually better ways around this sort of thing, I think. But it can be helpful. Anyway, unions are weird, but they're pretty cool. So what we're doing here is we have two types that are both sharing the same memory. So each one of these is just the size. So this whole thing is just the size of one pointer, all right? It can either be a pointer to a single string, in which case it's the name, or it can be a pointer to multiple, to an array of string pointers, right? In which case it's the name array. So basically think of it as either a string or a string array. That's what this is. It's one or the other. So which one gets used? What I'm going to do is, if this count is greater than 1, then I'm gonna use the array. Otherwise, I'm just gonna use this. And you know what? Yes! Yes! It is extremely cursed. Because you might be going, why not just have it be an array always, and then just use it like that? The reason is because I'm lazy. You have to allocate that array somewhere. And then you have to free that array later. And for me right now, this is easier. So that's what we're doing. Oh, it's so cursed. Alright, so... I'm just gonna do that. Okay, so, what we're doing, I forgot. Hey, Wesif, you're still alive. Awesome. It's probably designed more for well designers. The programmers write the backend to support Lua, and less experienced programmers write the scripts. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And that's how I see a lot of game developers use it, and yeah, it makes perfect sense. That's a great usage for it. Honestly, my experience with Lua has been very good. Oh, by the way, fun fact about Lua. Did you know that the Lua interpreter, obviously it's open source. I think everyone pretty much knows that. But did you know, it's on GitHub. It's a single repository, it's just Lua. It's under the, what is it? Is it zlib license? I actually forget what license it is. It's either zlib or MIT or... It's a very permissive license, whatever the frick it is. You know, I don't remember. Here it is, license. It's under the MIT license, it looks like. Yeah, and here's the cool part about it, I think anyway. This entire, all of Lua, like all of the Lua interpreter, and the garbage collector and everything, it's all written in ANSI C. That means C89. That's the version that I'm using for HedgeEdit. But yeah, it's ANSI C. They wrote a freaking language interpreter with a garbage collector and an entire like standard library and all of that completely in pure standard C. And that is freaking awesome because it compiles on anything. Like, holy frick, you can get this to run on just about anything you can fathom. With minimal effort, I would imagine. And that's really cool. And of course it's really fast too. But yeah, it's man, it's a cool project. I really like Lua. Yo, unions. Yeah, unions are cool. Programming unions. Greetings, Rad. How have you been doing? Hey, Megster. I've been doing alright. I've almost got it working. I'm real close to it now. There's really just one more thing. Okay, so yeah. So here's the thing. So, all right. So here's what we're gonna do. So, now I could have sworn that I made a function for this, but apparently I didn't. So we're just gonna do that real fast. This should actually be pretty easy. Get node? Yeah. Okay, straight up, it's funny, right? If you go back to like some of my older C# HedgeEdit streams, you'll probably fairly easily be able to find clips of me basically cursing out Sonic Team for creating the PackX3 format. Like, why? Why would you have done this to us? But it's funny, right? That was a few years ago, and I've learned a lot since then. The PackX3 format is really good. Like, straight up. I'm kind of not embarrassed, but just, I don't know. Wish I would have realized that a while ago, because it didn't age well. But genuinely, like, it looks really complicated when you first look at it, and I can see why I thought it was insane when I first looked, because I didn't get part of it. But now that I get it, it's like, this is a really good format. Like, when you write code for this, you can see exactly why they designed it the way they did, because the code for this is just, it's so clean. It's so easy to do things, and it works so quickly. It's like really well designed. There's definitely some stuff that could be better about it. I think the nodes are way too big. I have a similar format that I made for Sugar, actually, for pack files, that does the exact same thing as what the Package 3 nodes do, essentially, but they're way smaller. And it doesn't kill any performance at all. It's the same thing, it's just, I stripped a lot of the data that wasn't necessary. So yeah, I feel like they could have done that for sure. That would be a good improvement. But beyond that, I mean, it's really not bad at all. And I realized what they were thinking too, right? They were thinking like, yeah, we could make the data smaller, but these pack files are stored inside of a CPK, which is compressed. So why bother? Because the compression will kick in and the data will be smaller. So it doesn't really matter. It'll be like the same size anyway. It's just that this is easier for us, so they just did the easier thing, right? And yeah, honestly, it made sense. And then for Package 4, they don't have CPKs that they're storing them in, but instead they're like Package 3s that are stored inside, that are compressed and then stored inside of a big pack. So they're still compressed anyway, so it doesn't matter. They're compressed. So I see what they're thinking. It honestly makes sense. Hi, Death. How you doing? You finally managed to make the object from Yoshi? Oh, frick, what? That's awesome. Wait, which one? Sorry, it's been a while. I forgot. Was that the platform that was swinging or something? You sent it to my Discord? Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't been on there much. Earlier this week? That's awesome. Holy frick. I didn't know that. That's really cool. Let me pull it up real fast. Oh yeah, it was yeah, I remember these. Yeah, they're like platforms. Oh, okay, there's this really weird bug going on right now for some reason when I go full screen in Edge. This happens. I have no idea why the resolution does this. I apologize. But let me pause the music for a second. Don't know how well you can hear that, it's pretty quiet. But there's a sound that's going, and he got the sound effect ported over from the actual game. Yo! G freaking G! That must have been a nightmare. But dude, that's awesome. I had to go back now what we're talking about. Death got something working in Lost World. This is a custom object. This is on the PC version. This isn't Wii U. He has a custom object that he coded in through DLL injection that's working correctly now. He's done a few custom objects at this point, and it's cool stuff. But yeah, this one was really hard to get working because it had a lot of things involved. It has the model and everything, obviously, and it has the chains, but then it also has, it rotates, right? It rotates everything, and so he had to get that working correctly, and there was a lot of weird collision issues and all this crap, and then, and it wasn't rotating right and everything. He finally got all that working, and then he also got the sound effect, so now it's actually playing the sound of the little gears when it spins. That's so amazing to me. That's like GG, dude. It's rotation that was different. Yeah, I remember when it was like rotating on its side and crap. It was amazing. Seriously though, man, that's awesome. Good job. Glue on your toaster means Nintendo Wii emulation on your toaster. Let's go. Name? We'll go with that. We're not going to return that, so we're going to return just point another node. Okay. Okay, so I think what we can do is we can just kind of do the same thing we did before, but a little different. So grab all this. Actually, grab all of this. Yeah. And we can really optimize the crap out of this game. I don't know. I don't think we even have to recurse. I might be wrong, but I don't think we even have to recurse. No, because no, we don't have to at all. Because we can just we only have to go down one layer. It's so well designed. We only have to go down one like layer of it basically, right? I don't know how to explain it. but we can guarantee that it's either going to be like once we surpass it, we know that we've surpassed it, and that's the end, right? So anyway, yeah, let's okay. So current data pointer, we're not doing that. We do have this. We do have size T. No, we don't have size T. We're not doing that either. We do have the header. Oh wait, no, we're not. We don't have that. We just have the tree, and we have the nodes. Okay, and then we're going to actually we are gonna have a size T or something. We're gonna have a data node count. Wait, is it really still a U32? I didn't remember that that was the case. I could have sworn it was a U64, but okay. Well, that was smart of them at least. They didn't make it a... There was no reason to have more nodes than that. That's plenty of nodes. The story is so good. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Actually, how are we going to do this? We're going to compare the name to the current node, but the issue is when the name increase. No, it's not an issue at all. Okay, so we're gonna compare the name to nodes I dot name, but of course we have to get that. It's just a pointer to the name. Oh, that was terrible. Node name. Okay. Okay, we're very close to getting the stage up and loaded, actually. And then I will sleep. We just gotta get this nodes first, and I think we can do the rest. Why are you defining the counter values before the for loop, and why and not when you create the for loop? That's a good question. I'm using C89, and C89 is it's very compatible with things. It like works on freaking everything. Like you can compile it on a toaster if you want to, and I like it for a lot of reasons. But one thing about it that's definitely a limitation of the time is let me show you what I mean. So say you have a function, right? In C++, it's totally valid to do like whatever function call, and then you can be like int b equals 7, and you can do like, you know, whatever, right, whatever. You can do things in pretty much any order you want. In C89, that's not the case. You're actually not allowed to declare variables anywhere but at the top of the function. And I know that sounds really, rather the top of a scope. I know that sounds really weird and arbitrary. If I recall correctly, the reason that they did that was because C was created a while ago. I think the first versions were in the 60s, and compilers at the time had to run on really limited hardware. So the fact that they could even get a compiler to work at all was really impressive, and they needed to make it as simple as they could for the compiler, right? And basically, being able to have variables anywhere inside the function was a nightmare for the compiler. It was like, how could we possibly how could we even make the compiler do that and cope with that, right? It was just, for some reason, that was something that made it really difficult. So they, instead of trying to figure out how to fix that, they just said, screw that, and see, it's only legal to do this. And so basically, as soon as you get to a function call, you know that from that point on, it's impossible for there to be any other variables. And so the compiler can just cope with it, and it's all good. So that's what they did. So it's not as bad as it sounds, because it's not the top of a function, actually, it's the top of a scope. So if you can make a new scope anywhere, you can just do this, right? And now you have a new scope, and that's valid. So if you just say, this, now that's valid. You're allowed to do that. Because it's within a new scope. But you can't do this. Really weird. So anyway, for loops, so for for loops, you know, everyone's used to doing this. Well, actually, I think everyone's used to doing this. I'm weird. But anyway, but the thing is, right, this technically doesn't count as a new scope, apparently. At least not in C89. In C++ and maybe later C features as well, they changed it. And so now the parentheses around the for loop counts as a new scope, which makes a lot of sense and probably is how it should have been from the beginning. But in C89, that's not how it works. This doesn't count as a scope. So it's not legal to do this unless you're at the top of the function like that. And I guess I am here, but just I don't want to think about that. I want it to just work, even if I put code here later, right? So to make it easier, yeah, I just do this, and that's how you do that. Now, this is bad, obviously. That's the thing that they changed in later C versions, and of course in C++, they made it so you could put them anywhere. But I will say this: it's not as bad as it sounds. Like, you get used to it pretty fast, and I feel like it actually encourages some pretty good code practices, because I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it isn't a thing that makes me want to scream. Because when you put them all at the top of the function, and you always do that, when you're forced to always do that anyway, you always know where they're at, right? Even if you have a function that's like 5,000 lines long, you know where the variables are going to be. They're going to be at the top of the current scope. And what it does is it encourages you to keep your variables, it encourages you to not use as many variables, for one thing, right? But then also to keep things within scopes. So basically, like, if you want to have, oh, I don't know, let me find an example. I do this all the time. Let's find... there's a lot of times here where I'm keeping them within scopes, but what I'm trying to find is one where I, like, deliberately go out of my way to just make a scope, and then put it there, and then stop. I do that a lot, but all of a sudden I can't freaking find an example of this. Well, okay. Well, the point is, if you have, like, whatever, 8 variables that you need throughout the course of the function, but at one part of the function you only are going to need... Okay, yeah, oh wait, I did it, here. Yeah, here's an example. Okay, so, like, here, for example, I need... Here, for example, I need these 3 variables, well, these 4 rather. I need dir length, directory length, stage ID length, max file name length, and required path buffer length. I need all those variables. But then later on in the function, I don't need any of those. I only need it during this part. So it makes sense to just declare them right here, and then not be able to use them down here, right? Because I'm not going to need them anyway, so it makes sense to keep it, like, confined within a certain scope. And if you do this, it kind of helps the compiler too, because the compiler can go, oh, you only ever use these during that scope. I see. So then once the scope is done, there's all this extra stack space from these variables that was allocated, right? That is no longer needed for anything. So I can just grab that stack space and I can use it for something else, right? And so then over here, when I make this variable, it can go, okay, well, I already have space from this. I'll just use it for this now, right? And it can just reuse stack space. And the compiler does that anyway. It'll figure that out anyway. But the scopes make it easier for it to figure out how to best do that. And it's also good because you can just grab this and say you want to make this a function. Okay, just grab it. And then just be like, now it's a function, right? And so I don't know. It's kind of nice to make it component segmented, I guess, like that. I can't think of the word because you can easily change stuff in the future. And anyway, I'm not gonna say it's a good thing, but honestly, it's not that bad. You get used to it. But it definitely, and I think it does encourage good code. But that's a limit with C89. At that point, the difference between a for loop and a while loop is just that the loop automatically increases the counter. Yes, exactly. That's really the only difference. And sometimes the while loop looks cleaner, because sometimes you can, if you put I as 0 there, then you can literally just do this, and then at the end you just do this, and so it's like, yeah, that might look cleaner, right? I don't know. It's kind of, yeah, there's not much of a difference between them in C89 anyway. But they're really just for convenience, mild convenience. What does the restrict macro do? Now that one is really not something that I need. But I do it anyway. So there's this keyword that was added in C99 and is also in C++ called restrict. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It was added. It's in C99. It's not in C++. But most compilers support it anyway. It's called restrict, and what it does basically is it helps the compiler optimize some things. So, say, I don't know what a good example is. If you have 2 pointers to 2 different things, and you're using those 2 different pointers in different ways throughout the function, basically, there's a lot of things that the compiler doesn't actually know. One of them is, do the 2 different pointers point to the same object in the, do they point to the same thing? Do they point to the same memory, rather? It doesn't really know that. If you have a function, especially like, I don't know, whatever, like memcopy, right? I'm just gonna kind of draft that right now, right? So you have like, this is not actually how memcopy is, but just pretend it's something like this, right? So you're doing some memory copying here. The compiler doesn't actually know if source and destination actually point to the same data or not. They might, right? Or rather, maybe source points to something in a buffer, and then destination points to something that's also in the same buffer, but a little later on. And maybe if you copy too many bytes, it'll overlap. How do you know, right? You don't know. And basically, when the compiler generates machine code, there's a lot of optimizations it can make if it knows for a fact that the 2 pointers will never point to the same thing. To the same memory, rather, right? If it knows that they're never going to point to the same memory, it can make a lot of optimizations. If it doesn't know that, it can't do it, because you could have them both point to the same memory, and under C and C++, that is valid. You should be allowed to do that, right? The code should work. So the compiler can't make that assumption unless it knows for a fact that they're never going to point to the same thing. So, anyway, the restrict keyword just simply says, hi, this pointer and the other pointers that also have restrict on them do not point to the same thing. They point to different memory spaces. I guarantee it. That's what it says. And if the, programmer tries to call this function with 2 pointers that do point to the same thing, that's invalid. What they're doing is not supported. And so it should have an error or undefined behavior or something, right? And so that's what restrict does. So it basically just gives a speed up. Sometimes a lot of huge speed up, actually. It depends on what it is. If you restrict it like that. But obviously it means that you can't have them point to the same memory. So if you do need that, don't use restrict. That's what it's for. So, realistically speaking, a lot of times it can make a big difference. It doesn't always, right? A lot of times it doesn't make a big difference. Sometimes it doesn't make any difference, right? So you really don't have to put this on every single pointer that points to something different. Most programmers would not do that. I'm weird. For me, it's not that much extra typing because I just copy paste it, right? So I don't really, to me, it's not a big deal, and I like having that. But most programmers wouldn't care about that. Anyway, that's what restrict is. Didn't Pascal also have something like this? It probably did. I'm not familiar with Pascal, to be honest. You could have while I++ underscore count instead of a for loop, right? Yes, you could. Though, if you're using I inside of the loop, then I is always going to be one bigger than you think it is. So for example, if I is 0, and then you do that loop that you just showed there, then if you use I inside of the while loop, it's going to be 1, not 0 at that point, because it was increased at the beginning, right? So yeah. So that's a thing. What you can do though, instead of a for loop, if you want, is actually okay, you can do this. You can do a do while loop. This, right? And obviously count would be somewhere else. And then here you can use I. Because at this point I is going to be 0. It doesn't become 1 until here. And so so this is quite literally the same thing as did I do that right, actually? Hang on. Yeah, I did. I'm pretty sure I did anyway. Yeah, it's quite literally the same thing as this. I believe it literally is the exact same thing. You know, whatever. It's the same, so this is the same thing as doing this. It's just a different way of writing it. But yeah. The for loop is kind of a weird invention, to be honest. Like in C++ and later versions of C when they made it so you could put variables anywhere, and so you can define, you know, the variable type within the for loop parentheses. In those versions of these languages, it makes a lot of sense. It's more convenient and everything. But in C89, it honestly doesn't. It's honestly like, why not just have the do while loop, right? So yeah, I don't really know why the for loop was added to C89, to be honest. I don't really get it. I don't really understand why that is. I think it's just I think it was really more so for other cases, not just going through an array. I think it was more so meant for like other weird things. I don't know. There's some cases where I guess it was convenient, but it really honestly wasn't necessary in C89. I don't really know why it was added. But yeah, good thing it was though, because in newer versions of the language, it's a lot nicer to have. You feel like you wouldn't use it for loops much if you were coding in C89? Yeah, there's not much point to it, honestly. The only reason I use it at all, instead of just doing the do while loops, is because I think people understand the for loops better. I think programmers are really accustomed to the for loops. When you see this, you instantly know what that is, right? Oh, you're going through all of the nodes in this node tree. That's what this is, right? So like it's fairly easy to understand. Whereas if I made this a do while loop, I think most programmers are gonna look at that and go, what is it? Hang on, what are they doing? And it's gonna take them a moment to figure out what it does. And then I also feel like there would be people who would be like, once they figure out what it does, they'd go, why don't you just use a for loop? And there's not really a good answer, it's just, they're kind of the same thing, so why not? But yeah, I just feel like this is easier for people to read. So that's the only reason I really use it. And also, to be honest, I'm just used to this, because most programming languages do that, so that's just what I naturally think to type. I don't usually think to type while. But I do sometimes use while instead, because sometimes it makes more sense. Anyway, do while I post this as account? Yeah, exactly. That's like the same thing. They look nicer. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. They honestly do. I can't decide if for loops are while. It's like it just kind of depends. It's really weird. Okay. So here's the interesting thing about this. We can let's make a boolean here, like I don't know. Has match? No, like yeah, okay, let's like has match, something like that. All right. So string compare. We're doing string comparison. Okay, if it matches. how about this? We're just gonna say has a match, and we're gonna increase the node. Oh, we're not comparing the whole string. We're comparing up to. For start index? Wait, how are we gonna do that? Actually, hang on. Well, I mean... Oh, we're not doing that, actually. I'm trying to remember how this goes. The thing is, we need to know the length of the string ahead of time, and we don't. Yeah, that's the issue. So we just get the length. It's not hard. Node name. Yeah. Okay. Get the node length. We'll get the length of that rather. I'm actually gonna store that. We don't need this anymore. Sorry. Node name length. We're gonna actually, it's constant because we're never gonna change that. Okay. We're gonna get it. So actually, firstly, before we do anything else, we can just I guess we could just check if they match. Whatever. Who cares? We're gonna do a name comparison. So here we go. So we're gonna say max count, node name length. Okay. So, and we could just put that in there, but whatever, who cares? Alright, so if that much of the string matches, okay, then what? We have a match. We need to increase the, oh yeah, that's why I did that. Yeah, we need to increase the pointer by the node name length. And that should push it inside. So, so name is equal to the full name that we're looking for. So, like, say we have res model, right? That's name. Whereas node name is going to be like, you know, res and then like m, and maybe like Mirage material and also like auto, right? And when you put them together, you get like res Mirage material, res model, right? But whatever. That's how the node thing works. So if we're searching through here, we're gonna be like, okay, get the length of this string, 3, okay? Compare the first 3 bytes of this to the 3 bytes of this. Well, 3 characters rather, right? And if they match, then we're going to take this pointer and increase it by 3. So now we're pointing to M here, right? We're pointing to this. And then we say we have a match. Okay. So then in later... so there's one issue. We need to know when we found the complete, like the whole thing. I guess. How do we know that? Oh yeah, just do this. Okay, so when we're done, right? Okay, so if we continue, right? Say we get to, so we get to, we find M, and then we find auto, and now we're at the end, right? So now that we've reached the end, I'm gonna write this with a, I usually write a $sign. I know I'm freaking weird. $sign means, for me, a $sign means an alternator. Why a $sign? I don't know, I just picked a random symbol. Because if you put a 0, the 0 would be the obvious choice, but 0 is like also a number, and people use 0 a lot in names and things, so for me it makes more sense to use an uncommonly used symbol to represent an alternator. So that's how I usually write out an alternator if I need to. Anyway, so that's an alternator, right? So just that's just a null. So once we add the length of that, we are not pointing to this. So what we can do is we can just dereference the name pointer and say, if that, I'm just gonna write it like this. If that is the null terminator, right? Then we found an entire matching string at that point. So we can just return the node. We found a match. So if the entire name matched, return the node pointer. All right. Okay. So then, otherwise, this is where it's going to get a bit interesting. And also, don't mind all this code. We can get rid of that now. Don't need that anymore. All right. So otherwise, okay. So if it didn't match, this is interesting. So here's where it's going to get fun. Okay. So if it didn't match, actually, I don't think it's going to be that bad. All we got to do is, okay. So if it didn't match, so say we find this, right? It didn't match. Then we just leave name where it's at. So in this case, we're going to leave it here, right? And we're going to check to see if the result was... Oh, I forget how this works. Hang on. I always forget. It's a negative value if LHS appears before RHS in lexicographical order? Does that mean... What does that mean? If it's less than 0, first proceed, otherwise first follow. So the first 5 characters of hello world equals hello, right. First 10 characters of hello world follow hello. What? Hang on, when did they do this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? That follows hello? Oh, okay. And the first 10 characters of this precedes hello there. Okay, so I think what that means is... Okay. Well, that's fine, but we're gonna do something else. Well, you know what, are we? There's another optimization we can do here, and I think the game itself does this, but I'm actually not totally sure. What I believe the game does is it's alphabetically sorted, right? And they're very strict about making sure that they always do that. So what I believe the game does is it'll check to see if, for example, like this letter comes before or after the letter that we're looking for. Because we know it's not... Well, yeah, it'll just check for that basically, right? So if it's... Okay, so if it comes before the letter we're looking for, or if it is the letter we're looking for, then we know that it's still possible that there are more matches in the file, right? So we don't break then. Otherwise, if it comes after, then we know it's impossible for there to be any more matches, right? So this was Z, then alphabetically sorted, it would be impossible for O, something that follows O, which is what we're looking for, to follow something which has Z at the beginning, because that wouldn't be alphabetically sorted, right? So they rely on the fact that the file is always going to be alphabetically sorted. And so if they find this, they're going to return early. They're not even going to bother searching anymore. And that's a good optimization, because you can have, as long as they make sure to alphabetically organize it, which they always do, you could have 1 million nodes that come after this, and they're never going to be checked. It only does as much checking as it needs to do, nothing more. So that's really smart. 8 hours, woo, party. But I remember the sorting that they use is really weird. There's something about it, if I recall correctly, that's not what you would expect. You would think they would just sort it based on the ASCII value of the characters, or based on something else that makes sense. But to my knowledge, I don't know how they sorted it, but it seems a little weird. It's mostly like that, but there's some things that are different. So we're not going to do that yet. We're going to put a to-do for that, though. Optimize this by stopping the check if the first character of node name is greater than the first character of name. That's returning early. Okay, we're not gonna do that yet because I need to sleep. So let's just get this working. So what we're gonna do now is, if this didn't match, we're not even gonna bother checking. We're just going to, oh yeah, that's why I had the has match thing. My first red stream in at least 2 years. Holy frick! Hey, how you doing? Did I miss Taz? Yeah, he went to bed. Well, actually, I don't know. I think he said he. I assumed he did. He might still be here. Anyways, yeah, so just say, hey, frick. Frick is relatable. My goodness. Oof. You're never gonna call him Bryce. Wow, that's awesome. You're a freaking OG. That's so cool. Like, genuinely, frick. That was my stance when David started going by David instead of Orange Yoshi HD. I was like, I'm never not calling him Orange. Cool Sonic! Ah, okay. So I didn't remember. So your username was familiar, but I didn't remember Cool Sokudo. I didn't remember that. So I was trying to place it. I was like, who is this? Cool Sonic. Yes! I do remember you. Holy frick, it has been a while. That's so cool. Yeah, how things have been going on for you, like, you know, during the state of the world. It's been whack. Rat attitude to their circles. Oh my gosh, Google Plus. How I miss it. So, I actually do a little bit, to be honest. Holy frick, that's been a while. Well, it's good to see you again, seriously. Good times. Yeah. Yeah, for real. So I guess... so that's the thing, right? Oh, we're saying node count, but... Okay, we're gonna do an ungodly hack. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I bet Sonic Team does this too. Maybe not. But I honestly bet they do. Okay, get ready. Here's our ungodly hack. We are going... You know what? I made this whole thing about how I said I want to use for loops because it makes it cleaner. But in this case, I actually do want to use a while loop because in this case we are doing something weird that's not normal. So I don't want to use the for loop. I want programmers to notice that something is up, so that they understand that we're, you know, this code is different than they might expect it to be. So we're going to use a while loop to indicate that. So here's what we're doing. I can change. Well, not me personally. The value of I can change. So we're going to increment that at the end here. I think that's all that we need to do. We'll see. Okay, so... Yeah, here's what we're doing. So if part of it matched, increase name pointer. And actually, we don't need to say has matched, do we? Yeah, well, here's what we'll do instead. We'll say nodes equals... This is actually so good. Like, it's an ungodly hack, but it's also a good one. Wait, that doesn't sound good though. Oh frick. Oh. Actually, this will be a problem, won't it? Oh. For some reason, I was thinking it was an array. It's not. Frick. Oh, okay, actually, this will be a problem. That's, a pointer to this. Okay, so what we need to do then is... okay, I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna do this. Oh, this is great! Oh, wait, this is even better than what I was doing. Okay, sorry. Get child node. Oh yeah, this is so good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry. You know that moment when it all comes together and you're like, oh. Okay. Okay, here's what we're doing. We're gonna kind of paste most of this, but we're gonna change some of it. Now this part can be changed. So actually, I'm going to do this, but I'm gonna expose that publicly too. Just for the time being, we're going to not do that. Here's what we're doing, right? Sometimes I do this. I don't know why. I go back and forth between how I... stuff. Okay, so sorry. Here's what we're doing. So node, we have node, and then we're gonna have like child indices, right? And that's gonna be an HLS32 child indices. Okay, and then we're not doing that. We don't need that anymore. Indices. There we go. And actually, we are going to use a for loop for this, because this time we're not doing anything weird. We're just doing a normal for loop. Normal, boring, old, plain old for loop. And we're going to get a... for each one of these... we're going to get... Oh, you know what? We're gonna how big is that? It's a hang on. Okay, we're gonna do this. And there's a reason, so that way we can reuse the node. So, okay, so... we need to set node... I know, that's not valid to see right now. We need to set node to... It's kind of funny. These are both going to be like the same type, but... okay. Okay, so nodes, child indices I? Yes. Okay, jeez. Alright, so, the node name is just gonna be this. That's the same with that. Okay, so the problem is we need to get that first. Which is a bit tough to do, but okay. Hedge little collecting fusion edition. You just want to export your collecting games to C++, man. Only way is to get a license from the dude who ported Freedom Planet to consoles, or get a NDA with collecting themselves. Wait, I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. You can export your collecting games to C++, but I guess you need a license. But I had no idea. That's really interesting, actually. Holy frick, I had no idea.
Black, too strong, too strong.
You know what? It would be a lot better if we just did this, wouldn't it?
Captain Black. Captain Black.
We're gonna say child node. Okay, so we'll have this be its own pointer. That's easy. Okay, whatever. So anyway, all right. Sorry. So, it's not entirely official. It's not public, so it stinks. Oof. That's still amazing that someone's working on that, though. Also, now these years later, I realize what HedgeEdit is. Yeah, no worries. It's kind of, you know, it's a weird naming scheme. That's funny. I like that meme though of like, what's HedgeEdit? I want to keep that. I want to keep that a thing. So the entire name match, return the node pointer. Otherwise, yeah, this is where it gets weird. So otherwise, we're going to like recurse. So if it did match, we're going to recurse through those nodes, and that's where it gets whacked. So we can just call this function again and do that, but where's the fun in that? We can just do this, right? It's so cursed. We can say child node, child indices, right? And yeah. Now we have a new nodes pointer. Oh, no, we don't want that, sorry. We can have a new child indices pointer. And then we can also get a new child count. So this is the curse part. Okay, so actually, screw what I literally just said and did. We're going to undo that again. Yeah. It'd be like that some days. This is the C version of not being able to decide between for or for each loops. So anyway, yeah, so we're gonna reset that. So start looping through this node's children instead. Alright. And that's recursive, so that can keep going. This is valid because we're only ever gonna go down. We're not going back up, and we're not like there's no need to actually have the function recursively call itself in this case, if I'm not mistaken anyway. So let me go run through this so that I can understand it in my head better. Actually, wait, one more thing. Well, one thing we could do is, oh yeah, right here, this is the one thing. If the, hey! Hang on, let me think a bit here, sorry. I'm a bit slow right now. if we're not like deep in. No, I guess rather if we are deep in, right? Yeah, we just need to optimize. Yeah, the to-do is all that needs to be done. That to-do function there. Well, this part, that's all that needs to happen. We don't need to go through other ones later. So that should be all that's necessary. If I'm not mistaken. Okay. Oh, jeez. So we don't need that. I don't know why I thought we would. I don't think we do anyway. We'll find out. Okay. So grab this, put it down here. Make that non-internal. Do this. Yeah. Alright. And now, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna copy paste that and say get child node, nodes, name path buffer. Alright, that's all that needs to be done. Okay, so we can expose this publicly. Like so. That's valid. I don't know. Guess we can do that. Looks kind of weird. I'm always so picky about my code formatting. I swear. I'm never happy with it. I mean, that's not true. I am sometimes. Is this better? Not really. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. Basically what I'm saying is I need you to make me click to explore exporter. Right now. Do it or delete your GitHub account. Oh no! Oh frick! Well, I guess Microsoft owns GitHub now, so I guess anything's possible. I need to watch my back. Okay, so really this is going to be the exact same thing, except get child node. Yeah. Except for the first loop. Right. So, so the first loop, we're not gonna do that. We don't even need a path buffer for the first loop. Okay, so we're gonna go through the nodes. And this one's gonna be the normal for loop. This one will be normal. Weird that the first one is an I-32. Oh, that, no, it makes perfect sense why. Okay. We don't need that. Okay. Here's the nodes. Okay, so what we're doing is, we're getting the node name, we're getting the node name length, we're going to compare it. If it matches, what we're going to do is, we're going to increase the name pointer, and then we're going to go through its children. So we're going to say, oh, okay, get child node. Actually, we're gonna call the normal one. Yeah, I didn't even need to do it the way I did. I don't know why I did it like that. We can fix that soon. Back. And the name is just the still. Okay, great. So then we can just return that. Recurse through child nodes. Okay, and then just return null. So really, it's just kind of the same thing. The only reason we need different code for the first time around is because the first time around we don't actually have a child indices list yet. We're just iterating through all the nodes in the node tree. But then once we find a node that matches, we can then iterate through its children. And from that point on, we can just recursively do this. And it'll work fine. So yeah. We can do that optimization on both of these. Okay, so So one more thing I can change. Yeah, I don't actually need that. I can just do this. Fantastic! Wow! Alright. Holy frick, that only took 900 years. And I don't even know if it works yet. I just think it probably does. So we're gonna test it. You're tired and you are too, so go the frick to sleep. I will soon. Good night, Radfordhound. Good to be back. Yeah, night, man. Hope things are going well. I'm gonna be like that one boomer who's like, ah, good seeing you, man. But yeah, for real, it was. Later. Alright, so here we go. Here's the last thing we should have to do tonight. Get child node? You know what, rather just get node. Ah, no. Okay, get node. Here's what we're gonna do. Node tree. Do we have a node tree? No we don't. Frick. We have the file nodes pointer. And you know, I don't even think we would need to... We could even have recurse like that in here, couldn't we? Yeah, whatever, who cares? I guess we'll say get child node? No, what are we doing? We're trying to find the node within the type tree. So, we want to get the... That's a problem though, because we don't actually have that type tree yet. Frick. Okay, so... Yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? Okay, Stuck on it. Okay, well, what we can do is we can just, hang on. It's coming to me in a stroke of brilliance. It's just not there yet. But we need the type nodes to do this. That's the thing. And we don't have them yet, so that's fun. Okay, why don't we just, up here before we do anything else. Just, like, get it, right? So, okay, get node type tree, and then the name is going to be res mirage terrain instance info. Is that? Oh my gosh, that's what it is. Okay, we're going with that. So we're going to get that node. Instance info node. Okay. Good. So obviously that might not exist. That's fine. So when we go to parse this, we want to pass that in somewhere. So... let's put it up, you know, that might collide with this one. So I don't know if we can restrict that one. Oh, and also I did a stupid actually. Type node can definitely also be type nodes. Oh dear. I need to fix that in here too. in multiple places, actually. They can actually like collide, so I need to deal with that. That's what I'm doing. These can, in fact, collide with one another, so we need to not do that. I think this is right. You know, I really don't know if it is. We'll figure it out later, but for now this will work. Okay. Famous last words. Okay, so I'm gonna sleep soon, I swear. Let's get this worked out. So, type buffer, path buffer, res manager, we got all this stuff. Okay, good stuff. Okay, so once we have the so we have this. So we also want to pass that into the file entries. Okay. Good. All right, so. If that is not null, and, or rather, how about this? If it isn't null, or wait. Sorry, if it is null, or it's not null, but it's we don't have one that matches. So this is okay. So here we go. Get child node. Okay, so we're gonna take the instance info node. Okay. Ooh, this is a bit bad. This could definitely be better. But okay, whatever. Type nodes. Alright. So we're gonna search for the string. And that string is this. Okay. If we can find that. Okay, so if there is no instance info node, or if we can't find that, right? Then add default instance. Okay. And in that case, we want to do something with this. I don't know. Okay, so if there is no instance info assigned to this model, for this model, use a default Alright. Add model name. That's not right. Turn instance, that's what we want to add. So here's what we want to create. You know what, I'm gonna do that. Silly thing about C. When you construct something like this using the curly brackets, that works, you know, the way it works is you say, like, you know, A, B, C, and then that'll get assigned to, like, you know, A, B, C, right? But here's the problem. What if you have a union? Alright? So obviously for union you could just do like this, and then you can, like, give it a pointer, but what if you do this? What the frick happens? Because with a struct, that would just set the first value to null. But with a union, remember, you're only supposed to initialize one of the values. There's only supposed to be one of them that's ever initialized at any given point in time. Right? You're only supposed to ever have one active at a time inside the union. How does the compiler know which one you want to make active? In this case, if you say null, couldn't that apply to any of these pointers? How could it possibly... What if you say, like, 7, and you have a pointer and an int and a float inside your union? Which one should it initialize? The pointer might be 8 bytes, the int might be 4 bytes or any other size, float could also be 4 bytes or any other size. How does it know? It needs to actually know the size so it can initialize it correctly. How does it know? There's no... Even if you do this, you know, these can then cast, like, you can have an int, and then the int can cast down to a pointer, or up to a pointer, whatever, right? So, I don't know, there wasn't, no one could think of a good answer, so what they came up with is really freaking weird. You give it one value, and the first thing in the union is what gets initialized. That's it, nothing else. You're not allowed to initialize the other unions like this. So if you need to do that, well, you can't. You have to just do that later. So you can initialize everything inside this struct, this train instance struct here, except for the instance info names union. And then later you have to manually do this. You have to be like, and then you initialize it, right? And that's how you have to do it. You can't do it in here. So it's slightly less convenient. But yeah, that's how they came up with it. So actually the order that you put things in your union matters, because the first thing is the only one that anyone can initialize like this. So you want to make sure that the thing that's going to be most commonly used is placed first to make people's lives easier. If you want to be evil, you can decide not to do that as well. So there's a pro tip for you. Evil viewers out there, which there hopefully are not many. Okay, instance info count. So we're just going to have one instance. The string is just a pointer. It's going to be path buffer. We're going to make a copy of that. And the bounding sphere, geez. Bounding sphere is, I don't know, I guess 0. And the radius, I guess, is, I don't know the frickin' radius. I'll set that to 0 as well. We can change that later. Alright. So we can just do that. Okay. So, once we have this, alright. And, we're going to oh, we totally do have to check if it failed. Don't we? Yeah, we have to check if this failed. Of course we do. Why did I think otherwise? Like, legit, what? I'm actually confused as to how this happened. If this fails... Yeah, we just, at any point, if it fails, we want to return the result. Like, obviously, I do that throughout the whole code base. Why did I think this was any different? I really don't know what I was thinking. I'm perplexed. Alright. Okay. Alrighty. So we're gonna... So I think that should be good enough. Well, mostly. There's one more thing. One more thing that we need. Well, there's always one more thing, isn't there? There's a few things. Okay, file nodes. File node. Type nodes. Node. Parser. Path buffer. Resource manager and terrain group. Alright. Here we need to change some things. File nodes, file node, type nodes. Instance info node. Parser, path buffer, resource manager, terrain group, data. Instance, type nodes, type node, instance, info node. Type buffer, path buffer, resource manager, and terrain group data. Alright. Okay. Alright, initialize this list, and we're gonna do that trick again. Here's the trick. Actually, hang on. So the result is just set to success by default. If it fails, then we can just go to end. And yeah, no matter whether we succeeded or failed, we're gonna free the data and return it. And it's gonna work properly no matter what. So it's pretty cool. All right, instance type nodes, type node, instance info node. Type buffer, path buffer, resource manager, and then finally the terrain data, but we need a pointer to it. Okay. Let's compile it fast. Should work. Probably won't. Okay, of course it won't. Oh, we just don't even use that. They're just warnings. Valid warnings. We should have used that, but we didn't. Yeah, we don't need that here. Wait, we don't need that here? Oh yeah, we don't. We don't need a path buffer at all. Oops, I don't know why I thought we did. Yeah, that's the cool thing about it. We don't need a path buffer for that. Alright. Build again. Okay. So we don't know if it works, that's the thing. So if it does work, before it'll show all the models on screen, we have to put in some code that every frame will get all of the instances. It'll go through all the terrain groups, and then it'll draw all of them. Alright? So we can do that fairly easily, I think, actually. This one should be easy, so let me see if I can do this. I think it's just literally going to be terrain group, and it's not a GPU based thing. Okay. Okay. We've almost got this. Terrain group. Okay. And paste this, and we're gonna say HL terrain group. right. So, here's the fun part. When we go to draw, now I need to make a function or something for this. So let me go do that, actually. Yeah, I should have done this already. What was I thinking? Where do I put it, though? That's the thing. What is it? It's like an renderer submit. Okay, we're gonna say... Let's say submit model. I guess? But this is kind of the same code regardless of what the backend is, so that's not ideal. It's only that function call that's different. Well, okay, for the time being, I'll just plop this up here somewhere. Whoops. It's its own function, and we're gonna call it, whatever, like, submit model. Okay. So, we need the resource manager. We need the model ID. We just need the model. That's all we need, right? Yeah, we don't even need that. We just need this. Oh man, what a classic. Man, can't beat the classics. Okay. Well. Ooh, hitting that high note with style. We also need to get the shader, and that's also based on... Okay, so in the final, we could just make a function that's like compute mesh. Like create draw item from mesh, and we can just do that. But for now, for testing, we're going to do this. Okay, so let's build that real fast. Sure it builds. It should. Alright, you build that. Great. So, okay, here we go, gamers. Gamer, pog champ, pog gamer. Wow. Okay, so give me a second to think about this, actually. Go. We don't need to change the draw items every frame even, do we? Not at all. They don't need to change when we first construct the like list of stuff. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do for now. This is such a hack. Do this better, lol. Okay. If is loading. Go. What is this slap? Is loading stage. So I need to actually include that. Wait, so we're submitting the model and also the render. So the render is easy. The model we don't know yet, so we're gonna figure that out. So okay, so if we're, so we gotta, we're gonna have a thing that's like, games, all right. Oh, this code. Ooh, what a mess. Okay. Let's also temporarily have a thing up here somewhere that's like, was loading stage. Okay. So, okay, so, is loading stage. Oh, this. Was loading stage, and we're done loading. Okay, that's what we're checking. It's actually a lot better to check for. And this is awful. Okay, whatever. But it'll work tonight, so that's all we need to. I just want to sleep. So we're just gonna get this done tonight. And I'll clean it up later. Okay. Was loading stage at the very end. We're gonna just do this. I guess at the end, that's fine. So, okay, so this should mean. This should only be hit once we first finish loading, if I'm not stupid. Which I may be. Alright. So, if. What are we doing? Not if. We're gonna say resource manager get resource count. The GPU, no, terrain group. We're gonna get the number of terrain groups. All right. And then we're gonna have like alright, let's go. Let's actually do this and then this. Okay. This is not great, but it'll work. Alright, so for each one of these, I'm going to say resource manager get resource. Oh, I guess we can say get terrain group. Yeah, I made a thing for this. Alright. The resource ID is just gonna be alright. Got it. You know, it would be better if whatever, who cares? Alright. It's constant. Alright. So we're gonna get the terrain, we're gonna get each terrain group, and then once we have a terrain group. Oh. Just put it somewhere. Terrain group. Say this in Rhythm Thief 2, to be honest. Never played Rhythm Thief, but it seems really cool. So I don't even know. Let's just go through the instances, right? Go to the instances. Okay. And, boy. This'll be fun. How will we do this? Tuck on it. Why is everything so tough? Cause like, okay, so ultimately what we need to do here is we need to have like an array of like matrices, yeah, and we need to pass that in to the draw command, and then it'll be able to draw all of the instances when we go to render. The issue is we don't have that right now. So, frick. We have instances, but all that they contain is this data. And even if I were to like add, you know, like a matrix to this data, they're not going to be in an array. They're going to be like all over. They're going to be like in this array. You know what I mean? It's not not like matrix 1, matrix 2, matrix 3. It's like, you know, matrix 1 instance info count, instance info names, matrix 2, and you know, so on. And so it's not right. So we need to make a copy of it and put it all there. And anyway, we don't even want this to be stored in here. We want this data is stored in the instance info. How do I do this? Alright, so Sonic Team did think of this. So in the instance info data, there actually is just literally straight up an array of matrices, isn't there? For every instance. Oh no, wait, there's only one instance. What's this totally used for? Yeah, what is it used for? Oh, jeez. Okay, but here's the problem. Tuck on it. So, right, but like, say you have whatever instance. Okay, instance info 1 and instance info 2, right? They both have their own matrices in them, and they both reference the same model. They have the same model name. What we need is a draw item that has the model, and then it has those two instances in it. That's what we need. We can't get that unless we... Okay, so maybe it would be maybe for my sanity, let's not even think about that right now. I mean, it's not important right now anyway, but we want to get it working at some point. For the sake of my sanity and so I can sleep and everything, let's just go with this. Let's just say draw item, and instead of having it actually be an instance count, see, that would be so much better than what I'm about to do. We're going to yeet this as well as this. We're gonna yeet both of those things. So then when we go to get the instances, we're not gonna get it from there. Oh, instead we're gonna say instance. That is defined somewhere else in HL Math. Okay, so then in the renderer, there's gonna be some errors now. Well, there should be. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so instead of this, we're just not gonna do instances, sadly. How would we have even done that anyway, huh? How does it even know where the instances go? don't even know how it knows where they go, so... Oh, it passes in a... I remember now, yeah. Well, sadly, we're not doing that. We might change it later. The index count is the start, and then we just have the start index and the base for its location, which is all going to be 0. Right. So we get this to be indexed. I don't know. Alright. I guess we can have pointers to the matrices, so we can have the indices thing be a pointer to an array of pointers or something. No, but even then you have to allocate some memory. You can't just you can't win. That's the thing. We'll do this. I don't care. We'll figure it out later. So draw this. When you go to actually set up the constant buffer, though. Wait, did I never even actually do that? Oh. Well, I need to do that. Okay, but let me just get them all to draw first. Okay, so for each instance, for every single instance that we have, we would need to get the instance info names. Yeah. And then once we get the instance info names, you know what I just realized? We could have an extra model in there. No, that's silly. That's silly. Okay. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is so insane. Okay. All this loops and stuff that it has to do? Jeez, man. Okay, so here's what will be done. It's greater than 1, then we're gonna loop. So while it's less than this... My gosh, there's so much code. I know it's not going to run super well too, and I don't like that. You know, I like my performance. Okay. Otherwise, we're just going to do this. Okay, so... Data. Oh, it's back. Did it just start a new stream? Oh dear, I hope it didn't start a new stream. That would be annoying. Hello. I'm live again. I will sleep soon. Everyone's gonna get a notification at 4 in the morning. That sounds excellent. I'm sorry. I swear I'm ending very soon. Let me just get one more thing. I swear. Okay, we're gonna say... Okay, instance name. So for this, we would have to actually get the instance... Oh goodness. Is this how Jens does it? Because this is a nightmare. It doesn't feel right. Okay, well maybe it is. So you get the so you have to be like res manager get instance, but we don't have that yet. What? Oh, yeah, sorry, we don't have that yet. Cause we won't have that for a while. I'm not doing that tonight. No way. So let's just for tonight say screw that. We're not doing that. Instead, we're going to we're just gonna do the basic thing for now. Model names. Okay, we're just gonna go through each one and we're gonna say res manager get model Okay. If we failed and the result isn't just not found, then something is wrong, so we want to just quit. Otherwise, it's fine. Okay. Otherwise, we're just going to continue. Alright. So if we succeeded... Get GPU model. Alright. Yes, get that one. Get that one. And we have a pointer now. No, we don't even have to do that. Oh dear. Submit model. There it is, there's the model. There's the render. Okay. My magnum opus, the worst code any human being has ever written. Well, we'll need to bring this... We'll need to do something about the instances. In the future. For now. We'll actually bring this back. We'll do that now. It's fine. We need to actually set the instance data later. No freaking idea how we're gonna do that. There's several ways that this could be done, and it's all just an absolute nightmare. Truth be told. But anyway, I guess we could do it. We could store it in the GPU model, maybe? That could actually work, and we might just do that, but we won't do it tonight. Tonight, we are sleeping. Yes. Get rid of that. Alright. We're gonna have a breakpoint there. And keep that around for now. So we're gonna do this. Okay, let's build. It might work, it might not. If it does work, it's going to look like an absolute abomination and run at like 2 FPS. But boy howdy, will that be satisfying. What's the... Oops, I made an oopsie. Alright. Run that. Alright, let's go. This should hopefully be the final build tonight. We'll see what happens. Knowing me, it won't. Okay, so we got Sonic. He's zooming out. It's all working fine. I should have disabled that camera test before I did this. I really should have. Error known. What was it that errored? Oh, it was one of the packs I had opened, is right? It's trying to load W2A01, W2A01 terrain common, which should be there. Oh wait, W2A01? Oh, that doesn't exist now. Alright, let's go, gamers. It's gonna be a PogChamp moment. It'll actually probably really just crash. That'll just really crash hard. I told you. Okay, well so it was a bug with this. So no name is null? Oh, I see what happened. Oh, but we found it. I'm fairly certain. We'll actually do this, and then we'll just say, or if it has data, then it means we found it. Oh wait, no, if it has data here, then something is wrong. Right? Wait, let me think. Yeah, something is wrong. Okay, so if it doesn't have data and have this. Otherwise, we're gonna do this. Okay, and then in this function, we also need to take care of that, don't we? So, no name length. If this is a data node, then we've won. We're winning, as they say. So if this is a data node, or it isn't, but this is the case, right? Something wrong with this? It should work, shouldn't it? Oh. Yeah. Look at that beauty. Alright. No, actually... Oh, actually, yeah. Frick. Okay. If it has data, then we've found it. So if it doesn't have data, so we're just gonna do the same thing we did before. Alright. Alright. that's what we're gonna assume anyway. Alright, run. Ah, frick. The fact that the camera just zooms like this is bad. The song is a banger. It isn't bad. Oh, we still screwed up. Wait, it's still null? Oh, what? It has no data, but it has no data, but it also has no name? What kind of cursed node is this? There's something wrong. Nodes I, and I is 0, so we can just grab nodes right up there. No, this is not. This isn't right. Actually, wait. No, wait, that might be right. Is this just the root node? What is this? This might be the root node. I think that's what it is. It's the root node. Good. Okay. Yeah, it's the root node. I forgot that that was a thing that could happen. Okay. Continue. Okay, well this code doesn't feel as good anymore as it used to. But okay. These should never be... I don't think these should have a root node. No, actually I think they might. Okay. I want to sleep, dude. So let's see what we can do. Really fast here. Yeah. Did I copy paste you? Good. Okay. Ah, why? So that's still a bug that we haven't fixed, right? Where sometimes... Oh wait, no. It's a different bug. It's a different bug. Oh no. Well, that's even worse. Lovely. Oh. That's not right. Something's wrong. Knock on it. Alright, so I don't know how to solve this. It's an error that I need to fix. It's clearly quite bad. But it seems like if you just keep rerunning it, sometimes it freaking works. Which is just the worst. That's the worst kind of bug. I mean, really, I don't know if people understand how bad of a bug it is. There's something very problematic going on here. What's the key? It's this. The key length should be right. The issue isn't with this call, it's with a previous call that was made to this thing. That's the issue. It's like, it's so sporadic and random. You don't know... Wait, actually, I don't know if it is. I think this seems to happen every time I load this stage. What's the error this time? Sharing violation. Oh. It doesn't want to share. Well, okay, well that time it freaking worked, except for the sharing violation. So again, it's a big bug I need to fix with the dictionary. Access violation, reading location. What location are we talking about here? This one? No. Well, wait. No, that should be fine. This one? No. This one? Maybe. What's the problem? Reading this location. Yeah, but when did you do that? Oh, there's a serious bug in this program. I hate this. Okay. So we need to fix the crap out of this. fairly. But maybe if we freaking just keep because we're getting a different error every time. I would just like to see something on screen once. Other than Sonic, because he's great and all, but... it's either unaligned load or it's that other bug. Okay, so... we've got a serious bug somewhere in here, and I have no freaking clue what it is, and it's going to take too long to solve, so we can't... unless we can get lucky and it just loads once, then I think this is where I have to leave it, sadly. I don't like leaving my streams off with, like... and then we failed. The end. I hate that. So I would like to be like, look, it works, you know? But, let's see what we can do. What about this stage? It might have went for longer, it might have just been my imagination. What's the smallest stage in the game, you would say, in terms of size? I genuinely don't have... oh, sorry, also to clarify, when I say size, I don't mean how long it takes to beat the stage. What I mean is file size. Like, the one that has the least models, the least that could go wrong. Right? I really do wonder... not AO2. Man, what is causing that bug? That's just insane. I don't even want to solve that. Like, that's a nightmare. What the frick is causing that? What is this? What is it pointing to? Something is like really wrong. Okay, so here's the weird part, right? I noticed it's like with all these like weird random bugs, there's always something like this. So like if I were to like put a breakpoint on this and then like mash F5, it tends to work better. Right? So if I were to be like this. Oh. It didn't work this time. Run that again. If you mash it, it seems to work less well, though. That's the fun. True fun. You know what I think it is? Oh, that felt freaking instantly that time. Okay, when did it fail? It was when it was doing this? Yeah, but this is all valid. Ah, jeez. The issue is always, it seems to be like, the key values, it has a string that's like null, right? Maybe that's not what the problem is. But that seems to be like an issue, for sure. Okay, it's just null because we're not there yet. This is just freaking bad, I don't know. So we haven't set up the key values, so we have to ignore all that. That's not the issue. The issue is something else. The issue is something deeper. The issue is something really stupid. I don't know what it is, because... somehow we just end up... I don't know. Sometimes we just end up here. And pointer is just this weird... Somehow this data is just not valid. Data 8 is pointing to something different than what it's supposed to point to, or the length is not correct. I guess? Guess we're passing you. Number of blocks is that many. So that number is more than it should be, I guess. Because length is too freaking big. Okay. Okay, now we're on to something. Pointer is this weird nonsense. Okay. So why is that happening? Key length is too big. That's the real issue. The key and the key length are somehow like corrupt. What passed that in? It's in our heart and soul. We stand for something. Okay, so the issue is when it calls this function right here. Or something, right? This is when something dies. Oh, do we need to do this? Maybe. Maybe we do. Yeah, we probably do have to do that, don't we? This is all based off of Robin Hood. So I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna sleep so soon. I really am. But let me just grab something really, really fast. I will sleep better if I know that this frickin' works. Keep a heavy head. Keep moving on. Green light right. A little push and fight. Feel the feel as we hit night. Okay, hang on. Node. Okay, data node. I'm looking at something on the other screen real fast. I don't think we do need to do that because when you destruct the data node, it doesn't look like it does anything. To my knowledge, it doesn't do anything at all. So, that's probably not the issue. I don't know what the issue is. Okay, well, clearly I need to sleep. Let me run this one more time, but let's see if that breakpoint has anything to do with this. Get rid of this one. Right? Okay, so... no. Okay, so this first time it should work. Alright, second time it should fail. No, it works. Oh, it works every time. I have no idea when the issue actually shows up. It doesn't seem to be related to this function. It's just that this one right here is what eventually gets led down to this path. Yeah. So I don't know why that is. Oh, this time it was a different one. Oh, jeez. It's for some reason reading some data that's completely screwed. Key is just not anything that... oh, wait. How did this happen? Relative path is the... oh, no. Oh, did we find the bug? Hang on. No. Oh. What the frick? Oh, we found something. Okay. Well, this is definitely a problem. Where are we at? First format? That's not right at all. Okay. So we found whatever the issue was, I guess. Well, not totally. I don't know why the frick this happens. but it does occasionally, it do be that way. Okay, so I really hate ending streams like this. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's getting late. I need to sleep. So I'm gonna continue this some other time. Probably actually tomorrow, well today, right? I'll probably do some game jam stuff. Bob says it shouldn't be too long, so I might try to do that first. I don't know. If I don't forget anyway. We'll see. If not, I'll do it soon. And anyway, then I'm going to probably do more of this. I'll work on this in any spare time that I get as well. And, you know, hopefully we can actually fix this. Now that is very interesting to me. I just don't know how we even arrived at this point. It seems like everything about this is actually correct, except for, no, actually except for both of these. I think this is correct, but the rest of it is clearly not. I will check something very, very fast. Do we always set it? Because maybe we don't always set it. Maybe sometimes we don't set the index properly. Oh, sorry, not the index. We don't set the, what would it be? Maybe it failed to load. Oh, is that what happened? You know, I gotta check that first. The final test, for real. If we fail... If we fail to parse, then it shouldn't ever be added though, right? Ah, jeez. Okay, so let's, yeah, I don't see any way that we could have possibly... I don't see any way that this could have possibly freaking happened. I don't know. There seems to be an occasional rare bug in this function, maybe? When it's like, or something like that. Somehow, it seems like the data is somehow being... Occasionally we're getting models that are corrupt. I don't think it's actually a dictionary bug. It might be. It very well could be, but... To me, it actually appears as though the issue is that we're running out of memory, essentially, because we're trying to tell the dictionary to allocate like too much crap, and it's failing, and that's why it's all burning. I think that's what's going on. Somehow, occasionally we're ending up with a pointer to a vertex format that is invalid. I don't know how that's happening. So we need to fix that, of course. But, not tonight, we're gonna see. So, I'm sorry. I wanted to get something else on screen, but at least we got something. At least we have cameras working now, we have basic models drawing with draw items, we have we have ImGUI working with the UI, and I have a very basic open stage dialog showing up here. I have loaders, I have parsers, and I have the basics of that working, and it's very easy now for me to add other parsers and such. I need to figure out what the frick I'm doing with instances, but that aside, and this awful bug aside, we made a lot of good progress, which is good, because if we didn't make progress in almost 10 freaking hours, I would be upset. Anyway, I don't want to end it on such a good song. I want you to be able to hear that, but I need to sleep, so I'm sorry. We'll get that again working soon, probably tomorrow, hopefully. Anyway, in the meantime, thank you thank you all for watching. I hope you did enjoy it, and I'm just gonna sleep now. Sorry. Good night. Gamer PogChamp moment